Remember to stay COVID aware. When you're walking around, it is advised but not mandatory that you wear a mask. Try to avoid touching strangers. You don't know where they've been. Please don't move any of the chairs. They've been placed in these positions for a reason. Also, could we ask that you do not sit in the aisles at any stage. If you are not hearing impaired or don't have a listening device, we would ask that you do not sit in the hearing impaired or assisted listening area, because what is happening is it's filling up and people who do need that area aren't able to use it. So if you don't need to sit there, we would ask that you find somewhere else to sit, please. Thank you. No, it's... I don't think it's been vital. I don't think it's vital. What it is trying to avoid Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As we fill up, we'd like to welcome you all to day 3 of Writers' Week. A couple of bits of housekeeping, as you've probably heard. It's recommended, though not compulsory, that you wear a mask, especially when you're moving around. Try to stay with your group and avoid touching or even interacting with any strangers. You don't know where they've been. We would ask that you do not move any of the chairs. They've been placed there for a position. And for those of you who are maybe not quite sure about this, where there is a sign on a chair that says assisted listening area, what that means is the whole of that row is part of the assisted listening area, not just that chair. We would ask, if you can, to avoid sitting in that area so that people who do need to sit there can utilise it with their hearing aid. Thank you.
Oh, good. There we are. Thank you so much.
We do also have Auslan interpreted.
Oh, great. Wonderful. Love them.
Oh, you're live.
Hello, how are you?
Thanks, how
She's live.
Am I live?
The microphones are live.
Yes, don't talk. They asked me to get some ambient sound. I'll put another one up instead.
Yep. Just give it a second.
Morning again, ladies and gentlemen. You'll get sick of these announcements before the end of the day, I can guarantee. We would ask that you all be remaining COVID aware, please. When you're moving around, it's very handy if you could wear a mask. It's not compulsory, but it is recommended. We would ask you to try and stay with your group and avoid touching strangers who carry strange diseases. Please do not move any of the chairs. They've been placed where they are for a reason. Also, if you have a hearing aid, you will find there are, in the centre section, just in front of the mixing desk, there are rows that have assisted listening area written on them. The whole of that row, there are about 3.5 rows, and the whole row is in the hearing aid loop. So you switch your hearing aid to the loop transmission and you will receive it. We would ask, if you don't need to sit in that area and you're finding it get a bit crowded, if you could find another seat. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Linda Javen, and I'm delighted to be chairing this session on the Artful Dickens by John Mullan, who we hope will be on the line anytime, sometime very, very soon. In the meantime, I do want to say that we acknowledge the Kaurna people as the traditional custodians of the Adelaide Plains and pay respects to their elders past, present, and future. We respect and recognize their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationship with the land. It has never been ceded. We acknowledge that the land and customs are of continuing importance to the Kaurna people living today. And yes, welcome to this session. And as I said, we are desperately hoping that John Mullan will be joining us very soon. So I've been asked, can I just wing it for a little bit until he pops up on the screen? So I think you're going to have to bear with me. I will introduce him when he appears, but I just want to say I was so excited when the festival asked me to do this, and the reason is completely probably not what you're expecting, because if you know anything about me at all, which you don't have to, I write novels and I write about China. But when I was a huge reader when I was a kid, and when I was about 10 or 11, 10, 11, 12, I read nearly everything that Dickens wrote in these editions that belonged to my grandparents and that were published at the end of the 19th century. And I just loved this so much. And actually, when they packed up my grandparents' house, my brother's like, I want the Mark Twain. I'm like, I don't care. I'm getting the Dickens. And it's very funny because when I told John Mullan that in a conversation on email, he was like, oh my God, he's like, I'm a little nervous. You're more steeped in Dickens than me. And I said, no, I read him as a child. I loved them to bits, but I didn't understand a thing. And I didn't remember all that much. So this book totally reignited my love of Dickens. And I now want to go back and get right back into all of these books. You know, and the thing about this book is that if you love Dickens, or you loved Dickens, or you've never read Dickens, I can still really recommend the book because it will introduce you to Dickens. There's so many delightful quotations from his work in here, and he takes you step by step through the various things that Dickens does that makes him what John Mullan says is I think he calls him from one artful sentence to the next, he was and is the most exciting novelist writing in the English language. And so, yeah, I really do recommend this. And also, and I'll probably say this again when he pops up, but that to me, as a novelist, I felt like, and I've never studied creative writing, but I have written 7 novels, so I've got severe imposter syndrome. But to me, this was like taking an absolute masterclass in the art of writing fiction, on everything from understanding the importance of smell and the ways you can use smell, including as a plot device, to the crazy kind of use of cliche and melodrama and drowning. He has a whole chapter on drownings in Dickens. And he talks about, whenever he talks about something, he talks about the social background. Like, lots of people drowned at that time. Lots of people did because, I mean, not everybody swam. Boats were a major means of transportation. People fell into rivers, this sort of thing. You know, we now have all these little safety bridges and stuff, but there's a whole chapter on drowning. And he was fascinated by it. There are so many, I think he says that there's a drowning in every chapter, or every book, you know, at least. But like with smell, for example, and still desperately hoping he's going to pop up at any minute, but he does know we're on. We have emailed. But I was going to, I've got a few extra questions for him should we not, make the time here as one does when one's over-prepared like me. And I have one thing about smelling, because that whole chapter was hilarious. Dickens is hilarious. Dickens is such high comedy even when he's writing tragedy, and he pulls it off. And it's one of the things I mean about being a masterclass in fiction. He wrote, in addition to his novels, he also wrote travel writing, sketches, and so on. And he had a volume about his travels in Italy, and he wrote about a street in Genoa where the houses were, he tells us, very dirty, quite undrained. And he says, "If my nose be at all reliable, they emit a peculiar fragrance like the smell of very bad cheese kept in very hot blankets." And this is just, he has this amazing ability to conjure up the most fabulous metaphors and instantly put something in your nose. And he also writes in the chapter on smelling about how Dickens himself used to kind of walk down the streets and sniff. Like he was really, his friends said this is something he did. He had a very keen nose, and he would just be sniffing everything. And, this is like so much about, it's not a biography of Dickens, it's a discussion of how interesting and great a writer he is, but he puts in a lot of biographical material. And so, there's a whole chapter, and we'll be talking about this as well, but there's a whole chapter on voices. And Dickens himself was a great amateur. He did this kind of amateur theater, and he would do voices, and he could do these amazing voices. And he has written hundreds and hundreds of characters, and they are all distinguished by their voices, what John Mullins calls idiolects, because they're not dialect. Some of them have dialect in them, so they might be Cockney, or they might be from a particular particular place in England, but they're not strictly dialect. Every single person, every single character has their own quirks. So you have, one person who can never finish a sentence, and their entire speech is like fragment, 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 fragment. And you have other people who constantly hem, 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 that kind of thing in the middle of their sentences. And that means that when you're actually reading this, a character can be walking down the street and they hear a voice, and you hear that voice, saying something, and you and the character instantly know who it is who's coming up from behind, because the voices are so distinctive. And that was something, again, that Dickens had as a kind of, I suppose, a superpower. And there's this wonderful... this is all out of order because obviously, hello, John, not yet. And I did, when I was going to talk about voices with him, which I hope I can still do, I did have a question for the audience. So I'm going to read you a little passage, and then there's a line in it. And the line goes, how do the police, he do the police in different voices. And I'm going to ask you something about that line. So this is the semi-literate Betty Higdon is wondering at the ability of her foundling assistant, Sloppy, to do, there's a whole chapter on naming, to do dramatic justice to characters quoted in newspaper crime reports. "For I ain't, you must know," said Betty, "much of a hand at reading, writing hand, though I can read my Bible and most print, and I do love a newspaper. You mightn't think it, but Sloppy is a beautiful reader of a newspaper. He do the police in different voices." And he do the police in different voices is basically Dickens. He do the police in different voices. But the question for all of you, and I want to see if anybody shoots their hand up here, what famous 20th century poet originally thought to name one of his most famous poems, "He do the police in different voices"? Does anyone know? Yes, sir. That's right, T.S. Eliot, The Wasteland. The original title, very good. He gets the prize. We don't actually have a prize, but if we did, this gentleman would get it. Very good. So, you know, it's interesting because I don't think many people would connect T.S. Eliot and Dickens in such a direct line, but I think Dickens had an influence on many, many writers. And, you know, even though, as I say, I kind of read them when I was young and then forgot them all, I also feel like in my love for cliche and bad jokes and this sort of thing, I think I have absorbed some things, but I don't do cliche the way Dickens does. So I have read that chapter twice, and I'm going to take note. And we still don't have John Mullins, but we're carrying on. I hope you're all okay with that. He's coming now? Oh, wonderful. Hold. Hold your applause, because we are going to see John Mullan in a moment, and how exciting that will be. So hopefully I haven't sort of preempted all of my questions. And anyway, he will answer them much better than I have or could do. But yes, I'm very relieved. While I'm waiting, yes. We have him? 2, 4, 5. 2.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, is that John? Hello!
It is. Oh, no.
We are so glad to have you. I have been carrying on in your stead, pretending to be you, and discussing how great your novel is.
I'm so
not your
sorry.
Novel, sorry, your book. But no, we are so delighted. Let me just briefly introduce you, because I held that one back. John Mullan, who is now wonderfully here with us, is Lord Northcliffe Professor of Modern English Literature at University College London. He has published extensively on 18th and 19th century literature. He's a prolific broadcaster and journalist. He writes on contemporary fiction. You might have seen his work in The Guardian as well. He's coming to us today from his home in London. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah, my book cave, my little book cave in North London.
Please give him a very warm Adelaide welcome. We are so delighted to see you.
Relieved, I suspect.
I've given them, I've talked to them a little bit about smell and quoted here and there from you. But I thought, can we start with, on the first page of your book, you say that the book tries to answer the question, what is so good about Dickens' novels? Because you say that it's so much easier to state what's bad about them, the melodrama, the this and that. And critics have really consistently dismissed him as a great entertainer rather than a great writer. And yet you claim, from one artful sentence to the next, he was and is the most exciting novelist writing in the English language. Tell us, John, what is so good about Dickens?
Well, I think a lot of it, I mean, it is very striking, as you say, that even from his, even in his own lifetime, he was kind of condescended to quite a lot by critics and reviewers who would say, oh, well, of course he's very funny, I admit that, or his characters are very memorable, or he sells lots of books, that was one of his big crimes. But a lot of what he did that was so, I think, sophisticated and audacious seemed almost to be invisible to people at the time. And I wonder sometimes if it sort of stayed invisible. And I mean, I give one little example of this. I don't know how many people in what looks like the blissful surroundings of Adelaide. God, it looks like heaven on earth compared to frosty North London. But anyway, how many people there have read Bleak House? But whether you have or you haven't,
lots of people have raised their hands.
This is an extraordinary novel, which was a bestseller in his own day and is discussed earnestly by literary critics nowadays. But he wrote it in chapters of sort of alternating present and past tense. So there's one narration which is in the present tense in the third person. There's another narration which is in the past tense in the first person. And these chapters are sort of interleaved with each other and make up one great vast story. And nobody'd ever done anything like this in novels before. It's the kind of thing you do nowadays if you want to sort of get onto the Booker Prize long list to show how ingenious you are. And nobody'd ever done it before. And strikingly, not a single reviewer in the 19th century noticed that he'd done it. So it's almost as if some of his experiments were so unusual that they were invisible. And I wonder if that's not still the case, that some of the tricks and devices that he uses are kind of somehow beneath the horizon of people who write about it. And I think he's not been helped by the fact that, you know, lots of people who write about Dickens nowadays write about him rather than his novels. And I wanted to do a book which wasn't about, you know, whether he was a bad husband, which he certainly was, or whether he was a bad father, which he certainly was, or whether there weren't all sorts of inconsistencies between what he seemed to sort of want to celebrate in his novels and how he behaved in his own life. I wanted to write about what a clever writer he was.
And you do, and you put, there's so many, all the chapters in the book are devoted to different aspects of this. So the chapters, which we won't get into all of them, but just to give you a taste, there's smelling and there's haunting. I was talking to you earlier about drowning, laughing, naming, using coincidences, enjoying cliches, and foreseeing this sort of thing. Before I ask you another question, I want to go back to what you're saying about tense and switching tenses, because it raises you have a very interesting observation about this, because what John does in this book is he reveals how Dickens makes his fiction magic, I suppose, but he also talks about what the consequences of those particular tricks are. And you write, when you're talking about a particular use of a present tense, you say, this is what the present tense can do: erase any retrospective wisdom, any moral sense. And I'm very interested in, because you were just talking about Dickens wasn't a great, you know, husband, blah, 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 blah. Was Dickens a writer of great moral purpose in your estimation?
Well, that's a really good question. I mean, yes, I think he was, but I would say that to me, he's not, as it were, a writer that one goes to kind of find out wisdom about how one should live one's life. I mean, I think there are novelists like that. There are great novelists like, I don't know, George Eliot. I think if you go and read Middlemarch, it's as if you're spending time in the company of a really wise, morally subtle person. And I don't think Dickens is like that. I think he is a novelist who sort of crystallizes the sort of, I don't know, how can I put it? I think he tells us about the monsters inside our own head in a way. And so it's not that he's not a morally interesting writer, but I don't think he's a wise and didactic writer at all.
Yes.
And I think that sometimes when he's caught out for being, I don't know, sentimental or something, it's because the readers want him to be, want a novel to be wise in the sort of way that Tolstoy or George Eliot will be, and he's not like that. But on the other hand, his monsters live, don't they? My goodness, they live. And I think if you read Great Expectations, you will find out as much about sort of guilt and bitterness as you ever can from a novel. You won't necessarily get lots of advice about how to be a better person.
Which is really a huge part of the art, you know. And one of the things I thought, which is related to that, is there's all this stuff about, you could have had a chapter on class, because that's such an interesting thing. And you do say in the chapter on using coincidences, and you're using Bleak House as an example, you say that Dickens' intricate plot connects the rich and the privileged to those whom they would like to ignore. And that seems to be pretty much the case. There's a lot of movement and there's a lot of connection, not always felicitous, between people of different classes in his novels.
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, but then, even then, I think the great thing is, you're talking about coincidence, that you know, there are other novelists, other Victorian novelists, who are very interesting about class and have characters from a wide variety of classes. But nobody does such weird and wonderful things with coincidences as Dickens. So I think in my chapter on coincidences, I sort of say that what's brilliant about that, what you're asking about is that whereas other novelists would try and sort of disguise and hide the coincidences by which they sort of connect the different parts of their plot, Dickens does the opposite. He wants you to sort of notice the unlikeliness of the connections, and therefore to get a sort of electric charge from them. I mean, there's a great moment in David Copperfield where David is being shown round this new model prison, and he's gone with his friend Traddles, and he discovers that his former headmaster, the ghastly Mr. Creakle, is now in charge of this new model prison, which is in itself a sort of appropriate kind of coincidence. And Mr. Creakle says, oh, you must meet our model prisoners, because what we're very good at doing is making people repent and making them better people. And this is all twaddle, of course, you know. But anyway, and he says, come and meet prisoner 27. He's one of our apts, so we're very, very proud of him. And he directs the door of the cell to be unlocked, and number 27 comes out. And who is number 27? And David says, and I then behold, to my amazement, in this converted number 27, it's Uriah Heep. Of course it is. He is such a sort of oleaginous hypocrite that who, you know, although he's been defeated and he's been sent to prison for fraud, in prison he's metamorphosed into a perfect penitent. But then Dickens doesn't leave it at that. He says, while 27 is standing in the midst of us, orders are given to let out number 28. And out comes 28, and it's Mr. Littimer from the next cell, Steerforth's gruesome valet, who walks out reading a good book and spouts penitent sentiments. And David says something like, oh, I've been so astonished already, I felt only a kind of resigned wonder at seeing this. Now, there's one kind of reader of a novel who says, oh, but this is impossible. How could this happen? I mean, maybe I could believe they'd bump into Uriah Heep again, but not Littimer in the cell next door. But of course, a Dickens reader doesn't say that. A Dickens reader goes, of course, how inevitable it is, and how just that these two should end up in cells next to each other practicing their hypocrisies still. And so, you know, it's not just the connections he makes, it's the audacity with which he uses, often, I think, he uses the things which novelists are told are sort of, you know, they shouldn't do. the sins of bad writing he turns into creative devices.
Yes, you actually quote Martin Amis saying all writing is a campaign against cliche, and there's Dickens loving his cliches and twisting them and taking them one step further, which is also part of something. I mean, all of these chapters connect, and one of the things that I think connects just about everything in Dickens is, and you make this point, is laughter. You have a chapter on laughter, and he uses comedy at the most. There's black humor, there's punning humor, there's all kinds of different humor. Why is it that, or should I put it this way, do you think that his the incredible comedy that comes through in Dickens everywhere, even at the most bleak moments, is one reason that critics don't take him as seriously? I mean, you look, very rarely do big literary prizes go to comic novels. Is this one of the reasons that people don't take, it's kind of literal, you don't take people seriously if you laugh?
I'm not sure if it's because, I mean, you're absolutely right. I think lots of the funniest things in Dickens novels, especially sort of later Dickens, he makes you laugh because you're not supposed to laugh, you know, and that is a distinctive quality of his. And I mean, just as a little example, there's a wonderful opening chapter in Dombey and Son, which is officially a very pathos-laden, sentimental even, deathbed scene where Mrs. Dombey is dying, having given birth to a son, and her frozen, affectionless husband, Mr. Dombey, who's got a son at last, is incapable of expressing any feelings, of having any feelings, and yet their daughter Florence is absolutely distraught, and it's a very sad chapter. But Dickens can't resist giving you a couple of, you know, ridiculous Harley Street doctors, and the main doctor's being called in because he's a society doctor. Mr. Dombey's one of these people who thinks that, you know, anything expensive is good, really. And because this guy's the most expensive doctor in London, he must be the best person to get in. But he's only ever used to treating members of the aristocracy, so he keeps getting Mrs. Dombey's name wrong and calling her the Countess of Dombey and Lady Dombeyshire. And it's funny, you're laughing, but the poor woman's dying. And yes, it is very funny, and I think characteristic. There's lots of things like, you know, Dickens is always like that. And I think what you said was really right about, you know, the comic, about, you know, that comedy is something that's least often credited with being, you know, of literary value. And there's never been a critic who's denied that Dickens is funny, but there's been many who've said, well, yes, of course he's funny, in a slightly irritated way, as if, you know, as if that's a small achievement. But it's really, really hard, isn't it, to be funny, I think. So the whole idea that comic fiction is less significant, I think, is a very common one. And the fact that Dickens stirs comedy into his serious subject matter makes it even less worth admiring.
Yes, it's fascinating. I mean, I was going to ask you about orphan swarms, because I thought that was something where I laughed out loud when I was reading this excerpt, and I thought, oh, that's so bad of me to laugh at this. And this is kind of the thing that Dickens captures, doesn't it? Do you? It's on page 376 of my edition.
Oh.
Would you read that little excerpt? Mrs. Boffin suggested.
376. I wonder, Linda, it's my three.
It's the one where Mrs. Boffin suggested advertisement.
Oh yes, it's 376 of my edition as well. Lucky. Oh yes, and this, but also it yes, and the occasion of it's very funny, isn't it? Because Mr. and Mrs. Boffin have just got a lot of money unexpectedly, and they're kind of a sort of vulgar origins, and yet they've suddenly become rich people. But they're good-hearted rich people. So they feel that they should do something good with the money they've got. And what's the best thing they could do? Oh, we'll adopt an orphan. Shall I read it? It's only a couple of sentences long. Mrs. Boffin suggested advertisement in the newspapers requesting orphans answering annex description to apply at the Bower on a certain day. But Mr. Boffin, wisely apprehending obstruction of the neighbouring thoroughfares by orphan swarms, this course was negatived.
That just kills me. It just totally kills me. And I think that's so wrong. You know, you couldn't get away with writing a sentence like that today, could you?
Could you not? Do you think?
I don't know. I mean, you would
think
get it.
we're not so good at.
Maybe you could. I mean, A.A. Gill would, for example.
Yeah, he's sadly not around to do it anymore, is he? Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think you're right, Linda. I think Dickens definitely laughed at things which we find harder to laugh at. And, you know, he including the things often he was supposed to be sentimental about, like, you know, children dying and orphans and all those sorts of things. I mean, yeah, absolutely true. I mean, he laughed at cruelty to children. I mean, not because cruelty to children was funny, but, you know, if you think about Mr. Squeers in Nicholas Nickleby, who is the model of the school teacher sadist at Dotheboys Hall, and Dickens is really clear that sort of children die at this school, you know. So the school is just as bad as Lowood in Jane Eyre. But unlike Lowood, I mean, you know, I give ground to nobody in my love of Jane Eyre, but one thing Lowood isn't is funny. It's not funny. But, you know, Dickens's hands, these institutions and what they do are funny as well as terrible. And, you know, Mr. Squeers is one of the great comic characters of fiction, as well as one of the sort of sadist monsters of fiction. There's a bit where he's sort of introducing new boys. He picks them up in London. And each one of them is just a bundle of fees, as far as he's concerned. And one of them has the audacity to sneeze, doesn't he? And they're sitting on a travelling box, and it says something like, Mr. Squeers knocked him off the box with one blow and knocked him back on with another. And it's, you know, it's kind of an act of extraordinary dexterity from this cruel and terrible man. And Dickens always saw, well, I think almost always, when he was at his best, he always saw the absurdity in what was cruel and taught us to laugh at it. And I think that's an absolutely brilliant thing of his, and something which is really singular to him. I mean, you know, again, comparisons are odorous, as the character says in Shakespeare, but you know, if it had been in Dickens's hands, Mr. Brocklehurst, the appalling sort of proprietor of the school in Jane Eyre, would have been funny as well as monstrous.
Yes.
And he's a completely brilliant character in Charlotte Bronte's hands. But Dickens wouldn't have been able to resist getting us to laugh at him as well as flinch from him.
And yet, at the same time, it's fascinating because if you were just listening to this part and you hadn't read Dickens, you wouldn't understand another aspect of it, which is, as you say, I love these words, he was an epicure of fear. So we've got hauntings, we've got drownings, we've got terrible foreshadowings, we've got losses of fortune, we've got poor Miss Havisham, who's very funny and horrible. You know, we've got all this stuff, but he actually makes you feel fear, doesn't he?
Yes.
I want to talk about that aspect a little bit.
Yes. And I think yes, and and the fear and comedy are often mixed too. I think the novel which does that best, in fact, it does it, to my mind, perfectly, is Great Expectations. And I'm often struck by the fact that when it's televised or turned into a film, and people have done that sometimes really well, but the fear is still there, but the strange comedy that's mixed in with it goes. So if you read the first chapter of Great Expectations, which I think is very famous, and I think even people who haven't read it still, because of the filmic quality of it, will think they know what it's about, where Pip, as a child of about 8, encounters a convict in the churchyard on the edge of the marshes. And it's an extraordinary and memorable's indeed the word Pip uses for it, encounter. But what's striking is when you read it, the fear is all the more believable because Pip, looking back on himself as a child, remembers the rather funny misconceptions and fantasies he had about it. So across the great sort of flatness of the marshes, there is one of the only verticals he remembers is a gibbet on which they used to hang pirates. Because Great Expectations is set right back at the beginning of it at the early 19th century. And he says as he watches the convict lumber back across the marshes, as a child, he remembers thinking, oh, perhaps he's gone back to hang himself back up on the gibbet. You know, he's a hanged pirate come back to get me. I mean, he looks at the cows munching the marsh grass and thinks, and they're seeming to say, yeah, I think he is actually. And that doesn't make it less frightening, or him as a character less frightened. But actually it makes it more believable. And throughout that novel, actually, he's the fears of childhood and then of himself as a adolescent and as a young man are all the more vividly realized for the sort of, you know, the sense that he now looks back and thinks how ridiculous, but still I can't get it out of my head. And I think Dickens, in both that novel and David Copperfield, he's extraordinary, isn't he, about how the terrors of childhood persist, you know, and you can laugh at them, you certainly can, but you can't dispel them.
No, not at all. And that's part of the haunting, isn't it? The sense of haunting that comes through. We're going to go to questions soon. So I think if there's going to be a mic, I'll see whether people start. Yes, there's a mic and it's in the center aisle. But so please line up if you have questions. But I've got plenty in the meantime. And one that I did want to ask you is, and it gets back to something we were just talking about, and that is, you know, could Dickens be published today without sensitivity what would happen with sensitivity readers? His portrayal of race, religion, disability, all of this is really, it's of its time, and it's not, it would, you know, the orphan swarms, you know, which I cannot listen to without laughing, but I know it's terrible, like being orphaned, it's terrible, but it's just, he manages to make all of this stuff very funny. What would you say to a younger generation of readers about Dickens? Like, how would you suggest they approach him if they're to appreciate him the way you do? Because we've got a whole different kind of sensibility today, especially among younger readers who haven't been exposed to this sort of thing as much.
Yeah, well, that's a really good question, Linda. And to some extent, it's one I actually have to face a bit, in that I do teach some of this stuff to students. And admittedly, the students are a bit older and they're supposed to be sophisticated. I mean, I guess what I would say, I would do it the other way round, actually. I would say that reading Dickens is a really great kind of and salutary sort of, I guess the cliche would be wake up for us in making us think about whether some of our, and I mean me, not just young people, but all of us, about whether some of our assumptions about how fiction works are a bit simple-minded. So to give an example, I would say, you know, let's read Oliver Twist, okay? It is true that if you were writing a novel now, it's almost unimaginable that you would have a Jewish villain who is called the Jew, like Fagin. Okay, that's all true, and that's a difference, you know, that's an important difference between now and then. However, you read Oliver Twist for not very long, and of course you discover that Fagin is the most animated, entertaining, dexterous, alive character that you're likely to come across. So that doesn't sort of do away with, you know, the feelings we might have about, you know, that there's something unsettling about the fact that Dickens, you know, thought that he could do this. But on the other hand, Fagin's mesmerizing. And literature is a way of kind of encountering that things aren't as simple as we like to think they are. You know, you can write good books with good intentions and good characters, which are dull as ditchwater, and we all know that. And what's as interesting as Dickens's own peculiar assumptions about what it might be to be Jewish is Dickens's ability to create this extraordinary, you know, this extraordinary person. So much so that actually I think, I'm sorry, I'm pursuing my own example here, but to me it's a fascinating one. You know, actually, in my youth, there was this musical called Oliver, which was hugely popular on the stage in Britain and America, and probably in Australia, I would guess, where the star is Fagin, and where he's dressed up in the Dickensian manner as this, you know, Jewish thief organizer. And actually, I would suspect that musical is now unperformable.
I don't know, but yes.
Oh, well, it'd be interesting to know, because at the time, nobody seemed to be particularly worried about it. But the book is not unreadable, and the character is still extraordinarily arresting. So I would say use Dickens as a way of kind of complicating some of our ideas, rather than putting up lots of warnings in advance that, you know, oh, you're not going to like this.
I'm all for complicating these ideas. And as a Jewish child reading Fagin, I loved Fagin. I thought he was,
yes.
You know, I was just really happy. Now we have a gentleman here with a question. I just wanted to show, if you don't mind, I wanted to show John what I showed you all earlier. This is one of the books I told you that belonged to my grandmother. This was one of the 19th century editions. It's sketches by Boz. I don't know if you can see it, but I told John I told John about this. So anyway, that was just, I had to do that. Now we have a question.
I don't know whether you can hear me through the mask. I think you can.
Yes.
You mentioned a very significant theme, that Dickens was able to present monsters as figures of fun. And then the comment was made, well, we probably couldn't do that these days. This reflects my age. But I go back to authors like Vonnegut and Joseph Heller, who presented shocking incidents, such as the bombing of Dresden, and you laughed and were ashamed of yourself as you read about them. Heller wrote about monsters, Colonel Cathcart, General Dreadle. To what extent do you believe that these people were influenced by Dickens?
That's a... I have read both those authors and those books in my time that you refer to, and you're absolutely right that there have been great novelists of the 20th century and I think 21st century too, who have entertaining monsters in them. I suppose what I would say is that it comes from a kind of an idea about what characters in novels are, that those two writers you referred to, Vonnegut and Heller, share with Dickens. I don't know if they get it from Dickens. I can't answer that. I mean, one could find out probably, because it's usually possible to find out what novelists' debts are, especially novelists like Heller and Vonnegut, who wrote letters and things like that, gave interviews. I don't know if the debt is directly to Dickens, but what I would say is that Dickens is is probably the greatest sort of pioneer of what I would call satirical characters in fiction. So these are not characters who they're not like characters in Bronte or George Eliot, where where they have their own reasons and motivations and complications, and there aren't really in George Eliot villains or in Tolstoy, because even the bad people have their good reasons, and you might sympathize with them. But Dickens most of the time wasn't interested in doing that. He was interested in capturing aspects of humanity. So Squeers, the schoolmaster, is an aspect of humanity. Jaggers, the bullying lawyer, is an aspect of humanity. And sometimes he captured aspects of humanity, and this is the one qualification I would offer to the gentleman who's asked the question. Sometimes he captured aspects of humanity in these monstrosities which are bits of us, really, where you wouldn't recognize yourself, but you recognize a trait, an aspect of yourself either in your most foolish or in your nastiest moments. And he would distill these aspects of humanity into a character. That's what Miss Havisham is. And so there's a paradox about it. On the one hand, you'd say, oh, nobody could ever be like that, surely. On the other hand, you say, I absolutely know what she is. She is that inclination of vengeful bitterness, of my life is over now, but I'm going to live that overness forever, perfectly distilled. And yes, I think, the two writers you mentioned, Vonnegut and Heller, both do that. I just don't know if Dickens was their inspiration.
That's a wonderful question and a wonderful answer. Oh, we've got another question.
Hi. What, in your view, is the greatest book that young Dickens wrote, and why?
That young Dickens wrote?
That Charles Dickens
I think
wrote.
that Charles Dickens. Okay, I thought you were asking us sort of for a second there a rather cunning question about which was his best early novel or something. To me, okay, I will put my cards on the table. My favourites change from time to time depending on what I've most recently read, but my favourite, the one I admire the most, is Great Expectations. That is, it seems to me, if you like, Dickens's perfect novel. And it is amazing that it should be so, because it was written under such huge pressure, as you might know. He suddenly had to supply a novel for his weekly magazine all the year round because the sales were falling, because the lead fiction but he was no good, and he had to produce, was written by somebody else, Charles Lever, so he had to produce one of his own in a hurry. But somehow, under that pressure, it had an amazing galvanizing effect on him. And it's a novel, it's no accident that it's the one novel of his which has a slightly unhappy ending, and was going to have a very unhappy ending, but his friend Bulwer Lytton made him change it. And it's a novel where some of the things that Linda was asking and talking about earlier seem to me perfectly represented. The mixture of fear and comedy, the extraordinary sort of a person haunted by what he thinks, Pip, the narrator, as sort of people and spirits out there, but all turn out to be elements of his own past, his own childhood. And it just seems to me, and also it's, I guess this is a negative virtue, but it's the novel of his which has its really interesting female characters, but it doesn't have any sort of, doesn't really have one of those sort of angelic good women that even I, as a Dickens fan, get slightly irked by sometimes. You know, Estella, the whole thing of his bewitchment by Estella seems to me to be absolutely gripping every time I read it. So yeah, that's my absolute favourite, and I think one of the greatest 5 or 6 novels ever written.
And John does talk about that quite a bit in The Artful Dickens. We've got about 3 minutes, and I'm going to ask, we've got one more question. I'm going to ask it to be quick, and I'm going to say that everyone should go to the bookshop, even though John can't be here with us to sign them. We hope he gets here one day, and you hold on to your copies and bring them to him then. So, yes, one last question and a quick answer.
Sorry, Linda, if I'm stealing your thunder, but
No.
I'm afraid that we won't get to this question. Would any novelist now be taken seriously who gave one single character in his book the ridiculous names that Dickens gave all his characters?
There's a whole chapter on that, by
His
the way.
names are the names are poetry. Poetry. Not by accident is there a chapter in my book, indeed, about namings, because his naming is one of his great art forms. And of course, sometimes he over-eggs the pudding. I think in hard times, McChokumchild is a bit much for a school teacher. But it is, as they say, no accident that there are more eponyms, that means words derived from fictional names, in the Oxford English Dictionary from Dickens than any other writer, including Shakespeare. And when you when you find out that some of these words, some of these characters are actually things that Dickens invented. How could he invent these extraordinary names? I think when he wrote his plans for his novels, he very often mucked around with sketching out names, first of all. And when he finally got his name, he knew where he was going. And I think his names are a delight.
Chuzzlewit, Sloppy. Yes. I mean, they're just brilliant.
Well, Scrooge. I mean,
yes.
I offer you Scrooge.
Scrooge.
He invented Scrooge. It's now just seems a word. It seems a word which was sort of perfect for gouging and screwing and miserliness. But Dickens invented it, and it's a word. Once he invented that name, we'll never forget the character.
Thank you so much, John Mullan. It's been such a delight talking to you. Thank you so much. I wish
I'm
we could...
terrible for being late. You're a saint for putting up with me. You're all saints.
No, this has been so wonderful. I wish we had another hour to chat. And again, everyone, The Artful Dickens is in the bookshop, and it is just a delight. Whether, as I said before, whether you're a fan of Dickens, you've never read him, you read him a little bit and you can't remember much, this book is the gateway drug. Thank you again. Thank you, John Mullan.
Thanks. It looks so lovely there. God.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Writers' Week again, day 3. Just a few bits of housekeeping. It is recommended, though not mandatory, that you wear a mask, especially when you're moving around. Try to stay with your group and avoid getting too involved with strangers, stranger danger. We ask that you do not move any of the chairs from where they have been placed. Also, if you have a hearing aid and require assistive listening, there is an area in front of the mixing desk of about 3.5 rows that are all inside the assisted listening loop. So if you require that, head for that area and you'll find you'll be able to pick up. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our session. Before we start, I'm going to ask you to pause with us as we conduct an acknowledgement of country, and I'm going to ask Anita Heiss to lead us.
Yirdumarang, Yuandu Yanada Heiss, Baladu Arajri Geelong, Arambajibu Brungley Bo Miagandi Bala Williams, Yindamaladu, Balga Balga Galangbu, Balagi Bangbu, Balambambu, Buarajri, Nurembangbu, Yinjamaradu, Garnagu, Adelaide, Maine. So I said, g'day everyone, my name's Anita Heiss. I have a Wiradjuri belonging from Arambi and Brungle missions. They're in central New South Wales. I'm a Williams. Every day I have respect for my elders, my ancestors, those who have passed over and Wiradjuri country. But today on behalf of all of us, I say Yinjamara, that's a Wiradjuri phrase that means to pay respect and to honour the Kaurna people, the traditional owners of Adelaide. Mandangu, thank you.
Thanks very much, Anita. Also, please make an effort to abide by our COVID protocols. They're very important to keep people safe. So if you're moving around, please keep your physical distance from other people. And where possible, please wear your mask. It really does help. Over your nose and mouth, please. Could I also just say that the whole point of a festival like this is to promote books and to promote discussions about books. So if you can afford to buy a book or two, there's a bookshop right over there with all of the titles on this panel available for purchase, including Fiona's memoir, The Shape of Sound, which is not part of the discussion today, but is available as well for purchase. And our writers are going to be available to sign those copies if you wish. So welcome to today's session. My name's Anton Enos. I happen to work for my favourite news service in Australia, SBS World News, which is a happy coincidence. Today we are talking about one thing that I have not done, which is grow up in Australia, but all of our panel have. So we're going to be talking about what it's like to grow up in Australia, growing up Aboriginal, growing up Asian, growing up queer, growing up disabled, or just growing up. Our panellists, you've already met Professor Anita Heiss, who's an academic, essayist, novelist, poet, community advocate, board member, mentor. She's a woman of many talents. Dr. Benjamin Law
That's true.
is a broadcaster. He does have a doctorate, by the way. Podcaster, screenwriter, essayist, journalist, and general man about town. And Fiona Murphy, just to my right here, is an award-winning essayist and poet, and now, as I said, a memoirist. The Shape of Sound is a brand new release, and from what I've heard, I haven't had time to read it yet, but from what I've heard, it's a very, very good memoir. Please welcome our panel. Now, if you look at the program, we were due to have been joined by Alice Pung, who edited the Growing Up Asian in Australia series. Unfortunately, due to this amazing COVID pandemic we're having, she has opted to stay at home. So today, the role of Alice Pung will be performed by Benjamin Law.
In full drag.
By happy coincidence, Benjamin just happened to have grown up Asian in Australia as well. So
I know, big reveal, right?
maybe that would be a good place to start, Benjamin, that kind of intersection in your life between growing up queer and growing up Asian. How did those two play off against each other?
Well, it's good to bring up Growing Up Asian in Australia because it was actually the first anthology of this series that really kicked things off. So when Alice Pung was putting together writers from the Asian diaspora in Australia, I did not envy that task of anyone because Asia's the most populous continent on the planet, and where do you even begin to capture what the so-called Asian Australian experience was? But I ended up writing 2 essays for that anthology because I'm greedy, and one was about my parents' divorce and how incredibly taboo that was to navigate in our local Chinese Australian community. And when I say Chinese Australian, where we were on the Sunshine Coast, on Gubbi Gubbi land, it was such a reduced community. So we were the talk of the town in so many ways. and I wanted to find the comedy that came out of pain, you know, out of something that was such a wearying and stressful and sad time of our lives. I could actually see the pinpoints where I could see humour in it as well, and I thought there was some power in that. And then the other piece that I wrote for growing up in Australia was what it was like to grow up queer, and the way in which that just happened to intersect with me being Asian. And it was more an essay, I guess, about masculinity, and through writing about how I didn't really feel quite matching up to the Australian idea of masculinity, that I realised this is the way in which my queerness and Asianness intersects, because the Australian dominant model of masculinity. I remember when Roxanne Gay came to Australia, actually, and she was seeing Australia with new eyes, and she was like, you know that mascot from Uncle Toby's? That is Australian masculinity, and it is intense. You know, like that is just a big, beefy, blonde guy, and those were the models of masculinity with which I grew up on the Sunshine Coast, which was very much about blonde surfers, and I was neither of those things. And so when you come into a community looking like I do, into that realm where a certain ideal of masculinity is held up, but then you're also coming to it as a queer man as well, being raised in the last mainland, at least, Australian state to decriminalise homosexuality. Tasmania came later. And all that residual homophobia and queerphobia still there, present and palpable in the community, you realise that you will never quite match up to an ideal that other people have. And that's what I wanted to explore. I don't think I had the language at the time for thinking about intersectionality, but for me it's a lived experience, as it is for all of us in so many ways.
I certainly remember, Benjamin, when I was growing up, which is a little bit earlier than you, we did have the word queer, but you would never want to be called that because it was a horrible, horrible insult. It's now been reclaimed. It's now an empowering term. When you think back on those early days, were there any positive ways gay people would refer to one another?
Oh, gosh. I mean, when I think about growing up queer in Australia, which is the anthology that I put together years later for Black Ink, you know, I think it was less about the positive ways in which language was used. It was either just negative or an absence, really, when I was growing up. And I think that really changed in my 20s when I moved to what I considered, you know, the big smoke. It was every regional Queenslander's dream to make it to Brisbane, you know, that showed that you had ambition. And when I went to a city and lived in a city, that was when I realised, oh, being queer is okay, and being a poof is kind of okay. You know, these pejoratives that were there were also there to be reclaimed if you felt you were able to. And I mean, one of the things that I write about in the introduction is how you can't, as much as you might want to claim something for yourself, you can't necessarily assume that's going to be a universal experience. A lot of other people within the LGBTIQA plus communities have had much more damaging experiences with terms and pejoratives and slurs. But I just flew under the radar in high school as a homosexual because they just saw an Asian and they couldn't even begin to imagine that I might be something else.
The Growing Up Aboriginal anthology, I couldn't help noticing, Anita, that it is dedicated to the memory of Alice Ether, who was one of the contributors to the book. Tell us a little bit about Alice and why she's being memorialised.
Sure. I was sitting on Gubby Gubby Country, actually, when I read the 120 submissions that came in for this anthology, of which there are 52 published. And it was literally hours after I had read Alice's story. Alice was born in Brisbane with family connections to Maningrida. She was an activist, a poet, an environmentalist, a bilingual educator. And I got a message to say that her family wanted to speak to me and to let me know. And I tell you this story with their permission, that she had taken her own life, but that they wanted her story to still go on. They wanted her words to be her legacy. And so the family came to the launch in Brisbane, and we still maintain contact. And I've written about Alice in my the re-release of Am I Black Enough for You, because I think the power of her words speak to why we are even all here today, sharing a journey of togetherness and unity, bringing together a whole lot of different communities so that we can walk forward as one. So are you okay if I read something of Alice's?
Go ahead, yeah.
So the anthology is really, it's all non-fiction. That's all. The only thing we asked for were people to write not an academic essay, just in their own words, non-fiction stories about what it meant to them growing up. Alice's story is springboarded from this poem called Yuya Garabura. I'm standing by this fire, the embers smoking, the ashes glowing, the coals weighing us down. The youth are buried in the rubble, my eyes are burning, and through my nostrils the smoke is stirring. I breathe it in. Yuya Garabura. I wear a ship on my wrist that shows my blood comes from convicts. On the second fleet, my father's forefathers came, whipped, beaten, and bound in chains. The dark tone in my skin, the brown in my eyes, sunset to sunrise. My Wirral mother's side. My Gika, who grew up in a dugout canoe, in her womb is where my consciousness grew. Yuya Garabura. I walk between these two worlds, a split life, split skin, split tongue, split kin. Every day these worlds collide, and I'm living and breathing this story of black and white. Sitting in the middle of this collision, my mission is to bring two divided worlds to sit beside this fire and listen. Through this skin, I know where I belong. It is both my centre and my division. Yuya Garabura. My ancestors dance in the stars and their tongues are in the flames, and they tell me, you have to keep the fire alive between the black and the white. There's a story waiting to be spoken. In every life, there's a spirit waiting to be woken. Now I'm looking at you with stars in my eyes, and my tongue is burning flames, and I say, Yuya Garabura. The sacred songs are still being sung, but the words are slowly fading. The distant cries I'm hearing are the mothers burying their babies. The elders are standing strong, but the ground beneath them is breaking. Yuya Garabura. Now I welcome you to sit beside my fire. I'm allowing you to digest my confusion. I will not point my finger and blame, because when we start blaming each other, we make no room for changing each other. We've got to keep this fire burning with ash on our feet and coal in our hands. Teach Bara Rojiba, all them young ones, how to live side by side. Because tomorrow, when the sun rises and our fires have gone quiet, they will be the ones to reignite it. Yuya Garabura. These flames, us, will be their guidance.
That's very beautiful. I want to explore a little bit about identity and connection to land and culture in a moment, but let's talk to Fiona first of all. When you discovered as a young child that there was something going on with your hearing, what did your parents and your teachers think was going on, and what did you think was happening?
I had no idea. So when I was 6 years old, it was my teacher pulled my mum aside and was like, there's something going on here. She's like obviously engaged, and like I was one of those students who was like, you know, in the front, ready to learn, but just the information wasn't kind of translating to me at all. And no matter how diligent I was, I just wasn't picking up words at all, or the alphabet. I wasn't linking letters and sound. And she pulled my mum aside and thought, I think she has a learning disorder of some kind. I can't figure out what it is exactly, but there's obviously some sort of learning difficulty. And at the same time, I was learning how to swim, and the swimming instructor also kind of said something along the same lines of like, she's super enthusiastic, but she's also incredibly lost. Like anytime she's in the water, she's struggling, something's going on. So I went to learning disorders, early childhood kind of testing centre, and I can only like remember little bits and pieces of it because it was like a long day of like activities, of building blocks and games and everything to kind of test my aptitude. And towards the end of the day, I had to go into a booth, a like a box with the walls covered in carpet, and I was given a little button, a buzzer, and the instructions were so straightforward. Just press the button when you hear a noise. And this was what I thought the easiest test of the day. And again, diligent students sitting up straight, pressing. And I thought I nailed it. But then the results came back that in my left ear, I'm profoundly deaf. And I had functional hearing in my right ear, which was a complete shock to my family, my teachers. But then a lot of things started to make sense, that I had what was considered sufficient hearing to kind of get by on a conversational level, but I didn't have enough support at that stage to actually acquire literacy. Because in a crowded environment, when you've only got one functioning ear, all the sounds are at the same level. So if there was any background noise whatsoever, such as traffic or a kettle, it's all at the same volume. So I had no ability to distinguish
Filter.
between specific sounds, let alone link up letters and sounds. So it was all a jumble to me. And this isn't that uncommon to have a later diagnosis of hearing loss, because in Australia, we're very fortunate to have a national system of hearing detection for newborns. That only came in relatively recently, so it's been interesting since talking more openly about deafness, how many people discover in their 20s and 30s that they've had hearing loss the whole time, but they've never had it tested. It's never been picked up. So it's quite incredible in Australia that people can get by, but with difficulty.
What about socially? Because you tell the story of an audiologist putting these big black-framed spectacles on your face with the hearing aid attached to them, saying to you, I bet you can't wait to get back to school. And I'm guessing that was not the thought going through your mind.
Oh, God, no. It was like big spectacles. I like quite hip now, but for like an 8-year-old with quite a chubby round face and these massive like Maxwell Smart spectacles, it was a look. And it was something invisible as well for so long. So even if I felt uncertain about it and ashamed, which I was deeply ashamed because I didn't know how to read, and I could tell that all my classmates were kind of like cruising through things that I just had no capability of understanding, that I very much linked that idea of deaf and dumb. And I didn't have any role models to kind of break that apart. So the idea of deafness and intellectual capacity being lower it's still a thing that exists very much so. And to kind of have this visual representation of this like child wearing enormous glasses, which nobody could quite understand that a pair of glasses could make someone hear. And it was just this kind of renegade audiologist in Sydney who had invented these glasses. And they had to be thick to feed the wires through to detect sound through a microphone on my left side to feed it to my right. But yeah, they weren't stylish whatsoever.
So just to get back to the Aboriginal anthology, Anita, as you said, you put out a call for people to tell their personal stories. You got an overwhelming response. What were you looking for to determine what is going to be in the book?
You know, I didn't really have any specific criteria. So it was like being a ref at a football match. I was never going to win because there were so many stories that were worthy. What I wanted was, again, I didn't realise till the end that there was more than 50% of the anthology of female writers. Our youngest writer was 15 at the time and had the passion of youth that we all remember having, and hope. We had somebody who submitted they were incarcerated in South Australia, and somebody at the outside helped write their story. Our eldest contributor was Auntie Norleen Brinkworth. She's from Yarrabah. She sent in nearly a book-length manuscript, and the level, all we wanted was 3,000 words. What I wanted to do with this anthology really was to give our people the opportunity to express through our lenses what it means to grow up as a First Nations person in this country, because the conversation about Aboriginality has long been driven in the public domain by people who aren't from within our community, from particular newspaper journalists and so forth, who have prescriptions of who we are that are so far removed from the reality of who we are in all our diversity. And so the idea for me was to break down any sense of pan-Aboriginality. We've got submissions and stories, coastal stories, remote stories, rural, city stories, all individual stories. Most of the writers don't know each other, but they're connected by some very similar themes, and that is obviously identity, the preoccupation that non-Indigenous Australia has with how we look, the challenges that are faced by Aboriginal people every day still. I thought I'd heard everything in my life growing up, and even I was surprised about the challenges that people are facing today, are conversations that I heard in the 70s growing up. So there's still a lot of education to be done, and we need to be the people providing that information. And it's interesting because this was written for, like the other growing up books, for a school audience, say, year 8 into tertiary. I have done so much teacher PD with this anthology through Catholic Ed around the country, for leadership teams who are all reading the anthology as part of their own journeys. We're all lifelong learners, and so it's gone beyond where I imagined it would go. I've had people overseas tweet me saying that, because also how we project it overseas is a particular demographic as well. And I do a lot of work in schools, and I'm in the classroom even in the state of Queensland, which is really a long way behind lots of other states and territories. It's not just the students that don't understand who we are in the 21st century. There's a lot of teachers that are still tied to a stereotypical view of who we are. And so I can stand up the front and people can still be disappointed because I don't fit that desert-dwelling Aboriginal person. I have a bit more cred now because I can speak a bit of lingo. But I'm constantly trying to break down those stereotypes, and I think this anthology goes a long way to do that. So before there's a question from the floor, people have often said to me, why isn't it Torres Strait Islander people as well? For those of you who don't know, Torres Strait Islanders became Indigenous to Australia through an act of, through legislation. And I actually think there should be an anthology, but it should be a standalone, because quite often we are lumped together. Most Aboriginal people don't use the term Indigenous so much because it's also another Latin term for who we are, and we have our own terminology, whether it's Koori, Nunga, Wiradjuri, if we go by a language group or whatever. So I think all those messages, I hope, come through this anthology.
And so when you were reading all of these submissions, Anita, what did it bring up from your own story, from your own backstory growing up in Australia?
I think the one thing that we all share as colonised peoples around the world quite often is the negatives, that you feel a sense of unity and a sense of belonging. Even though you don't know these people, you go, okay, this has happened to them as well. For me, I grew up in the 70s. I was one of a couple of brown kids at school, a little Catholic school, where, I was asked, I counted to 100 one day on the playground, and I was like, you're a really good counter for an abo. And I got called abo, booncoon, chocolate drop and cocoa pop walking home from school. That language was quite standard. I grew up in a time with Kingswood country, and the only Aboriginal thing you saw on TV was Neville the statue in the front yard of, that house. And, I think it reminded me of how I didn't have stories growing up. I didn't have books that reflected who I am, and that's one of the reasons I write today, because I want Aboriginal kids around the country to see themselves on the page. I want them to understand that they are part of this literary landscape, or should be part of the literary landscape, and I want all Australian children to have diversity in their classrooms. And if that means we have to do the work for it, then that's our job to do that. And that probably didn't answer your question at all. Creative license.
Benjamin, you would have heard some of those racial epithets and this kind of put-downs in your time. And, the fact that these are kind of modern anthologies, they're not from decades ago, they're from this century. Isn't it a bit disheartening that we're still hearing the same kind of story being repeated?
Yeah, it's disheartening, but it's not surprising either. Like, I think sometimes when we talk about homophobia or racism or ableism, people are like, oh, thank God we've moved on from that. And we haven't, actually. And when people talk about, say, you know, anti-Aboriginal, anti-blackness as like, well, that's not me. And I'm like, well, how can it not be all of us? Because we were marinated in that stuff growing up. You know, I think of where I grew up. And, you know, there was never any acknowledgement of country. I think, like, we had a school team that was named Carby after the Gubby Gubby people. Well, it was never explained to us. Like, there was just so many missing links there. And then I think about, you know, when it comes to queerness, the main breakthrough for me, I remember, was in religious education, funnily enough. I went to an incredibly conservative Lutheran school. We started every day with church. And it wasn't until we had just like one teacher, a religious teacher called Ms. Weck, who said, today we're going to talk about homosexuality. And I'm not going to decree anything, but I'm going to tell you what other people think. And there's a diversity of views within the Christian faith. And I want you to be across all of them. And I'm not going to tell you which one is right, but I want you to be aware of them. And that was a huge kind of gift that people could approach a conversation like that with some critical thinking. So I think like we've got a long way to go. I think we celebrate something like same-sex marriage becoming a legal reality in Australia, but we also know that you know, roughly 30% of Australians, over 30% of Australians voted no, the people who were eligible to vote in it. That's quite a significant proportion of the population. Even now, an anti-transgender bill is being discussed within New South Wales Parliament by a committee that's chaired by Mark Latham. That's a reality right now. You know, it's interesting when I talk to, you know, feminists in Australia who've been at the forefront of that conversation. One of the things they keep telling me is that they are so heartened by how far the conversation of gender equity has come and so demoralised at how little progress has been made. And those things don't contradict each other. Both things are simultaneously true, and I think it's true for any kind of minority or marginalised community in Australia, that we've come such a long way and simultaneously there's so far to go.
And just listening to Benjamin talk about that now, the good thing about all of these anthologies is quite often an individual can hear one negative story and that is their view of whatever that community is. And so I go, well, here's 52 stories of resilience and survival and excellence. So can we start shifting that conversation from one of deficit in terms of Aboriginal people and why can't we create these positive stereotypes? And because we work from a position of excellence, but that's not talked about. So I can go, well, here's 52 stories, plus all the stories that we couldn't publish in here. We formed a partnership with Auslit, and some of those stories are published free, downloadable on Auslit on Black Words. So I just think there's strength in numbers, and while we do have the stories are very similar and they are the same, but there's also stories of, you know, happiness and joy and Christmas Day and footy and fantastic things, because we're not all just marching all the time, although we could. We actually have complete and whole lives, and I think that's not part of the narrative that most people think about when they think about, in my case, Aboriginal people in Australia today.
There's great diversity in these stories. Benjamin, I'm going to ask you to put on your Alice hat for a moment, your Alice band.
Yes, hello, I'm Alice Pong, everyone, renowned author of Unpolished Gem.
The anthology is called Growing Up Asian. Asian means a whole range of things. Yeah. Is there a common thread that runs through that experience of being Asian in Australia?
Academic excellence, no.
Yes.
There is and there isn't, you know, like, because when people say Asian, I think that if you said Asian in the UK, the dominant face that would come up or in conversations are people from South Asian background, you know, and people like me would be called Oriental. Whereas in Australia, if you tend to say Asian, people more immediately think of East Asian people, because Chinese people have been on this continent for over 200 years. And so even when you start looking at diaspora of what Asian Australian even means. We've got roughly 1 in 10 Australian citizens with significant Asian heritage, and of those people, you've got, of those over 200 languages spoken in Australia right now, so many of them are Asian languages. I think the thing that we do kind of have in common are expectations around family, perhaps. Which I don't think is exclusive to Asian people, but I think there are some expectations between parent and child. I think the other thing that a lot of people tapped into with that anthology is, as much as there was an Asian experience trying to be captured, there were also generational kind of dynamics that were being captured there. The tension between the first generation of arrival and the second generation, it's definitely something that's a dynamic in my family where my parents would have encountered racism in Australia, but for them it wasn't a big deal. They were just like, well, that's just part of the package of coming to another country where we get to have this great opportunity to make a new life. But of course, if you are born and raised on this country, or you came over at a very young age, when you encounter racism as someone who was born here, there's such a great insult there, because how dare you? I mean, obviously, if you're Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander, like the insult would be so profound because it's your country. When you're born here as a second generation migrant, people tell you to go back to where you came from, for instance. Where am I supposed to say? Nambour Hospital? Where exactly are you talking about? So I think there's that common thread of racism and encountering and trying to navigate racism. That was a common thing, because if you were non-white in this country, statistics just bear out, you're going to inevitably encounter racism, whether that's structural within the workplace, within the systems that govern our lives, or very intimate, direct and blatant. And so I think a lot of the stories were trying to navigate that. And one of, I think, the other things that I noticed is that yearning towards a sense of belonging and not quite knowing what that actually means. What is home? What happens when you go back to the mother country? And what happens when there's a disjoint between expectation and reality of your sense of belonging when you get there?
And just on that point, one of the stories, Doyle, who's a great success story of Australian migrant culture, tells this anecdote of going back to North Africa with her mother and just how she comes alive going back into her old community with language skills and so on, and makes her realize that how much that mother actually sacrificed in order to give her kids a better deal here. But as you say, the parents then say, oh, racism, that's just something we put up with. It's all for the kids.
And it's great that you bring up Doyle, actually, because another volume in this anthology is Growing Up African in Australia, that's edited by Maxine Beniba Clark and co-edited with 2 other editors, and that's an anthology that you should all check out too.
Certainly do that. I did take the trouble to reach out to Carly Findlay, who in fact was the editor of this anthology here, but couldn't be with us on the panel today. I think it's very worthwhile having a look at her website, and if you follow her on Twitter, she does a lot of postings about just the incredibly insensitive things people say to her and things that people do to her based on her disability. She has a skin condition that is kind of upfront. It's a disability that you cannot disguise. I have a disability as well, but you would never know that unless I just kind of ripped my shirt off and showed you. It's something that's hidden and that I can pretend doesn't exist. In a sense, Fiona, that was your starting point as well, that you didn't want to acknowledge that you had this disability. What were the tricks you used in order to avoid making that acknowledgement?
Oh my goodness, tricks that I still use every day. I feel like I've become I'm definitely not athletic, but if there was a sport in hiding deafness, I feel like I could get a medal in it. But they're tricks that I see other deaf people using all the time as well, to the point that if I see a conversation happening across the room, chances are I can pick if somebody is deaf, because there's common things which a lot of people will have encountered, because 1 in 6 Australians have some form of hearing health issue, and that ranges from tinnitus right through to hearing loss, as well as hyperacusis, where sounds are amplified. So there's complexities of hearing health issues that exist. But with hearing loss in particular, there's a lot of dodging and weaving. And there's research to show this as well. So whilst I kind of cobbled together these strategies, it was kind of almost reassuring to find out that a lot of deaf people use them. So strategies include you either dominate the conversation or you shy away from conversations. So a strategy I would often use is always having multiple anecdotes on the go. So I would just be the one talking, rolling from one anecdote to the next, to the next, to the next, and then maybe asking a slightly closed question, yes or no, so that I knew what was happening in a conversation. Or the reverse, being kind of dodging away from a conversation and giving non-committal answers, particularly when you haven't heard something, because it gets very irritating for both parties of that constant, can you repeat that? Sorry, can you repeat that again? And you can see the irritation on the hearing person's side of they will shut down the conversation quite quickly. If you say it more than twice, they will just retreat. So instead of giving the person the opportunity to retreat, quite often a non-committal answer of like, oh, interesting. Can you expand on that? And just hoping that they provide a little bit more information so you can kind of catch up along the way. Or how so, which is like so like generic, doesn't mean anything. You're not saying yes or no, but it's like, how so? Right. And you'll see it when you go around the place, because we all know people with hearing loss, and we're all working so hard all the time because we are shut out of conversations quite consistently. So we do our best to try and accommodate hearing people every day, because quite frequently we're just given the cold shoulder.
And I'm sorry, co-chair up here. I was just thinking, just listening to you both now, and listening to what you said about Carly. And if you go and have a look at what Carly posts, most of you will be horrified at the blatant ignorance and, quite frankly, just rudeness. And I think what we're talking about is just saying, don't be rude, don't be disrespectful, don't be homophobic, don't be racist, be kind. And I'm just going to quote a friend of mine, Josh Reed-Jones. He just says, just be nice. It's not that hard. So part of what we're doing is huge in the complexity of identity and community and race and sexuality. But at the end of the day, we're also just asking people to behave in a decent way. It shouldn't be that hard.
That question of identity comes up time and time again in your anthology. And one particular aspect I'd like you to comment on, and that is Aboriginal kids being told by white kids, you don't look Aboriginal, but also being told by other Aboriginal kids, you look too white.
Yeah.
So maybe comment on that
So
sense of identity.
there's the double whammy. So, I mean, I grew up in a country where, and today still non-Indigenous people think they have the right in one way to give you your identity. Oh, you're an Abo, but then take half away, but you're only half caste. So they give you something that they think they have the right to give you in that language, and then they can take half away. And so that still happens today. And where, people, I'm bicultural, obviously. My father was Austrian, born in a little village called St. Michael, stalked my mother in Redfern in the 1950s. Those days they called it courting. I tell boys do not do this, right? Do not sit on somebody's doorstep in Lawson Street, Redfern today, because, well, it's all bourgeois anyway there, so there won't be not many blacks left.
That's
there.
where I live.
I rest my case. Actually, can I do... One of us wanted hair and makeup for today. I'm going to do an exercise. Can I see a show of hands of people who identify as Australian? An Australian? I'm not good at my maths. Will we say maybe 80, 90%. Can you put your hand up again if you identify as Australian, but you have other heritage, English, Irish, Greek, Italian, Japanese? Okay, so I'm going to say, give me a number, 80%?
Yeah.
So for the people that put your hand up twice, would it be fair for me to say that you have one identity with many heritages? Would that be fair? Well, so do we. I have one identity, Wiradjuri, but obviously I have Austrian heritage. But I'm told that I'm half caste or I'm straddling two worlds, my bloodlines are being watered down. I never hear white Australians saying, oh yeah, I'm half caste Australian because my father was born in Greece. Or I'm part Australian because my grandparents were born in Italy. And I think like 56% of Australians have one parent born overseas. So there's a language that Westerners use for Indigenous peoples the world over that they don't use for themselves. So Westerners become cosmopolitan and evolve and change, can have one identity with many heritages. Well, we're told we're losing touch with our roots, we're watering down our bloodlines, we're being culturally contaminated, and then we have a caste system that was obviously created by the government as a means of, the problem was going to die out. And of course our numbers are increasing because, it takes one black parent to create a black baby, and people aren't afraid so much to identify anymore. My grandmother was removed under the Act of Protection in New South Wales, was in Cootamundra Aboriginal Girls' Home. My mother was born on a Rambi mission. And I was the first person in the Williams line to go to university. So, and yet I have privilege in my community to have a voice to talk about the stuff that my mother couldn't do, and my grandmother had no rights. So I think, I don't know what I'm trying to say right now. Don't tweet that. Okay? I did say to our beautiful stage manager, whenever I'm on Aboriginal land, I'll talk for as long as I like. But,
I think it goes to this concept of passing. And I grew up in a race-obsessed country where passing for a different race was a means of getting ahead. And you would know from
I think
being
we
a gay
all
man.
are kind of talking about passing, the phenomenon of passing and acceptability. Passing as hearing or within a hearing world, or passing as straight, and trans people have to. They talk about that very vexed phenomenon of passing as well, as a safety thing as well. It's something that so many of us have to do in order to preserve ourselves. Yeah.
Let me just read you one paragraph from Rick Morton's contribution, a very good journalist and writer. I didn't belong in my country hometown, and I didn't belong in my city either. The barbs of my life undercover were still in my skin. I didn't feel happy to be gay. I felt trapped. Whatever life I might have embraced as a proud gay man in the city seemed impossible to square with my internal hatred. I passed in both worlds, but neither of them felt like home. It seems to me, Benjamin, that is the essence of all coming out stories. It's there somewhere in all of our stories.
Yeah, and I feel like, coming out is a phenomenon that's so associated with queer people, understandably. We come out as gay, we come out as bi or trans. There's that moment where people are like, oh, I understand you're not something that we assumed you were. But in all of that, it's like, why did the assumption exist in the first place? And I think people are so confronted that they have to accommodate people's differences, or that they have to accommodate people's needs. I mean, we just had Mardi Gras, and around that time I'm like, you're all queer unless proven otherwise. And, you take that permission however you will. And so I think the assumptions are quite dangerous, because you are excluding people from a conversation. You are excluding people from their right to identity. You're excluding people to assert and affirm who they are by making those assumptions, and the energy that it takes, the effort that it takes to pass, to accommodate other people when, we're often the ones who might be in a vulnerable situation who need to be accommodated, is absolutely exhausting. I mean, this reminds me of a conversation I had with Larissa Behrendt. Let's just name drop for the rest of the conversation. I was having a conversation with good mate Larissa, And she was like, you know, we were copying some similar criticism recently about, oh, well, you two, you live in the Sydney bubble. You wouldn't know what it's like. And Larissa has this hilarious line. She's like, no, I know what it's like outside of the bubble. I took years scraping my way into this bubble, and I'm very happy here now. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I mean, like, it takes... The reason I live in the middle of Sydney, like so in a city that I can see Central Station nowadays, is because I don't have to think about holding my partner's hand when I walk out the door. Every other year we've been together, wherever we are, there is a mental kind of an emotional tax that we've had to pay to just be ourselves. But in the middle of Sydney, it's kind of fine. And everyone's paying some sort of emotional tax along the way when they need to pass as something that you assume that they're not.
I'm going to ask you, Anita, a hypothetical question. You know, and it has to do with Grace Tame and Brittany Higgins, two extraordinarily courageous and powerful women who've stood up under enormous pressure to tell their stories, and that had empowered all of us. Sisonke Msimang, who was a guest at this festival last year, writes very powerfully about this in The Guardian today, in fact, about the nature of being given a privilege. You said you have the privilege of having a platform to speak. My hypothetical question to you is, how do you think that story would have played out in the media if this had been two Aboriginal women or two dark-skinned women? Would it be very different?
I don't think it would have been in the media. It wouldn't have been in the media. I'm on the board of the National Justice Project, who fight for a lot of families in terms of black deaths in custody. And we sit back and we watch the tragedy of non-Indigenous kids that go missing, that are all over the media, with no mention at all of the black children that go missing. And I think because our lives still aren't valued at the same rate as people who are white. So we all benefit from those beautiful women who were so strong and resilient and will change the state of the nation in that space. But I can assure you, Liz, the statistics around Aboriginal women and domestic violence and death at the hands of domestic violence are staggering. And I don't have the top of my head, but Antoinette Braybrook runs JIRA in Victoria, and she speaks to these statistics every single day and is surprised when non-Indigenous people are shocked. And she said they're so normal in our lives that, you know, it's just everyday conversation. If we look at even if we look at Black Lives Matter and we saw the mobilisation of the nation. I mean, I went in my first march for black deaths in custody in 1992. We had a Black Lives Matter movement in this country for 30 years since the Royal Commission into Black Deaths in Custody, and it took the public death of George Floyd in Minneapolis to mobilise this country to look at the over 400 deaths that had already happened in this country. So I'm disturbed. I mean, it's a really good question, and I hope if people go away with one thing today from me, it's actually thinking about that. What will it take this country to recognise the death of our people at the same level and the abuse of our women at the same level as non-Indigenous women?
The reason I raise that is because when we're talking about growing up in Australia, those kids need something to look up to be able to kind of aspire to something better in their lives. And maybe, Benjamin, just while we're on the subject of Grace Tame, and she can speak for herself quite eloquently, but that shot of the bong, which somebody went and trawled through her past from when she was a teenager and then put this photo up in order to damage her. Just tell us about this kind of signalling that's involved there in trying to do that to someone who's speaking up.
Well, I think there's a broader conversation here about the ways in which powerful people want to put people in their place. And I think that's an example of people who are not supporters of Grace Tame, not supporters of what she represents, saying, you need to be careful. It's a very, very... there's a warning being fired there. And having been at the end of kind of like media campaigns against it, I know you've experienced the same. You know, they'll drag up your greatest hits on Twitter, many of which I'm proud of, and they'll publish it online as if to say, you've got a past and we know about it. And partly it's a generational thing as well. So millennials have just existed online, for better or for worse, throughout their entire developmental years. And the people that all of us were 10 years ago are not the same people that we are now. And yet the difference for a younger generation is that that material is still there to be accessed. And you could call us naive for leaving it up there. You could call us reckless for leaving a paper trail, but that's simply the way we live. The deficit is that we... People do yield. They're like, this is actually too tough. I don't want to be a part of this anymore. I'm copping too much heat. I don't want to participate in this conversation, because one of the things that we need to recognise, whether it's Grace Tame or Brittany Higgins or the myriad black women who've spoken about it and not been heard, like, it costs. Every time you talk about it, I've lost count of the number of times that people are like, oh, well, you must be so pleased being a homosexual Asian because it's really your time to shine. Like a cisgender, heterosexual, white, able-bodied man like me, I can't get work. And I'm like, well, if you can't, you might be a loser. Like, it might not be about your background because you've got every advantage in the world. Have you ever thought it's maybe you personally? Like, I've been told that so many times. But for me, if I get work, it's because of my minority background status. It's not because of the work that I've done. It's because I've wielded my identity like a weapon. Sorry, I'm going on a bit of a rant now. Let's take it back to Grace Tame. That was a warning to her, and she took it with such great grace and humour, but she was also very firm in saying that was a signal and that was an attack. I won't yield to it, but it cost me to have something like that out there. And also, none of you are listening when I've been talking about sexual assault survivors. The way that you manage trauma is sometimes through substances. And by you dredging that up, that is contributing further, not just to my trauma, but other people's as well. There's a lack of listening that goes on that manifests in a way that damage. And she's just one example of many.
And I'm sorry, I didn't realise your question was related to that in that first instance, but you just reminded me, some of you will know about the Bolt case from 10 years ago, and the violation of privacy around that. So there were no bong photos, but they went down, whoever in that team went down and read my grandmother's files at the State Library, that I hadn't even read. And so that there's no... it wasn't a warning, but I felt so violated by that.
Yeah.
I've got about 5 pages of questions. We're rapidly running out of time. We would like to include you as well. There's a microphone just there where Alira is standing. We'll take some questions, but Fiona, while we're getting some questions organised, give us a sense of how you eventually connected with the deaf community and what signal that sends to other young kids out there.
Yeah, so that happened quite late, and late as in my late 20s. And that was really because the word, it's really interesting what Ben was saying before about reclaiming words. So you would notice that the cover of this book is growing up disabled in Australia. And that's a word that makes people feel very uncomfortable. People will go to great lengths not to use the word disabled when applying it to people. They're happy to say disabilities, but saying disabled person is an insult. And we've kind of navigated that language by saying a person with disability to kind of divide and extract the two, that you're a person and disability is, well, it's a very unfortunate thing that has happened to you. Let's push that aside and we'll just focus on you. So that sort of thinking definitely is what I grew up with. And it was taught, I'm a healthcare professional, and when I was at university, I was very much taught to respect the individual and to think about the impairment or disability as very separate. So to come into a community where the word is fierce and proud and enlivening and empowering and sexy and fun is just, it was literally like a bomb going off in my brain that this could be a word that speaks to possibilities rather than deficits, impairments, limitations, a sentence that you have to kind of work through, or a punishment delivered from a god. So it was a kind of a complicated journey to even find that the community existed. But I did it through friendships and individuals and slowly building a sense of connection. And through that, I also found my deaf identity as well, which is something that was very considered to be negative, a deficit. But to find a language and culture, it just so much has opened up. So I strongly encourage people to ask individuals how they wish to identify. It might shock you and surprise you that people can be proud to be disabled.
Quick question from the floor.
Thank you all for being here. It's quite a power panel and very important stories to be talking about and keep on talking about what it's like to be an Australian. I always get asked, where am I from? I'm a mixed background Australian, and I know it comes from a place of curiosity, but also sometimes I think it comes from a bit of ignorance. So each of you, is there a question that you always get asked that kind of annoys you? And is there a better question we can ask to actually get to know you better?
Great question.
Yeah, which part Aboriginal are you? I go my ankles. That's a really common question, and I don't have a preferred. I think it's a really interesting. I think strangers, like I used to pour beers in a bar when I was going through paying my uni, and it was just completely normal for someone to say, like, "Where are you from?" But it's generally non-Indigenous people. It's white people. Like, I don't think I'm going to say walk to a stranger and just go, where are you from? It's not something that I would do. And I think if you're in a friendship or you're in a genuine conversation around something, but I think it's a really odd thing to do. Yeah.
Yeah, Maxine Benjamin-Clark had this really hilarious tweet where she's just like, if a white taxi driver asks her, where are you from? She's just like, Western Melbourne. She puts on her headphones and doesn't say a word for the rest of the trip. But if it's a black taxi driver, she's just like, it was springtime in Jamaica, and like she'll launch into a story. And I think it's like intention sometimes and access. It's like, what are you actually asking with that? Are you part of my community as well? And sometimes it depends on the day with me. I'll be like, okay, so, let's talk about this. Do you mean where am I from culturally? Where am I from geographically? I can tell you about my parents. And there is a genuine sense of curiosity from some people, but sometimes I'll say it back to them. I'm like, look, before I tell you, can I ask you where are you from? Because I it's an act of generosity. Like, I'm really curious about you, but it's also passive aggressive, isn't it?
That's good.
So that's a bit of a double-hander. And then sometimes if I'm the person and I'm genuinely curious about someone else, I'm actually interested in people's families. And I feel like if people want to tell you about themselves and that dimension of their lives, about their culture, about which First Nation they belong to or whatever, they'll bring it up themselves. But sometimes I'll be like, oh, you're so interesting. Like, tell me about your family, And I don't know, that's a way, sometimes that's a triggering question. I acknowledge that. But in the first instance, if they ask me, I volley it back. Tell me about you first.
In 25 words or less.
Correct, yeah. Give me your Tinder bio.
Tinder bio.
I definitely get a lot of people saying, oh, American? Canadian. And I'm like, no, Bankstown. And a lot of people do struggle with, because I do have quite a distinct accent, which I can't actually hear. So I didn't realise I had an accent until I went to high school and everyone was like, oh, the American kid. And I was like, who's that? Who's the American kid? But I've started to finding the deaf community as well, started to learn about deaf accents more and more, because I do sound very distinct to the rest of my family. My parents are very Irish and have very thick Irish accents. My siblings sound very bogan, and then I'm sort of off to the side. But it's telling people that it's a deaf accent brings out a whole long conversation of like, so you're deaf, but we're talking. Like, how does... So it's really like a time-based thing. If they're asking for directions, I always say, I'm just visiting, I don't know.
We have to stop now, but could I just say, I'm particularly well qualified to moderate this panel. I'm not Aboriginal, but I am a brown-skinned, queer migrant with a disability and a South Asian grandfather.
Represent!
Tick all the boxes, all the boxes.
So, The books are available at the bookshop right over there, and our authors and editors are going to be available to sign them if you take the trouble to buy them. Please thank Fiona, Benjamin, Alice, and Anita.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Hello once again, ladies and gentlemen. Just a quick reminder about the being COVID aware. If it's recommended that if you're moving around, if you'd like to wear a mask, it's not mandatory, but it is recommended. Also, try to avoid touching strangers. You don't know where they've been or what diseases they carry with them. Also, could we ask that you do not move the chairs from the places they have been positioned? Those of you who need assisted listening, there is an assisted listening area in front of the mixing desk. There are 3.5 rows of chairs which are all inside an induction loop, so that if you do require that, that's where you need to move to. Yeah, and enjoy the day. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Can everyone hear me? All good? Excellent. I'm Louise Milligan, and I'm absolutely, thank you, delighted to be here again for the third time at Adelaide Writers' Week. It's such a wonderful festival, and thank you for being here for this important discussion. I'll just start off with an acknowledgement of country. We acknowledge the Guana people are the traditional custodians of the Adelaide Plains and pay respect to the elders past, present and future. We recognise and respect their cultural heritage, beliefs and their relationship with the land. We acknowledge that they are of continuing importance to the Guana people living today. So just a COVID message. Aren't we all sick of COVID messages? Thank you for attending Adelaide Writers' Week. I need to reinforce some key conditions of our COVID management plan approved by SA Health. Please maintain social distancing wherever possible. We strongly encourage the wearing of masks and ask you to follow directions given by the COVID marshals, venue staff and volunteers. So just some general information. We ask you to support the authors by purchasing the books at the book tent over there. They're really, really excellent books. They're short. You can read them on a plane trip from Sydney to Melbourne, Melbourne to Adelaide. You know, but they're really great books, so please buy them. And there'll be a book signing at the end of the session, so you know you can come and get the book signed as well. Unfortunately, Michael Bradley isn't able to be here to sign books. He has a person in his family who is struck down with the dreaded virus. I'll start off by introducing Rachel Doyle. So Rachel is a barrister practicing in Melbourne, and she's been at the Victorian Bar since 1996. She was appointed Senior Counsel in 2009, and she specialises in industrial and employment law, discrimination law, class actions and negligence. She's appeared in a number of royal commissions, including one of the counsel assisting the team in the Bushfires Royal Commission in Victoria. She has a Bachelor of Arts and Honours degree in law from Adelaide University, so she's one of yours. And she was an associate to Justice Darryl Dawson of the High Court from 1994 to 1996. So she's had experience in the role that some of the women that sort of inspired her writing have had, but not that sort of experience in that role. She's also written a really, really excellent piece, and I'd ask you to welcome Rachel. Thank you. So secondly, Michael Bradley, I'm hoping is going to pop up on the screen. He's a lawyer and writer, and he's managing partner of Mark Lawyers, which is a commercial firm but with a strong human rights interest. And he's become really directly involved in the work for sexual violence survivors and advocacy for reform in that area of the law. Michael is the chair of the Rape and Sexual Assault Research and Advocacy Initiative, otherwise known as RASARA, which Saxon is also involved with, which leads policy reform in this area. And he's also a widely published author or essayist on legal and social justice issues. Michael, I thought I should sort of explain this because I have quite an interesting backstory with Michael and Saxon. Michael was the complainant in the Christian Porter matter sought legal advice from Michael, and I found out about her case the day after it turns out she died, which I didn't know at the time. And I rang Michael to ask him if I could organise a meeting with his client. And he said, I think, you know, she would be very interested in doing that. And so he said, look, I'll talk to her tonight, and if I don't speak to her tonight, I'll ring her in the morning. the next day, I had got in contact with another person that she knew, and he told me that she had died a couple of days beforehand. And so I then had to ring Michael and tell him that that had happened. It's a week that I will never forget. And one thing that has struck me about Michael is that he has dealt with all of this with not just absolute professionalism, but also such dignity and respect for not just her, but all the other survivors that he works with. And I'd ask you to give a very warm welcome to Michael. So the third person is Saxon Mullins, who is a woman very close to my heart. She's a Human Rights Medal recipient. She's a director also at Rasara, and she's not here to plug a book. She's here because she is very passionate about the issue of consent, because she is a survivor. And Saxon and I met back in 2017. She was involved in a long-running rape case that really went for 5 years all up. And in the end, it was found in this case that while Saxon didn't consent to the sex, which I find really hard to actually talk about in Saxon's presence because it was such a horrible experience, that her perpetrator didn't know that she wasn't consenting. That happened 5 minutes after she had met him in the back alley of a nightclub, in the gravel, in the darkness, and I don't really understand how that decision was arrived at. We worked on her story for a long time. In May 2018, we did a story for Four Corners where Saxon, who had just been, someone who was an ordinary member of the public, had never, done any media or anything like that before, but she came forward and our story was called I Am That Girl. And it resonated so much with the audience. Everyone, like Australia, just fell in love with Saxon, and why wouldn't they? I remember I wrote about Saxon in my book as well, Witness, and I said that, sometimes when you meet someone journalistically, you think they're too good to be true, but Saxon is that good and she is that true. And the day after, sorry, I actually get emotional talking about it, but the day after that happened, the New South Wales Attorney General referred all of the states' consent laws to the Law Reform Commission. So that was 2018, and then at the end of last year, the law changed in New South Wales, thanks to this wonderful young woman. So please welcome her, because she has not taken a backward step in advocating ever since that time. And I'm very proud of her. So let's start off with you, Saxon. Tell me how you think at the moment the criminal justice system is serving complainants, victims, survivors of sexual crimes.
I think it can be put pretty plainly that it's not serving survivors at all. I think, it's very clear from all the stories that we hear that not only are we not doing enough to support survivors, but our justice system is not set up that way. So we can change laws and we can do those kinds of things, but we need to really change it at a structural level. So whether that is, specialist courts, that includes changing laws, we need to do, it's not just these sort of little bits that we get every now and then when we, have a big advocate speak out. It's changing the whole system. I think to answer the question, it's just not serving survivors because it was never meant to serve survivors. It's not the purpose of it.
You went through a 5-year experience. You had, a couple of appeals. In the end, the court sort of ended up in a situation of legal limbo, really, because I'll get you to explain it, what happened, and what was the impact on you as a person going through that experience?
So in my case, there were 2 trials, 2 appeals, and the final appeal was done by the DPP, and the grounds of the appeal were upheld, but they decided the 3rd trial would be too onerous on the accused, and so just left it at that. So it's sort of, you know, our grounds were correct, and we should have gotten another trial, but that just didn't happen. So it ended in this sort of no one wins, no one loses, it's just over. And, you know, after 5 years and going to court and being cross-examined and the whole rigmarole that you go through, you know, an acquittal would have been better than a nothing. You just sort of, everyone leaves the room, but there you are, still there, having had no resolution, legal or otherwise, to, you know, this many years of your life. It was, yeah, worse than sort of having the horrible outcome of an acquittal, because there was not an outcome. They just left it.
And that's a few years ago now. Like, how does it rest with you now? How are you coping with it?
I think, you know, looking back at whether I would have wanted a 3rd trial, I think even at the time I didn't know what I wanted, because a 3rd trial, all the trials were horrible. So, you know, another one wouldn't have changed that. But I guess it's kind of hard to say what would have been better, but I think it did help me to sort of spur me on, in that not only were all the trials horrible and every experience horrible, but that last little nail in the coffin of my belief in that sort of particular aspect of the justice system really showed that not only does my story have this horrible ending, how can any other story have a better one? All of this is so horrible, and really spurred me into sort of activism about that.
Mm. And just going to Michael, one of the things that really occurred to me reading your excellent essay, which didn't feel lawyerly, which, you know, I commend you for that, sir. But it really just got me thinking about how this system is so embedded in patriarchy. And you have a quote from Germaine Greer in it saying, "Once upon a time, everyone knew what rape was. It was the stealing of a woman from the man or men who owned her." And what Saxon's situation shows, and what people that you've spoken to situation shows, and you can talk about that in the book, is that it's so not like that. It's not clear cut. And I'll get you to sort of tell me about that.
Yeah. In the essay, I relate the stories of a couple of survivors I've worked with in some detail, and I chose their stories because they're quite messy, and you know, we tend to conceptualise rape in a sort of in the form of, you know, the sort of stranger rape, or, you know, with the perfect rape victim, and so much of our systemic response and so much of our sort of societal attitude to rape is based around that assumption, whereas in fact the vast majority of rapes are not like that at all. And in fact most occur in contexts where the perpetrator is known to the victim. But in the majority, there's a messiness, because there's a messiness to sex and there's a messiness to consent and so forth. And so that sort of contributes to, you know, what Saxon was describing, that the system was not designed for and doesn't adequately in any sense address the actual needs of survivors. And so the stories I related, you know, the 2 clients that I had, stories I told, in both their cases, the police didn't even lay charges. Although both of those women were raped, one of them was raped multiple times by her intimate partner over a 6-month period. But the police decided that it was too difficult. There was too much problem around, you know, consent, non-consent, he said, she said. They actually used those words to her when they were telling her that they weren't going to lay charges. And yet both those women were raped. There's no question about that. And they were left completely brutalised by just the first part of the system, which is the police investigation process and how the police handle complainants in rape cases. And they didn't even get to the door of the court, and the compounding horrors that would have faced them if they'd gone there, which is what Saxon describes as her experience. So it starts right at the door of the police station, and it continues right through the door of the court and out the other side.
In that case, the first case study that you talk about, Mia, she goes through this like quite excoriating process with the police and has this sense of hope that things are going to go forward. And then she's just kind of dropped like a hot potato. I mean, tell me about it.
She had a sympathetic female police officer who was a specialist sexual assault officer, had empathy for her, spent a lot of time with her, taking her statement over a lengthy period. It was a very complex set of circumstances because there were multiple incidents within an intimate partner context. They became very close, and she felt very well protected and looked after. The point at which she approached me was reasonably early in the process, because it had occurred to her quite early that although the police were sympathetic and seemed to be doing everything to help her and to pursue the case for her, it occurred to her quite early that they weren't actually on the same side as her, and that there was nobody actually directly protecting her interests. And there were things happening already by that point that she didn't understand. She didn't know why the police were making decisions they were making, why they were asking her to do particular things like make a telephone call to her perpetrator to try to get him to make admissions over the phone, whether she had to do that, what the implications of that were. And so that's why she came to us, and we were able to give her advice on independently to explain to her what was happening and help guide her through that process. But then ultimately, the investigation was proceeding, was all going seemingly according to plan. They were about to arrest him, she thought, and then one day she was called into the police station for an update, got no warning of what was about to happen, wasn't offered a support person, was on her own in a room with the detective, and was told that they were dropping the case because they'd been through all her text message history with her former partner, and it looked bad for her. It was the exact words that the police officer said to her: "It looks bad for you. And I'm not going to put you in a witness box and subject you to that. You'll be destroyed."
It just completely ignores the sticky kind of nature of human relationships, that it's not straightforward.
Well, and it's such a great exemplification of that problem that, particularly, many rapes happen in relationship contexts. Probably the vast majority do, and there are always complex, tricky questions around that. And as happens in one night stands or all sorts of contexts, right? So, and yet the system insists that unless you are the perfect victim, unless you did not consent and you communicated that non-consent physically and verbally, and you fought back and you were, in the way that we all understand it, raped, unless that is the case, the police are like, this is too hard. And they're right. It is too hard. If they take that case on, the likelihood is they'll lose.
And that's something that you've seen, Rachel, as well, in the sexual harassment aspect of this. You're looking at things through the prism of the civil jurisdiction, and you open your essay talking about the precision of the Chief Justice's language in the apology to the victims of Dyson Hayden, the former judge in the High Court. tell me about that. Why was that an important moment, and what has sort of changed since then, and what can we sort of improve?
Yeah, like Michael, I'm a lawyer turned writer, at least on this occasion, and what inspired me to pick up the pen was the revelation through the press, the mainstream media, that the Chief Justice of the High Court had issued a statement. That's rare enough in and of itself, and when I read it, I was absolutely floored by the revelation contained in it and the language she used. It was back in 2020, and I won't be able to paraphrase. I won't be able to quote it directly, but to paraphrase, Her Honour said something like, 6 former associates of the High Court made a complaint about former Justice Hayden. It's been investigated. Their accounts have been believed. We are ashamed. I'm sorry that this happened. It shouldn't have happened. The word ashamed leapt out at me, and it resonated on so many levels, this story, because firstly, I'd worked at that workplace and had a wonderful experience many years previously, but I know the layout of the building and I know the judges, although I didn't work at exactly the same time as that judge. I did know of him and many like him. I had enjoyed that career or that career opportunity, and that's what it usually is, but it had obviously been a very different experience for those women. I was at the same time appalled that it was 6 women, and then spending only a few minutes thinking about it, I realised, well, that's the point, isn't it? They weren't able to complain on their own. There was some safety protection and capacity to support each other that came in numbers. But the Chief Justice using the word ashamed is also what really grabbed my attention. It's plain language, active language, and it conveys some ownership. But what was important about it was that she, as the embodiment of the highest court in our land, was saying, we're ashamed because of what happened here. And traditionally, and it's still the case, there's an attempt to shove shame back on the complainants and the victims, and instead it was the institution. We're all used to seeing, there's been many scandals over the last few years, but we get this sort of disembodied corporate speak where the institution shoves someone to the front who looks shocked, as if it's just been revealed that this malady has just occurred to their company, without acknowledging that it always takes a human actor, and it always can only have occurred or have occurred in an environment where there wasn't the training, reporting structures or complaint system that either would have prevented it happening or stamped it out instantly. The absence of those things is why we always hear 5, 10, 20 years later. So that struck me and that moved me to write about it. Something that Michael just said also resonates with me. He said, she said, is a nice way of summarising every civil proceeding I've ever been involved in relating to sexual harassment. Trials, I've come to feel, are just a very expensive version and unhappy for everyone of she said, he said. And if there exists an objective truth in this tricky area of consent, or that the sexual harassment analogue is what's welcome or unwelcome, then it's becoming increasingly obvious that juries and judges don't have a ready means of accessing that truth because of the lens through which we have to access it, which is people telling their stories in a very artificial environment. And I wish I could say that everything that followed after the revelations about Dyson Hayden and the High Court's reaction to it brought about an instant change. It certainly brought about some changes, but unfortunately in Victoria, as recently as last week or the week before, we had a revelation that a former Justice of the Victorian Supreme Court had had the same sorts of allegations made against him and investigated in relation to 2 of his former associates.
Yeah, I'd like to pick up on that. That was Justice Peter Vickery, because you talk about, in this book, Dyson Hayden's apology, or is it an apology?
Well, he has the muscle memory of a jurist, I'm sure, so he straight away retained a legal firm to assist him and put out a pretty terse statement with one of those apologies that I'm quite familiar with. I've acted on both sides of the fence in these sorts of matters. The sort of apology that is something like, if anything I've done caused any offence, then in those circumstances I'm sorry that you feel badly. In other words, casting the complainant as some sort of hysteric who needs to control their emotions. Yeah. It was along those lines, along with a flat denial, and along with a third element that Peter Vickery's also picked up on, and that is a great effort at gaslighting complainants and the institutions that set up inquiries, both of them have leaned on the crutch of saying, oh, by the way, this investigation was not conducted by a court of law. In other words, conducted by a mere civilian who obviously wouldn't be able to get at the truth in the way apparently a judge would.
Couldn't possibly.
No. And so for that reason, what I'm quoting at the moment comes from Mr Vickery's own website, petervickeryqc.com.au. If you want some entertainment, you might want to read it.
I want to read a section from that because it absolutely knocked the stuffings out of me. In his statement, this is Justice Peter Vickery. He says, I have maintained my innocence of any wrongdoing and have fully cooperated in the investigation. Yet, in the face of strong objection, the court has permitted public comment about the reports. But tough, mate. No time for self-pity. That is not the Australian way. It's now time to get on with it. That is what we do. We head up and try to swim for the shore. As I say, read the whole thing. It's wild. But it's also so indicative of the paternalistic kind of attitude that these blokes and the system that they work in have.
Yeah, and one of the things I thought about in the wash-up of the Dyson-Hayden affair was whether there is still room for what I call difficult conversations out of a courtroom and out of a formal mediation, and whether there's still room for the restorative power of apologies. And I think there is room for both, but apologies, non-apologies like that, where it's a sort of a blancmange of a denial, but some sort of platitudes followed by, I don't know, if you ask me, I'm a great guy, kind of, as well as some poetry or quasi-poetry.
Enough about me. What do you think about me?
I'm talking about real apologies that come unforced by the fact that either something's about to be revealed or you've been sued, and that involve one human standing perhaps in the doorway of someone else's office at work, looking him in the eye and saying, I want to acknowledge that last night I think I let myself down and hurt you. How about something like that? Those are difficult conversations, but they could be had. And there's probably also, I think, room for us all to inquire into whether there's another way that doesn't involve the harsh outcomes that come about when you have a criminal trial or a civil trial. And look, we do tend to use these workplace investigations now, but I'm also uneasy that they've come to mimic mini royal commissions, and they're conducted with a great deal of rigour and expertise by those who do them. But then as soon as the result comes out, the alleged perpetrator dumps on them in the different ways that those two former judges have done by saying, but it wasn't a court. So you sort of can't win. If you choose a less formal forum, it's criticised on that basis. When you go the formal path, there are other obvious difficulties that are attached.
Saxon, what's it like for you when you hear these kind of faux apologies and these, florid words?
I mean, you have to laugh, right? Because we hear these fake apologies all the time. I think that's all we get. I think when it's directed at you, when you are the survivor in that, it is just, why say anything at all? Why have you even attempted to? It's so very obviously to save face that it's offensive. I think when things happen in the public space and when we have a public apology like that, they're not just talking to the victims of them. They're talking to, and it is resonating with, survivors all around the country who hear the hollow words that is all we have heard for years and years of the system, of our politicians, of perpetrators. And so if you don't laugh, you'll cry. So let's laugh.
And one of the things that I think is so great about your essay, Rachel, apart from the fact that it's written by a senior counsel, and I think it's really important that people like you stand up in this space and not just, the burden always being on people like Saxon, but that you talk about, we talk about things being victim-focused all the time, trauma-informed care, all of that sort of thing. But we need to make it perpetrator-focused. We need to hold these guys to account.
That's the thing I first wrote after I read the Chief Justice's words was a short piece in The Age, and I wrote because immediately after the revelations, being at the Victorian Bar, we received messages from our president saying, terrible news. Just want to remind you all, we have a complaint structure, we have counsellors, we have a policy. That's lovely. But what I wished that I had seen when I opened up the first communication was something a bit more gutsy, and I had a go at crafting what I thought the message was that we might have received. And I was hoping for something quite different, directed at perpetrators and would-be perpetrators. I was hoping to read a message that said, we have learned today that senior members of our profession still believe it's okay to harm our other members. It is not okay. If you are having difficulties understanding the law, which surprises us because you practice in the area, please contact us via this number and we will organise an intervention during which we will explain to you yet again the meaning of the words unwelcome. That's what I wanted to see. And it inspired a whole lot of thinking for me along the lines of, if you draw an analogy, say, with the road toll, that's been a multi-pronged, many-year effort by successive governments, to their credit, the police force and the community. We don't say to road victims, oh, what a shame. We do have a court system where you can sue and we have wonderful hospitals. We provide all of that, but what we do is say, stop it or you'll be fined, stop it or your licence will be taken away, stop it or you'll go to prison. We educate children, we redesign cars, we install different seat belts. We don't stop designing and crafting either the vehicles, the roads or the laws. But in this arena, we've been very comfortable, I think, resting on our laurels for a couple of decades, saying, oh, it's all sorted, there's a law, there's a policy, there's counsellors, but we've forgotten that we have to stop the behaviour by directing our attention at the perpetrators, not the victims.
Absolutely. I think it is such an important thing. I mean, it feels like, it's like, you know, we're standing at the bottom of a cliff saying they're there to the person who's got all the broken bones instead of saying, why has that person just pushed them off the cliff? One of the interesting things that you talk about in the essay as well is toddlers. And I remember this myself. So I had a son at daycare who was a biter, and the other kids were taught to say, stop, I don't want you to do that. And you talk about this potentially being a thing in the area of sexual harassment, but tell me about it.
I do. I obviously realise that the analogy's a strained one or perhaps a weak one, but I was thinking about, I have had young children, have a young child still at daycare over the years, and the Stop It I Don't Like It campaign was often a subject of fun in our household because it got turned on us. Stop it, I don't like it. You ask someone to eat their vegetables, you're bullying them, and there's a complaint put into the Human Rights Commission. But there is part of it that did resonate. It's the simplicity of the language, and it's not having to explain why. And that's the point behind the message. You don't have to say why you don't like the child who's bigger than you wielding their physical power. You simply say, stop it, I don't like it. And it occurred to me that because we have to accept that people, predominantly men, are having trouble understanding the unwelcome message, perhaps because it's less ingrained in them, the power to intuit other people's wishes and desires, or perhaps they care less about them.
Like toddlers, maybe.
Yes. That if you could simply say, stop it, I don't want this, and if that were enough, if that could just be enough, A, for you to say, and B, for them to back off, that would be a difficult moment, not even a difficult conversation, but it could bring things to a crashing halt. By saying that, I don't want to suggest that all women need to do is change their language, but as part of a multi-pronged approach, one of the things I was thinking about was, why is it that I've had conversations with colleagues who are well-respected and well-liked, male colleagues who say to me, but how do you know what she's thinking, and how do you know? And that's why I thought we needed some hard metrics. And so one of the things I suggested in my essay was, for those who don't find it easy to switch on the empathy muscle and figure it out, if you need hard metrics, and a lot of people have said to me that they really do, then a hard metric that helps a lot in the law, and I've come to think it might help in a lot of institutions, especially those that are hierarchical, big corporates, tertiary educations, medical profession, the military and the police. There are a couple of red flags you can look for, and so what I have said, and a lot of men have told me they've found it quite useful because they prefer what I call the hard metrics. If there's a large age gap, 10 years or more, and a difference in the hierarchy, 2 rungs or more, This is obviously very workplace centred, but this is where a lot of these things happen. And thirdly, if you expect or need or want the person that you're thinking about touching or saying something racy to, if you expect or need or want them to keep it secret, 3 red flags have gone off. You better proceed with extreme caution, because those 3 things together suggest that there could be a problem. I'm not saying that if the 3 go off, you can't have a consensual interaction, one-night stand, or even a relationship, but just be warned, because age is still a proxy for experience, seniority and power. And power really says a lot about the essential context to consent. And if you don't think about power, you're missing more than half of the issue.
I just want to come to Michael in a second, but just firstly going back to that stop thing. Stop and no played a huge role in your situation, Saxon. Tell me, what happened there, and
Yeah, so I think it's always a good idea to arm people with the words and the phrases and the confidence to be able to say no and stop, but I do think we're doing perpetrators a kindness when we think that that's all that will take. I know that's not what you were saying, but in my particular case, I did say no and stop, and it wasn't good enough. So I think we hear these things. How do we know when women want us to stop? Oh, we're not allowed to flirt anymore. Whoever says that, no, you are not allowed to flirt anymore. You have been banned. But it's. I find it quite funny because, if you think of like you're out at a bar or whatever having a drink. If someone comes up to me and they say, oh, hey, how are you? And I'm like, oh, no, thanks. And they keep going. If I say, oh, I have a boyfriend, that's it. They know what the cues are. They know exactly when to stop and when no means no and when no thanks is really a F off. But they choose not to see those things and to continue on those things. So always powerful to arm yourself with the ability to have those conversations, but even more powerful to arm perpetrators with the wonderful ability to just F off.
So Michael, one of the things that Rachel talks about in her essay is she makes a bit of a joke about this male champions of change, like the men get to be the champions in this whole scenario. But, on a more serious note, like you are someone who has been one of those quote-unquote champions. But how do you think that we get out of the echo chamber that potentially we're in maybe even now and communicate to the men who might consider doing these things to women and children?
Yeah, I'm not a male champion of anything. I'm just a person, and I find all that kind of stuff pretty offensive. Not to me, but I just think it's a bit of a joke, really.
Yeah, because the women never get to be the champions.
No, I know it's it's embarrassing. I think it's important that we recognise a really weird dynamic that continues to play out in our society, which is that everybody knows a female victim of sexual harassment or sexual assault. I don't know any women who've not been at least sexually harassed, if not worse, and yet none of us know a rapist, and in fact, most of us don't even know a sexual harasser, apparently. And it's that dichotomy, that sort of weird thing, which I think is part of the root cause of why every time a woman stands up and makes an accusation against a man, society rushes around him to protect his interests, to protect his presumption of innocence. And she's sort of left there going, wow, that's weird. And yet, if we accept, as we must, that our society is absolutely brimming full of victims, then it is also brimming full of perpetrators. And I just think we have to get to that as a starting point before we can have a sensible conversation about this at all. But you know, there are. You know, I think that there is an audience of men to whom this makes no difference at all. They're the men to whom no, stop, whatever makes no difference. That's, you know, irrelevant to them. They'll do it anyway, and there is no conversation to be had with them. There is, you know, there's a group of men who don't understand what consent is, haven't been properly educated for whatever reason. Their life experience hasn't taught them the right lessons of respect and how to you know, engage in sort of respectful consensual relationships. And then there's a big group of men who you know, will do the right thing and but are not aware yet, not fully understanding that they are, you know, still part of the patriarchy, still part of the system that enables, supports, protects this aberrant behaviour. And so I think that's where, you know, that's kind of the first audience to bring on board. I think it's important that men are part of this conversation, not in a mansplaining sense or in a, you know, dictatorial sense. Or, I mean, I've got nothing to say on behalf of survivors or victims. I represent their interests, and I do my best to support them and advocate their cause as best I can. But I can't speak on their behalf, you know. But it is important that you know, men are brought into the conversation and can go on the same journey that I've gone on, which is being educated. Everything I've learned is by talking to survivors.
One thing that really struck me, you know, when I was writing my book Witness and in the journalism that I've done about a person who's now gallivanting around Rome and another person who is about to leave the Parliament, is how quickly so many men were to jump to their defence, to not even countenance the idea that they might have done the things that they were being accused of, and to leap upon anyone, be it the complainants, be it shooting the messenger, and to try and destroy them. Why is it that you think that continues to happen?
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, in the Pell case, I mean, I wrote about it as well as it was sort of happening, and, you know, wrote opinion pieces about the judicial process and the outcomes of the various court hearings, and got savagely attacked, including by some sort of, you know, friends, and got letters from his defenders, and you know, wanting me to acknowledge his innocence. I was like, well, no, I don't know. I don't know what happened. I don't know, you know. Yeah, what struck me was the sort of almost paranoid frenzy around it, sort of the desperate need of a lot of people, not just men, but mainly men, that you know, this guy be innocent. That if that is not the outcome, then the world collapses. And I think, you know, my view, if you look at that reaction, if you look at the way that the government, the federal government, has dealt with the allegations against various of its members over the past couple of years, how they've handled that, and how they've manipulated and gaslighted and, you know, and avoided and pretended and so on. It's all very manipulative, but it's driven by fear at the end of the day. This is the patriarchy under threat. It is recognising a genuine existential threat to its power, and it is fighting back, mostly organically and, you know, unconsciously, but that is what it's doing. It's It is seeing and perceiving this threat that is coming from, particularly now, young women like Saxon who are standing up and saying, "Fuck that." I'm not wearing the shame of this. I'm not being silenced. And so the classic silencing techniques are starting to fail. So they're fighting harder, and they're going to fight this to the death. You can be sure of that.
It's kind of breathtaking how in 2022, the struggle is still so real. It's despite, as you say, a younger generation of particularly women who don't feel ashamed and are willing to speak up. I think that one of the issues, and coming to you, Rachel, that feeds all of this is a culture of silence, institutional silence, and that is fed by non-disclosure agreements.
It is. I suppose the criminal law version of that are the suppression orders, which probably also came from a good place, and that is allowing victims to go about their lives after the trial without having to always be identified as the girl or the woman who brought that claim. In the civil arena, that was the initial, I think, probably good-intentioned reason that a lot of outcomes in sexual harassment matters that play out in workplaces and institutions have had a confidentiality clause or a non-disclosure agreement slapped on them. But I've become increasingly uneasy about that and don't accept anymore that it serves the victims and the complainants or the greater task of stamping out this conduct. Because instead, we hear the word privacy a fair bit, often misused, but hear that word thrown around on behalf of perpetrators. There's also a crushing fear in Australia of the risk of a defamation proceeding. That's another whole topic for another day, but I don't practice in that area, but I do feel it has grossly distorted other areas of the law and other areas of human discourse, that fear that we all feel.
I can tell you from first-hand experience, it is terrible.
And non-disclosure agreements now are almost treated as if they're essential, and I think we've forgotten a couple of things. We've forgotten that they generally protect the perpetrators, and they don't allow us to learn either the message that should come, a message of general deterrence. Oh, look, he did this, the company had to pay this fine and he had to contribute that amount. But look at how ultimately the employer supported the victim. So we miss that learning opportunity. And the other severe difficulty is that it just leads to moving the bad apples around. So they, in the tertiary sector, would be moved from campus to campus or college to college or university to university. In banks, they'll move offices. In the law, they'll move firms. In the public sector, they'll move departments because nobody knows. And we've lost the difference between keeping confidential an inquiry or a process while it's on foot and the reality that once it's concluded, when the results are in, the perpetrator doesn't deserve or need privacy. We owe them nothing once the results are in. And so I think really the harshest and most significant and important penalty or outcome or consequence is that it should be known who they are so that we all know who was the perpetrator.
That's one thing I wanted to ask you, Saxon, like there just seems to be this kind of paternalism around all of this. It's all there, little victim, we're going to make you feel better. But, the whole system's designed to protect your perpetrator and you don't get to have a lawyer. Like, here we have, two people here talking about these issues. You didn't have the right to one of those. Like, how is that for a complainant to be managing that system? Yes, you have the police who are managing a case. Yes, you have the prosecution who are acting for the state, but there's no one in your corner.
Absolutely. And I think I felt that very much while I was going through my trial. I met with the DPP very often, but there were things that they never told me. There were things that I didn't know about my own case. It wasn't until it was on the front page of the Sydney Morning Herald that I saw certain aspects of my own case. There was no heads up. There was no one. They're advocating for my case, but they're not advocating for me. I'm a witness in my own life. And so I think I felt that very acutely while I was going through that I not only am I going through this horrible thing, but I am very much doing it alone.
So we're coming towards the end, but I just wondered if there was anyone in the audience who would like to ask a question of any of the panel. Hi. I think you might have to go to the, yeah.
Yeah. Given the problems with the adversarial system in Australia, which is also reflected in the United Kingdom, where I think the problems of the prosecution of sexual cases is even worse than it is here, do the lawyers on the panel think that we should be moving perhaps towards a more inquisitorial system where victims might in fact have more representation in the court process? And is there any evidence that an inquisitorial system is more effective in dealing with the problems that you've identified and we've identified in the adversarial system, or not? Do we know that? And is there a case perhaps for a more inquisitorial system where the victim is better supported, and where the judges and the prosecutors have more scope to ask questions than under the adversarial system?
And I'll get whoever answers this to just explain to the audience, just in case people don't know what the difference is between inquisitorial and adversarial.
I know Michael's looked at this more closely, but my gut reaction to that is that it's not so much the difference between the inquisitorial system and the common law system that we're more familiar with that's the issue. So in the inquisitorial system, it's more either magistrate or judge-centric. They run the cases as an inquiry, and they're the most important person in the room. In our system, two barristers, opposing counsel or solicitors present the case based on the assumption, which I think remains sound, which is that you have someone advocating within the bounds of their ethical responsibilities as well and as strongly as they can for each side. However, there are some serious problems, especially in the criminal arena and in rape cases. A couple of the things that I know that Michael suggests in his book include making it more common, if not routine, for someone in Saxon's position to have counsel or a lawyer appointed to them to guide them through the process. And we certainly need to change some of the rules about what questions are permitted or not permitted. It's really at the edge of my zone of experience. I know that Michael's looked at this more closely, and those are a couple of the things that he raised for discussion in his paper.
Yeah, I actually think that we're a long way from being able to come up with those solutions to redesign the system, because we haven't actually asked the right questions. The main thrust of my essay is just recognising that the system we have is completely and utterly failing survivors. Just statistically speaking, there is a less than 1% probability that a person who commits a rape will ever be convicted. And that's failure, and we should accept that the system doesn't work for this type of criminal case. I think there are some very practical things we could be doing, immediately. Like, yes, I think that survivors absolutely should have a right to legal representation that should be publicly funded, that should be axiomatic. More radically, I personally really struggle with maintaining the right to silence for accused people in sexual violence cases. I know that's probably going to terrify Rachel, but because it is a foundational plank of the criminal justice system, but it creates this enormous structural problem because in a rape case, in most cases, there are only two witnesses to the crime. And because the accused has the right to silence and can and almost always does maintain that silence right from start to finish, only one person gets to tell their story and has to tell their story. So the entire focus of the case is on the survivor, and it's their credibility that is tested and challenged, and they are the one who gets called a liar, and we never know what he says happened. I think that that is really open to question because it creates this very unbalanced situation. Now, that's because of the design of the criminal justice system, because it's all about proof beyond reasonable doubt and the presumption of innocence, and that's fine in most categories of crime. It wasn't designed for rape, and it doesn't work for rape.
Yeah, in Victoria, they've just also recommended the Law Reform Commission ground rules hearings for these sorts of cases, which already happen with vulnerable complainants, like with disabilities or children or that sort of thing. And one of the things that I think is really important is that all complainants are vulnerable because you're asking someone to do something that is so difficult. So ground rules hearings means that the Crown and the judge and the defence get together, and there are things that are basically kind of off limits. And I don't know whether that will improve things. Certainly, I spoke to a district court judge about that, and she said that it had really improved behaviour in those sorts of cases with, you know, younger, vulnerable, disabled clients, etc. Just go to the next question.
Thank you for opening the ground for the discussion. It's an important discussion to have and to keep having. I also am a survivor of some pretty ugly things that happened to me when I was in the States, and I had reason to write various parliamentarians about it recently. I got a response from our amazing Prime Minister, and remember, folks, there's an election coming up. I got a response that was the sappiest, most insincere to me, on this really posh special stationery. I've never seen anything like it before in my 20 years of writing letters. And it was very nice and paternalistic. You poor little girl, and I hope you're getting the counseling you need on this beautiful stationery. We can't wait for the complexities of the legal system to change. And
So
I know,
what's your question
yes,
for the,
and I know everybody's trying to deal with that. Is there anything stopping legal aid or the Bar Association or whatever from providing doulas? We have birth doulas, we have death doulas, a rape advisor doula to assist the victim, whether male or female, through the incredibly horrible trial.
There already is that to some extent, isn't there,
Yeah,
Saxon?
so in New South Wales at least, there is a victim support officer who comes to court with you, and sort of you have a closed courtroom when you give evidence, so they sit in the courtroom, so you have a friendly face to look at. But in terms of, you know, just having a person there with you, it was extremely helpful. In terms of them having any idea about the trial at all, not very helpful at all. So, you know, I found it really nice, and someone who could walk out of court with me and get a sandwich, but, you know, to help me understand what was happening, she was very lovely, not the person that I needed to sort of give me that information and give me the more that I needed.
Having been cross-examined myself, like I can imagine in that situation, it's kind of like, there, here's the tissues. I don't want the tissues. I want to be empowered. I want to be informed. I want someone in my corner who understands how this process works and tells me how to manage it in a legal sense, not there, baby girl, someone who is a lawyer.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it was nice to look out into the court and not have to look at the perpetrator, but, you know, I think having someone more qualified and someone who understands it would have been much more helpful for me.
Yeah, just last question over there.
I'm quite encouraged. My daughter has an 8-month-old child, and every time she picks her up, not only does she say, "I'm going to pick you up now," she says, "Is that okay?" Now, I know it sounds strange, and of course the 8-month-old baby isn't going to reply, but don't you, the panel, think that's an encouraging thing that's going on, not just with her, but with a lot of women her age having babies, to actually get the child to think of, is it okay that I touch you?
Yeah, Saxon, that's something you've done a lot of work on in sort of early consent education.
Yeah, and I think there is an important distinction between, like, you know, what you have to do for a child and what you sort of ask them about. So in terms of just sort of speaking out loud what you're doing, why you're doing it, and making sure that they understand that this is happening for a reason, and it's part of that very, very early education of, this is my body and I get to decide what happens with it. And I think, you know, that's just our ground for building on to have this education around how to have healthy relationships. It starts with, I'm going to pick you up now, which is a really easy way to begin.
Okay, I think we might be done for questions and done for time. So please give a, big clap for our panellists. And there are so many things that we could have talked about, so many more things that we could have raised, but they are in these two books. So get over there and do your best and buy them. And the lovely Rachel at least will be able to sign them, and poor old Michael's not here to sign them, but he'll be here in spirit. Michael, thanks so much.
Hello once again, ladies and gentlemen. It's my tedious announcement time. Actually, it's quite important that you're aware of the COVID plan that we have here. When moving around, it is recommended, it is not mandatory, but it is recommended that you wear a mask. We would ask that you do not move any of the seats from the positions they've been placed in. Stay with your group. Social isolation. Don't go and touch strangers because you don't know where they've been. Can we ask that if the session seems to be a bit crowded, please don't sit in the aisles or stand in the aisles. That can make it obviously very awkward for us to get out, especially in emergencies. Also, if you require assisted hearing, assisted listening, there is an assisted listening area with some seats vacant just in front of the mixing desk. This is not Bluetooth. For a Bluetooth hearing aid, this is only for the older coil type hearing aids, but we do have a hearing aid loop set up. Please enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
ready when you are.
Welcome to this session of Adelaide Writers' Week. I'm Karen Goldsworthy, and today I'll be talking to Charlotte Wood. Not for the first time in this venue, to my great pleasure. Before I do anything else, as always, an acknowledgement of country. We acknowledge the Kaurna people are the traditional custodians of the Adelaide Plains, and we pay respects to elders past, present and future. We recognise and respect their cultural heritage, beliefs and relationship with the land. We acknowledge that they are of continuing importance to the Kaurna people living today. A little bit of housekeeping. It's mainly a COVID message, I'm sorry, but there we are. Thank you for all wearing your masks. We're allowed to not, because we have to talk and we're up here a long way away from you. I do need to reinforce some key conditions of our COVID management plan, which is approved by SA Health. Please maintain social distancing wherever you can. We strongly encourage the wearing of masks, and we ask you to follow directions given by the COVID marshals, the venue staff and the volunteers. Thank you. We also ask you to support our authors by buying books at the book tent. The books from this session can be found at the quick sales counter, and there will be a book signing at the end of the session. Just one more thing, if you've forgotten to turn off your phone or put it on silent, now's the time. Now to the business end. Charlotte Wood is the author of 6 novels and 3 books of non-fiction. Her latest book, which is one of those, is The Luminous Solution. It's an exploration of creativity and the inner life. Her last novel was the international bestseller The Weekend. It was shortlisted for several awards, including the Stella Prize and the Prime Minister's Literary Award, both of which she had already won, among others, for her previous novel, The Natural Way of Things, in 2015. And we'll be talking about both The Weekend and The Natural Way of Things in the course of this talk. In 2019, Charlotte was made a member of the Order of Australia and named one of the Australian... Yeah, indeed. Thank you. She was named one of the Australian Financial Review's 100 Women of Influence. Her features and essays have appeared in the New York Times, The Guardian and many other publications. She holds 2 postgraduate degrees in creative writing. She has a Master in Creative Arts and a PhD in creative writing. Please welcome Charlotte Wood.
Thank you. Thank you, Karen.
Charlotte, I thought we'd start maybe with the luminous solution. What is this luminous solution of which you speak?
It's a title that has had many writer friends say to me, just tell me what it is. Just tell me the solution. Sadly, I do not have the solution. The quote, the title comes from a quote by an American writer called Janet Burroway. I'm just going to read it so I don't get it wrong. About the process of writing. And she said, once I'm working, the process is much the same in every genre. The effort to get myself to the computer, a period of grumpy struggle, despair, the luminous solution that appears in bed or bath, joyful work, repeat, repeat, repeat. And I thought, yep, she's nailed it. Because the book is about creativity, it's about the creative process, or my experience of the creative process, and it seemed like a good title. So, stolen, but...
Can you give us an example from your own practice of a moment, you know, when you had the luminous solution after all that grumpy struggle?
Oh, well, they're sort of micro solutions, aren't they? I mean, you know this from writing, where you really, especially if you're, for me, writing fiction is hardest, and it is a period of uncovering something you don't know what it is, and you are you're trying to sort of, someone's digging something out of the ground in a way, and you're trying to find the shape of it or what. I'm being extremely garbled, I understand, but you're trying to uncover something, or often to make a connection between two things. That you know you want this thing and that thing, but there's no reason why those things go together. But every now and again, suddenly that becomes clear. The reason these two things actually do connect. And that's one of those luminous solution moments. And it's often a moment where for me, in the shower is often where they happen. I know, for example, in The Weekend, I was writing for ages about these women friends who were staying in a house together, being really quite scratchy with each other. And I was thinking, why are these women together if they can't, if they're so cranky with each other? What's holding them in this place together? Why don't they leave? And it took me ages to realise that, they're in this house because it's their friend Sylvie's house, and they kind of have to be there to work out, to get the stuff ready, to get the house ready for sale. So they're there because of duty and because of history. They're not just hanging around together. So and I know exactly the spot on the bathroom wall that I was looking at when I was like, oh, that's it. And then it's like the engine starts for a patch of writing, and then, it conks out again later on, and you have to find another little solution.
Yeah. No, my own recent experience of that was thinking out of nowhere. I hadn't been thinking about the book at all, and it suddenly and I think, yes, bed or bath, as you say. Oh, that's not chapter 1, that's chapter 2. Is that the kind of thing you mean?
Exactly.
It's as though someone actually told you.
Yes. And you sort of feel silly that you didn't realise it before. It's like, oh, of course. What an idiot. But you have to go through that grumpy struggle period to reach that point where the connection is made. It's like you feel your brain working, it's almost a physical feeling of sort of, come on, and you can feel my brain sort of creaking, and then suddenly, ping, there's the neural pathway is made.
Yeah. Yeah, what is it
Totally
about the bed or bath? You've said, the solution, that solution will often come to you in bed or bath, I think was the phrase you used.
Yeah.
What is it about the bed and bath? Have you got any?
Well, I think it's when it's the bed thing is interesting because of its connection to sleep, and there's quite a bit in the book about that period between waking and sleeping, and also about your dream life, that I think in bed your proximity to your unconscious mind is slightly more open, or perhaps you're more receptive to what your unconscious is telling you. And the shower, I don't know, maybe it's like walking the shower, where you're kind of, you're occupied with certain physical things, like washing your hair or whatever, brushing your teeth or whatever you do in the bathroom or the shower. And it's that letting go of trying, I think, that can... there's all sorts of stuff in the creativity research about that period, it's called incubation or percolation, or that sort of period where there's work going on but you're not consciously trying to direct it. But I feel like it only comes after you have been trying to direct it.
You've got to earn it.
I feel that you have to earn it.
Yeah.
I mean, it might be... It's because if I just walked around and had showers all day, it wouldn't happen. Or if I just went to bed into the shower, that's actually not going to get a book written. It's the boring part sitting at the desk, but somehow, I don't know, you're rewarded when you stop sometimes.
I'm wondering if it's got something to do with water. I mean, water's often a symbol of the unconscious and vice versa. So maybe it's just that sort of, you're closer to your unconscious mind when there's water all around you than...
I would agree with that, absolutely.
And I was wondering, because the last essay ends with you talking about your never having been a water person, and then coming to that, that maybe that could have been a major breakthrough in your own creative practice if you were embracing water like that.
Yes, I wish it were more of a breakthrough. But I do think so. The last essay is sort of about nature and creativity, and about how I was always kind of afraid as a child of English parents who. We were sort of terrified of and I lived in the inland in New South Wales, in a country town, and the ocean particularly was kind of terrifying to me because I'm a hopeless swimmer, and it's still a bit scary. But then I've begun spending a lot of time on the central coast of New South Wales and swimming every day when I'm there. And that period of and realising that the water can carry, you don't have to fight it. You don't have to be so afraid of it. And I do think that, there's something very, the unconscious is the ocean in our, in ourselves in some way.
Well, that's the last moment in the weekend, isn't it, where they realise that the ocean will carry them, that they don't need to carry this burden themselves, that they can be lifted up. That essay, the last one, the final one, is called The Rapture, and it's about, as Charlotte says, the importance of the natural world to creativity and creative practice. What are your thoughts about that? You seem to have sort of come to some of these thoughts quite recently.
Yeah, I did some research for my PhD on the cognitive processes of creativity. So it came from sort of cognitive psychology realm. But I've been one of those people who's always just grabbed at anybody else's writing or speaking about their creative process. It's sort of, slightly out of desperation. It's like, just tell me how to do it. And also out of just genuine interest in how does this thing work? Because it is mysterious. And I think it still has to be mysterious. I don't want it to be able to be thoroughly explained. Because if you could, we wouldn't have art, really. I think it comes from a mysterious place. And yet there are things that are sort of, sometimes common to people. And a researcher I've always loved, who I'm sure a lot of you will have heard of, called Mihai Csikszentmihalyi, he wrote the Flow books. And he had a whole lot of really fascinating research. And one bit in one of his books, he talks about the proximity to nature being kind of documented as beneficial for creativity. He says people in beautiful natural surroundings, he says something like it's not a silver bullet, but it's been shown that people spending time in beautiful natural surroundings are more likely to make sort of beneficial connections between things.
Yeah, I see that. Your definition of a creative person strikes me as a really generous, open-hearted one. And you said a creative person is anyone who makes something appear where nothing was before. And that embraces an awful lot of, it's not just, writers and visual artists, is it?
No, and I feel really strongly about this. I'm kind of romantic about it in some ways, I think. But I grew up in a house, in a family where you made things. My father was one of those very talented sort of men of his generation who could make furniture, he could make, brick walls, he could paint, he made our, book week costumes and all that sort of stuff. And my mother was a florist and a really beautiful gardener. So she made gardens. And we just had a sense as children that making was important and fun and anyone could do it. So we made, the one thing that we were all really terrible at making was clothes, sewing. In my era, we had to do sewing at school and we were all hopeless at it, including my mother. But other than that, but also you still had to do it. And I think that's kind of good for children to be sort of forced, basically, to try to make something. And one of the things I feel kind of sorry about is that people often say to people like me, oh, it must be wonderful to be creative. I don't have a creative bone in my body, but, you're so lucky. And I feel that I am lucky. But I think one of the reasons people say I'm not creative is because they've tried to make something, whether it's, painting or a cake or a dress or anything, and it didn't work. And so then they think, oh, I'm no good at this. Whereas anyone who works in any creative field, that's our daily life, is it not working? And then you do it again and it still doesn't work. And sometimes you do it for a year and a half and it's not working, in the case of a book. But then one of those connections will happen. It's like, now it might work. But failure is absolutely, essentially a part of the normal creative process. But also people express their creative selves in so many different ways that I think are sort of discounted unless you're a professional. I have friends who have the most beautiful eye for making a house beautiful and harmonious and, interesting. People who make gardens that have a sort of surprising element somewhere. Some people do it in their clothes, the way that they spend a lot of creative energy in putting together their clothes. And I think that is a creative process and is absolutely, available to us. It's not, I think the professionalisation of creativity is great, but it's not the only thing, there's just so many different ways. I mean, I love to cook, and that for me is a really pure creative outlet because nothing's riding on it, there's no public scrutiny of it when I make a cake and people go, well, it starts out all right, but then, the middle is a bit sinking and whatever. So it doesn't matter. It's only for me to make and eat.
And there's a distinction to be made too, isn't there, between technique and inspiration. You could have a fabulous idea about a dress that maybe didn't work out quite right, but you still had the fabulous idea. That leads me into something that I know you wanted to talk about a bit. I actually wrote this down. It struck me. It's about organisations, and as we know, organisations in some ways, especially these days, with what you're calling quite rightly the professionalisation of creativity, are the whole infrastructure of being an artist. You kind of almost can't do without it anymore. But Charlotte's written, I once read some research showing that no matter how much we claim to embrace creativity and want it in our lives, most people and organisations actually do the opposite. We fear and actively work to reject creativity when we see it. Can you...
Yeah, this is this fantastic study I came across. It sort of made so much sense of so sort of watchword in business circles is, we need to be creative. So quite a lot of sort of corporate speak talks about bringing in creative people and ideas people and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And the thing I think you just mentioned it, where even if you're employed to be creative, the organisation will work to reject your creativity. Because what we actually want especially in organisations and governments, is we want a replication of already existing creativity. Yeah. We don't want original things because we haven't seen them before, and we don't know that they're creative because it hasn't been proven by somebody else that it's already creative. So we fight and we reject it. And so to be in an organisation when you're employed to be the kind of ideas person, I've never been in this situation, thankfully, but it's very difficult because everyone thinks they want what you're offering, but nobody does want it. Because creativity involves a huge amount of failure.
Yeah.
Real creativity is, I throw out 80% of what I write. So an organisation, there's very few organisations who will accept that level of, unproductivity. So that's one thing. Also, we don't know if it's going to work. Well, we don't want that.
No, exactly.
What are these amazing, energy solutions? Well, has it worked before? Well, no, we haven't tried it before. But so we don't want that. So I think it would be really great if we all sort of just in daily life, or when someone puts up an idea and you think, we reject things so quickly. Mm. But often the worst ideas, if we just go with them for a bit, will give rise to the best ideas.
Yeah.
So you have to sort of have faith in it and have faith in creative people. And I think our culture particularly, I think our governments at every single level actually hate artists. They actually are hostile to artists. They mistrust artists, and they wish we didn't exist. Hmm. And, that's fine, but it means you're missing out on all this incredible... I keep thinking about the beginning of the pandemic. If we had a government that got together the best artists, the best sports people, the best environmentalists, the best of everyone in every field, and brought them together and said, how are we going to tackle this? We would have come up with amazing stuff. Hmm. But no, we go, well, we have medical people and government. That's it.
And that's it.
And it failed.
Yeah. It's, I mean, it leads me into something that I noticed when I was reading through the essays, a theme that comes up again and again. You talk about, hang on, there's an actual passage here, I think. You're talking about anxiety and fear. If the anxiety involved in creativity can be extreme, when two words that come up repeatedly when you're talking about creativity are courage and fear. What's to be feared and what do you need courage for?
I know, it seems kind of silly, doesn't it, to talk about being afraid to write a book, you know. It's kind of doesn't make any sense. But I think it's because you're going somewhere where you haven't been before. And if you are a professional, you know it's going to be publicly evaluated at some point if you publish it. So you're afraid of exposing yourself, really. You're afraid of exposing your lack of intellect, for me, a lot of it, until the natural way of things, when I just thought, all right, let it happen, was my weirdness, you know, the strange thoughts that you have. You think, I can't say that. People will think I'm insane. The ugly sort of animal self that we all have. Exposing those things is frightening because, you know, a psychologist once explained to me very helpfully that we are tribal creatures. Our deepest human need is to belong to the group. And as soon as you do anything that's going to separate yourself from the group, our kind of lizard brain perceives this as threat. We cannot be separated because it's threatening to us. But that's what being an artist demands, that you separate yourself from the mainstream, not from people, but from you know, the mainstream thought. To come up with original ideas, you have to, and I'm not saying all my ideas are wildly original by any stretch, but when you're doing it, it feels like that. You're going into new territory of your own. And it has some weird primal kind of fear attached that doesn't make logical sense.
So fear of exposure. And you do talk very convincingly at one point about the paradox really at the heart of being a writer is, on the one hand, it can be such a solitary and often needs to be such a solitary activity. And on the other hand, you know that there's going to come a point when you finish the work that you really need it not to be solitary, that you need it to become a public thing. You know, you're writing to communicate with people after all. So there's a real tension there, isn't that you've got to sort of live in. I thought we can talk about that a bit more later, but I was hoping that you would, just by way of a shift, I was hoping Charlotte would read a piece from the wonderful essay called, is it Gods and Ghosts?
I think so. I've forgotten.
And this is about a Catholic childhood, which is never not an interesting subject.
On Gods and Ghosts, yes, it is called that. And the subtitle is Catholicism, Contradiction and Creativity. So I grew up in a very Catholic family and went to Mass every week, and at a certain age rejected the whole thing as, you know, misogynist, hypocritical organisation who didn't want me. You know, as a girl growing up in the Catholic Church, it was very plain to me that, I think I say somewhere here that I'd been absorbing the message from birth. If I didn't hate myself for being a girl, God had no interest in me. So, you know, in my teens or late teens, I'm out of here. So this part says, so, after all this, stupefied by boredom and increasingly outraged by double standards and hypocrisy, how can it be that at the same time, on some other plane, I was also nurtured and secretly enthralled by the Bible, the Mass, the stories of the saints? I loved the lushness, the supernatural weirdness of the visions and miracles. I loved the dream world reality in which a man could walk on water, where bushes could burst into flame but not incinerate, where oceans could part, bread fall from heaven. I loved the visceral, righteous dramas of betrayal and punishments and secrets, of lonely vigils in midnight gardens, of blood money paid in silver, the appearance and disappearance of foretelling angels, resurrections from the dead. I even loved the violence, the arrows and stones and knives and gore, the robes soaked in blood and vinegar, iron nails driven into flesh and thorns into scalp. The ritual of the Mass itself was an almost bodily lesson in narrative, structured in tension and release. The long stretches of monotony punctuated with bursts of movement where we, the slumped observers, were roused into action. The passing of the collection plate, the peace be with yous, when you turned in your seat from the authority of the priest to focus on each other, where you might be called upon to speak to a stranger, where a bolder congregant might even extend a hand. And then, for long years, the only point of interest, there was the opportunity for curious, detailed inspection of your fellow parishioners and their fashion choices as they stood in line for communion. Inside the church itself, of course, there was the irresistible spectacle of excess. The brocade in gold and purple and forest green, the white marble, red carpet, the golden chalices and cups and little bowls, the candlelight and glowing flowers. I loved the transformation of annoying or faceless boys from school into languid, holy creatures in flowing red robes and white ruffs, lying in dreamy reverie across the shallow stairs to the altar, occasionally ringing a bell or two. There was also a delicious soaking cadence to the language of the Bible, with its repetitions and rhythms, its rocking 2x2s and 40 days and 40 nights, its 7 years of good luck and 7 of bad. And there was a mystical potency in the symbols of apple and serpent and loaves and fishes, every mundane object rich with the possibility of another life, carrying layers of hidden meaning purely by existing. Once, when quite young, I, for some reason, accompanied the child of another family to her Protestant Sunday school and found myself appalled. We sat on plastic chairs in a small meeting room, bare of any sacred bling, and from a flimsy pamphlet were offered a dull, sweet children's story about lambs and being good. The adults in charge were creepily ingratiating, commanding no authority whatsoever. There was no gold, no robes, no violence or mystery, no otherworldliness or grandeur. There might have been biscuits from a packet. I never went back. I left the church around the time I finished school, by which I mean I stopped going to Mass. I don't know if I had ever actually believed in God, even in my most spiritual moments. But for me, that question was now settled. I was an atheist. But in another way, nothing was settled. I could reject it all I liked, but it was too late to matter. I was awake to what was unseen, to the ghostly, the imaginative spirit, to sacrifice, to injustice. Catholicism had got into my bones as surely as the cold Monero air filled my lungs, and despite almost never setting foot in a church again, I couldn't just will it away. Thanks.
It's all there for a writer, isn't it, from the beginning, the language, the imagery, the narrative. I was, while you were reading that, I was thinking of the first essay in this book, which is about the necessity, you know, if you feel yourself to be an artist or a creative person, of nurturing the inner life. And while you were reading that, I was thinking, you know, if you're lucky, your inner life again and again harks back to the past. You can go back, you can find something else in it, But that talk before we get on to the idea of, you know, dwelling in that space of tension. Maybe talk a little bit more about the inner life and how you conceive of that.
Well, I was asked to write an essay about the inner life, and it was one of those sort of fortuitous commissions where, you know, I would never have come up with the idea of I'm going to write about the inner life. But so I said, sure, I'll write about that. And then I had to think, well, what is it?
Yeah.
What does it mean, an inner life? And does everybody have an inner life? If you don't have an inner life, does it matter? And if I have an inner life, what does it sort of consist of? And I realised that for artists, the inner life is absolutely bound up really very strongly with our work. And it's sort of a home to go to for me. and probably for everybody, I don't know. But, you know, that place where, you know, when you're a writer, you really have no excuse to ever be bored. I mean, I am easily bored, but that's because I'm also lazy. But, you know, if you're somewhere, a writer friend of mine said she was going off to some dinner that she really didn't want to go to. She said, it's going to be really boring. But, you know, it won't be, because there'll be people there. And whatever they're like, she can sort of just go, you know, just... You're like some creature that just sucks in impressions from everywhere, or, you know, just a tiny moment you observe, you think, oh, yes, I can use... I mean, I think people often think writers are sort of using sort of people, but, you know, I can employ that in my work. And it's not about that person at all. It's about something else. I don't know if anyone here's read Christos Tsiolkos' new book, 7.5. It's a wonderful, wonderful portrayal of how a writer makes a work of fiction. You know, where the writer Christos is walking along the beach and he sees a man and his son. He's also working on this novel in his mind, and he sees something between the man and the son and thinks, good, that can go in here. And then he sees something else, good. You know, so it's sort of... so as an artist, you're always sort of building this thing, even when you're not concentrating on it. It's always there in your mind. But I think that concept of the inner life in that first chapter called Fertile Ground, I realised that there were things that could be very threatening to the inner life and things that nourish my inner life and my creativity, I suppose. And you know, ironically, the things that really nourish or threaten the inner life are things from the outer life, and quite physical things like, you know, eating properly and exercise and having some sort of vague sense of order in the house, and creating boundaries of time and space, which are, you know, not so practical, but they have very practical, you know, results when you say to someone, I can't come for lunch because I'm working. And that can be quite hard to do, to draw those boundaries. But if you don't do it, you will never finish a project, I think.
Elizabeth Joly used to say that she worked best late at night because she couldn't work or think properly until everyone in the house was fed and asleep. And that's an incredible constriction to put on your work, but that was how she felt about living in the house. There was nothing to be done about it, really.
Yeah, and everyone finds their own way. That's the thing. I mean, I couldn't work in a house full of people, but, you know, loads of writers have a house full of children and work, you know. I think there's a fantastic photograph somewhere of Ruth Park at a tiny little table typing with 2 toddlers sort of crawling around her legs. You know, people have written in all kinds of circumstances, but I don't know that I could do that.
No, I don't think I could do it either. Moving to an idea again that kept, you know, recurring as I was reading through these essays, and it strikes me that this is a good metaphor for them. The writer Georgia Blaine, who was a good friend of Charlotte's and who is sadly now no longer with us, wrote a novel in the middle of which she was diagnosed with an incurable cancer. It's called Between a Wolf and a Dog. And that's a translation of a French expression that means really dusk, doesn't it?
Yes.
You know, the sort of twilight where you can see that there's a thing, but you don't know whether it's friendly or an enemy. You don't know whether it's dangerous or the opposite. You can't tell whether it's a wolf or a dog. It could be either. And that's a sort of moment of tension that's got to be held in tension, isn't it, to be aware of the phenomenon. And what comes up in Charlotte's discussion of creativity again and again is the idea that you really need to be in a state of tension between what seem to be 2 opposite things.
And between certainties, I think. And it's very uncomfortable to always not know anything. Like, it's quite exhausting to spend 2 or 3 or 4 years working on something, not knowing where it's going, whether it's going to work, what's happening in it, why am I doing this, you know, why am I writing about this character and this one? They have nothing to do with each other. But what I have learned is to obey the instinct, you know, the intuitive mind and the natural way of things. That book from several years ago sort of taught me how to obey my intuition. And that became, it's really precious to me now that I understand when my instinct is telling me something and just follow it and do what it says. But that means that you don't know still.
Yeah.
So it's a kind of, you kind of have to give up rationality for long, long periods of time. And that's a scary thing to do when you're a person who likes to be in control like I do.
Yeah.
You have to allow yourself to not have control. And to also, you know, like that chapter on Catholicism is, I know why I'm an atheist, because of all these very clear, you know, crimes, frankly, of the Catholic, literally of the Catholic Church, and yet there's all this other stuff that I really value from that. And part of that is kind of my own sort of moral compass comes from that.
Yeah.
Even though the moral compass over here is so, you know, off kilter. And I think having the ability to hold two opposing views at once is, I think, I don't know, it's frankly the mark of being an adult, I think.
Yeah.
But it's extremely important for artists.
Yeah. It reminds me of, any of you who've read an early novella by Helen Garner called Honour. In the very last scene, there's two women, one of whom is the ex-partner of the partner of the other one, and they're on a seesaw. And it's implied that they're exactly the same weight, and they're balancing on the seesaw, and that's the final image of the book. And I kept thinking of that image, you know, when you were talking about needing to hold the tension between this side and that side.
It's the understanding that the tension will never be resolved.
Yes.
That's important too, to think you have to, the state between certainties is where the artist lives in that place. And I don't want to live there, because I don't like being uncertain all the time, but now I understand that I can't not live there.
Yeah.
That's where I get my stuff from.
You mentioned, you know, sort of the feeling of kind of flying blind when you were writing The Natural Way of Things. And you've said somewhere in these essays, I was often highly anxious that I didn't understand the meaning of what I was doing. And it sounded to me like it was one of those places where you really needed to let the instinctual side take over and just let the rational side have a rest for a while.
Absolutely. And just stop asking what it means, you know.
Yeah.
And I sort of channeled in that period the visual artist Louise Bourgeois. I don't know, you will know her works even if you don't know her name. Those giant, huge, terrifying-looking spiders, you know, outside the Guggenheim, stuff like they're the size of a building. Or there's all kinds, like very weird, dark stuff that she produced. And she had these huge bronze, very frightening-looking penises that she would sort of. And she was this tiny little, the pictures of her as this tiny little ancient old woman carrying this massive, horrifying-looking bronze penis around. But she had a bunch of installations called cells. And they were these sort of metal cages with just strange things inside them, hanging inside them, things that looked like sort of body parts and other things that looked like sort of surgical beds. And they were very menacing, threatening things. And I came across these and I thought, I had this sort of flash of revelation that may or may not be true at all, but my feeling was Louise Bourgeois doesn't sit around going, oh, I wonder what it means. Oh, maybe I shouldn't do that. Oh, it's not very nice. And, oh, what will people think of me? She just goes there and, you know, in my sort of way of thinking, she just hangs a uterus in a cage and just does it. And that was very inspiring to me to go. So I just sort of, I said to these writing friends at the time, I'm just going to be Louise Bourgeois. I'm just going to hang some uteruses in a cage and stop wondering, why am I hanging the uteruses in a cage? What does it mean? What will people think of me for doing this? All that stuff that's so tiring and so boring. And then when I just let all this weird, quite dark stuff come out, it had power.
Oh, yeah.
And it had power that I felt like it didn't even come from me. It came from some other place. And all I had to do was put it there. And it was so kind of, I mean, it was hard to do, but it was still, it was like, kind of yielding to, and this is where this sort of interest in the uncanny and the unconscious comes from for me. It's like you can sort of hand it over to this strange force that is the artistic impulse sometimes, but you have to remind yourself all the time that it's possible to do that.
Yeah, and sustaining the handing of it over for a whole book must have, ironically enough, required a great deal of rational thought.
Yeah, and then you shape it and, there's all kinds of stuff that... But I feel now that leaving enough of that sort of weirdness in without explanation is very powerful. And I think, I don't know, people responded to that book in a way they'd never responded to any of my other works. And I feel it was because of that, this sort of unexplained strangeness that, I didn't sort of plead for understanding of the strange. It was like, there's the strangeness, you can sort of take it or leave it.
Take it or leave it, yeah. Yep. Just before, we'll go to questions in a minute, but it's just one more thing I want to ask you about quickly. We haven't talked much about the weekend, and I know you wrote the book under the aegis, so to speak, of the Charles Perkins Research Facility at the University of Sydney. Charlotte was the first writer in residence at that centre, and it was a kind of project, wasn't it, about ageing and the ageing process and how it was and everything. Did the book grow out of that, or were you already working on the book and you thought, this is a good place to
I already had a kind of vague idea for the book, that I wanted to write about ageing and I wanted to write about friendship, but I hadn't written any of the book. So the Charles Perkins Centre is a science research centre at the University of Sydney, and it is a place dedicated to creativity, really. And I've never ever felt the creativity respected as I did in that place, full of scientists. I've never felt it in an arts organisation.
Yeah.
In the way that, so my job there was, first of all, it was incredibly well resourced, which as an artist you're just like, what? This private philanthropist called Judy Harris gives $100,000 for a writer to be there for a year to write their book and sort of cross paths with scientists.
Yeah.
And the whole point of the place is that things happen when you put... And Steve Simpson, who runs it, says, you select for excellence and then you just step back.
Yeah.
And it was so thrilling and exciting because this is a place, as he said when I did the interview for this thing, this place is built on risk. And it's a kind of nurturer of risk and of connections being made, and if they don't work, they fall away and another connection is made. Yeah. It's not, you have to prove to us that your idea is going to bear fruit before we will give you the funding or and I think really any kind of innovation comes out of this, but it's very rare that it's in a huge organisation.
Yeah.
So it's a very special place.
I can remember being on a panel some years ago about, which is kind of an ideas panel really about the arts. It was a kind of multi-art form think tank type arrangement, just a one-off. And there was one person there, very successful in the field of music, who said, look, we've got to learn to fund for failure.
Yeah.
And the rest of it just kind of cracked up and rolled our eyes, like anyone would ever do that in your dreams.
Yeah.
And yet, it's you've got artists have to go away and fail on their own, or
yeah, they're unfunded for failure.
Yes.
But all the kind of amazing tech, cool people have done that. They've come out of failure and they respect failure as part of it.
Yep, that's a great note to take some questions on. Respect failure. We have a question, I think, already.
Charlotte, you've earned my trust as a reader. I just buy every book I see with your name on it.
Thank
it's
you
fantastic.
so much.
And I think trust is in short supply these days in our political leaders and scientists and in ourselves at times. So I'm just interested if you might be able to talk more about the trust you place in yourself when you're embarking on your work.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for following me as a reader. I don't think you readers know what it means to us to be consistently read over time. One of the things that has made me trust what I'm doing, I remember years ago coming here and saying, I think the book was Animal People then, and I was talking about this sort of stuff, and I said, I'm writing a new book, and I'm very fearful that the people who love this book will not love my next book. And a fantastic woman in the audience stood up and said, we will come with you.
Yeah.
And, oh, God. So that has given me a huge amount of confidence. But also, you know, I talk a lot in this book about kind of what the natural way of things taught me, about going into a scary space and having the guts to go there, basically, and the riches that come to you when you push past certain fears. And someone like Grace Tame shows all of us, right, how to just, like, I'm more and more astonished by that woman's power. And especially that last thing with the bong picture, where it's like, well, this is a moment, you know, are they going to get her this time? And then she just like, nah, and, you know, turns it around and claims it and goes, come at me. You know, it's like, whoa, that's so thrilling to witness when someone is not afraid. I mean, not that I'm trying to equate anything that I'm doing with her, what she's doing, but trust. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to learn to trust yourself, but I do think trusting your instinct is really undervalued. And, you know, when I worked with the scientists, one thing that I learned really quickly was that artists and scientists are very similar, and they agree with me. You know, that's why they want creative writers in there. And I've made various friends there where I've talked to them about the power of instinct and hunches and dreams and joy, and they love talking about that stuff. You know, and I always thought scientists, well, they're just going to go, oh, well, that's not very rational. Lots of their work is driven by, you know, obviously then they verify all of this stuff in a way that as an artist you don't really have to. But, yeah, I think trusting our instinct, I am rambling now, but thank you for your lovely question.
Before we go on with questions, I did forget to say, as you can see, if you've got a question, come to the microphone in the middle here, about halfway back, and please don't begin with, this is more of a comment than a question, because nobody ever wants to hear that. If you want to have a chat with Charlotte, she'll be signing books at the end anyway. So we have another question, yep.
Do you handwrite? Do you write with a computer? And how long has each computer or laptop lasted?
I write with a laptop, to my detriment, really, because I have shocking RSI, and I took my little splints off to come here because I was frocking up. But I can't. I wish I could handwrite in a way. My handwriting is terrible, but also I can't seem to think now without typing. Like, it sort of doesn't come out of handwriting for me. Laptops, how long do they last? I'm a shocking early adopter of technology, so I'm always going, I think I need a new one now. I think this one's a bit too slow, which is rubbish. So I don't know, a few years. Yeah, thanks.
Do we have any more questions up there? It doesn't. I thought someone was lining up. She wasn't. Oh, yep, here we go.
I'm curious about the role of studying creative writing, and what is the role, and clearly you've done a lot of study, and how does that influence your writing, and does it in fact influence your writing now?
It's a good question. It's very, very vexed, academia and creative writing and creativity in general, I think. I happen to find extremely good supervisors who were willing to let me do my thing, basically, in the postgraduate stuff. I think I did creative writing in undergraduate degrees with excellent teachers, and all that was really was teaching you to practice. It was just practicing writing and reading, which is the most important thing. But I think in the postgraduate world, universities don't trust artists either. Most of creative writing degrees come out of the English department, and this is possibly going to offend some people, but English lit academia is concerned with the end result of creativity. It's not concerned with the process of creativity. And I think a lot of, in my personal experience anyway, a lot of English lit academics don't want to involve themselves with the process of creative writing. So my PhD was using cognitive psychology, not anything to do with literary theory or anything to do with the English literature school, and my brilliant supervisor was from the music school, and she
excellent.
got it. She was like, I know exactly what you're doing, and her name was Dorothea Fabian from the University of New South Wales, which is wonderful. And I had another supervisor, Anne Brewster, for my creative component, but it's kind of vexed. I think creative, and I know a lot of teachers of creative writing who are really ground down by the university system that treats them like garbage, to be quite frank. They bring in a lot of students, so they're needed, but they're not respected. And what I would really love is for universities to start actually respecting that creative arts staff know what they're doing and listen to them.
Still good. Thanks for that. Do we have any more questions? Yep.
Hi, Charlotte. Can you talk a bit more about the value of decluttering? Because I'm in that process and what that means for you.
Decluttering. Well, I'm not sure I'm any expert, but I do love chucking stuff out. My husband and I are quite... He's actually much tidier than I am, but I love getting rid of stuff. And he is more... Well, he's better at saying we don't need a new thing. But I'm very bad at saying let's get a new thing. But I like space and order. I mean, as I say, I'm actually a very messy person, but I really admire people who are not messy and I sort of do eventually clean up my surroundings because it creates space in my mind and order. Not order, but it creates space. And, it sort of mentally, the clutter for me that is most dangerous is too much time online, and especially in social media, but also just, doom scrolling, too much time going from one horrifying news story to another. That is just utterly depleting to any sense of creativity because I refer to a study in here talking about... the most creative mood state, and this fantastic meta-analysis of 25 years of creativity research that looked at the most, all this research into mood and creativity found that, basically, in short, fear and anxiety is the least creative state there possibly is, and that sort of agitation. And so that's what being online a lot creates in me, and so the kind of major mental clutter comes from too much time online and also too much social stimulation. I love being sociable, but if I do too much, it sort of just depletes.
Just one more, I think, if you're very quick.
Just a quick one. Do you think there is a book in your idea of how COVID should have been handled?
Look, there's probably an encyclopedia, but not for me to write. I just wish that our political class, I'm not going to say leaders because I don't think there are any, would just open their minds to other ways of doing things. It's just so depressing, the kind of constant reiterating. I don't know if anyone saw Saul Griffith yesterday, most inspiring, amazing man. He said, we're very good at snatching defeat from the jaws of victory in this country. And I think we are. But with creative people like him, if we can go, right, we want to listen to you. I want to listen to you and trust you. It's the trust in that creativity that I think is really missing. Another blather, sorry.
We probably do have to wrap up, but can I just say before we do, thank you to everybody here who's wearing a mask. I know we don't have to, and it's really great that people are prepared to take their own responsibility and make their own free choices about looking after themselves and each other. And that means you can be here, and so can Charlotte. So please thank Charlotte with me very much for this great session.
Thank you, Karen, once again. Such a great talk. Thank you. Thank you.
Nick? Oh, don't worry. Hello again, ladies and gentlemen. Just the usual announcements. If you could be COVID aware, that would be most beneficial to everyone, which means basically wearing a mask whenever you're wandering around. It's not compulsory, but it is strongly recommended. It protects you and it protects other people around you. As I've said before, avoid touching strangers. You don't know where they've been. Can you please not move the chairs? We have had some situations, especially over in the gap between the east and west stages, where people are moving chairs to where they want to put them. Unfortunately, we've placed those chairs to enable us to have clear communication lines and to enable us to have space where the one stage is not interfering with the other. By moving those chairs, you put us in an awkward position. So we would ask that you don't do that, please. For those of you who need assisted listening, there is an assisted listening loop in all of the chairs, these 3 rows in front of the mixing desk. If you are sitting, if someone is looking for an assisted listening space and you are in one of the assisted listening chairs and don't need it, we would ask that you would move for them, please, because they are specifically for people with hearing aids to be able to pick up what is being said. Thank you. Yes, it's me again. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Just one further announcement. You may find with some of the more crowded sessions that the urge comes across you to sit yourself down in one of the aisleways. Could you please not do that? Obviously, they need to be kept clear. If you can't find a seat, you will find that probably in the far reaches over on the left-hand or right-hand side, there are usually a few spare seats. Also, back against the fence, we have enough volume to cover you there. But please do not sit in the aisles. Thank you.
croaky still.
Microphone's alive.
Very good. Good afternoon, everybody. It's very good to see a large crowd here this afternoon in Adelaide. I'd just like to acknowledge the Kaurna people as the traditional custodians of the Adelaide Plains and pay respects to elders past and present and future. We recognise and respect their cultural heritage, beliefs and relationship with the land. We acknowledge that they are of continuing importance to the Kaurna people living today. Now, I'm sure I'm right in saying that Ukraine very much occupies us at the present moment. Evidence of war crimes. The International Criminal Court has opened a case against Russia. Yet a decade ago, a little-known organisation called WikiLeaks released a video they called Collateral Murder, which showed a US gunship helicopter killing both unarmed civilians, journalists, and those who came to rescue them on the streets of Baghdad. There was no war crimes investigation then, and the only person prosecuted in relation to that matter was Julian Assange, who revealed evidence of the crime. Among other matters, it is this arbitrary nature of prosecution and persecution, in my opinion, that we'll be discussing today. I'm Andrew Fowler. I've been a reporter at both Four Corners and foreign correspondent, and I've written a number of books on journalism and national security. As journalists, we have to be unbiased, but that doesn't mean we have to be neutral, particularly in the face of rising authoritarianism and its threat to democracy and the rule of law, which is what makes the discussions today so important. Since 2001, Australia has introduced more counter-terrorism and national security legislation than any other member of the Five Eyes Western Alliance. But whereas the US has First Amendment rights of free speech, and Article 10 of the European Convention on Human Rights provides some cover for journalists in the UK, here in Australia there is very little protection from the overreach of executive government. This present federal government has twisted laws designed to protect us from terrorism into weapons to be used against both journalists and those who attempt to hold them to account. This afternoon we'll explore the price 3 Australians are paying to protect our freedom and our right to know. Bernard Collaery, here on my left, is an Australian solicitor, barrister, former Attorney General of the Australian Capital Territory. Throughout his career, he's been a fearless advocate of human rights. Bernard advised the East Timor resistance for more than 30 years. He's being prosecuted under the Intelligence Services Act for conspiracy to reveal that the federal government had instructed Australia's overseas intelligence agency, ASIS, to bug the parliamentary offices of East Timor's government while it was negotiating a seabed oil and gas treaty. Access to this information would be of direct benefit to Australia's resource giant Woodside Petroleum, who were party to the negotiations. Collaery told journalists of the bugging only after the domestic spy agency ASIO raided his office and accessed an affidavit by a senior ASIS whistleblower involved in the bugging, known only as Witness K. His affidavit provided crucial evidence in a case Collaery and East Timor were bringing under international law against the Australian government on the grounds that the bugging nullified the treaty. David McBride is a former British Army Major and Australian Army lawyer. He made 2 tours of Afghanistan with the Australian Army. McBride became concerned that the military was lying to the Australian public, saying everything was going well in the war when it wasn't. He made an official complaint, a complaint he says was not well received. David was the source of the documents broadcast on the ABC 7:30 report, which revealed evidence of Australia's war crimes in Afghanistan, an action which led the ABC to be raided by the Australian Federal Police, and David being charged with theft of Commonwealth property and the breach of the Defence Act, for which he faces a long prison term. Jen Robinson is an Australian barrister based at Doughty Street Chambers in London and has long been a champion of human rights. She represented West Papuans against Indonesia in their long battle for independence. She was a Rhodes Scholar at Oxford University, where she graduated with a Bachelor of Civil Law and a Master of Philosophy in International Public Law. 12 years ago, she joined the Julian Assange legal team and often came under personal attack for her decision to defend WikiLeaks. The Assange case has reached a crucial point. The UK Supreme Court is about to announce a decision on whether or not to hear Julian Assange's appeal against being extradited to the United States. A lower court blocked this extradition on the grounds that he would not be safe in a US prison. Now the US has given an undertaking that he will be properly cared for. But can Washington be trusted after what we've learned about a CIA hit squad with plans to either kidnap or kill Assange while he was seeking asylum in the Ecuador embassy? Jen Robinson, how sound are those assurances in your opinion?
Well, first, can I say thank you, Andrew, and thank you for the invitation to pay my respects to the traditional owners where I am and to where you are in Adelaide and where everyone is beaming in, and my respects to all First Nations people joining the session today. I'm sorry I can't be with you for family reasons, particularly because I was so looking forward to meeting Behrendt and David in person, two people who I have huge admiration for and who have done a great service to our country and the public interest for the work that they have done. In terms of Julian's case, I'm not the only person to say it. Listen to Amnesty International. The assurances that the US's government has offered, of course, only after they lost the case and we won the extradition case in the United States, which would have prevented Julian from being extradited on the grounds that his extradition would be oppressive because of the prison conditions he would face. The US then sought to shift the goalposts and introduced an assurance which is not a full assurance and not worth the paper it's written on, in my view. But don't trust me as Julian's lawyer, trust Amnesty International, who agrees with us. So now we're, as Andrew said, we are on appeal to the Supreme Court. The US won its appeal on the basis of the assurance before our High Court in London. And now we've got permission to go to the Supreme Court, and it remains to be seen whether we will be heard before the Supreme Court. It is very concerning to me that we have findings from a judge on the basis of medical evidence that an Australian citizen is at risk of suicide if extradited to the United States. This is a humanitarian issue. It is one that involves the life of an award-winning Australian editor and journalist, and yet we have very little being said and done about an assurance and the UK government willing to accept an assurance from the United States, which is, frankly, not very helpful.
Now, Niels Melzer, the UN reporter on torture, has ruled in a detailed and corroborated report that Assange has been the victim of torture in the way he's been treated. Professor Melzer said that he had never seen so many powerful countries gang up against one individual. Why do you think that happened? Why was Julian Assange targeted?
That's a big question, Andrew, and one that I think, to break it down in basic terms, as a lawyer who's been with him and watched as this, or been front and centre to see how Julian has been treated over many years, more than a decade, information is power. And that was something that struck me about the WikiLeaks revelations, that a journalist and an editor with information was suddenly seen as the most powerful man in the world, or the most dangerous man in the world. And why? Because he was offering us the truth about war crimes, the truth about human rights abuse. Now, we've heard from a number of government officials that the persecution, and I think that is an appropriate word to use, and thank you for using it, Andrew, the persecution and the prosecution of Julian Assange is to send a signal, a deterrence, to stop anyone else who might have the courage and the bravery to publish the truth about government wrongdoing. Now, we saw just after the WikiLeaks disclosures, these are publications that he is in prison for and faces 175 years in a US prison for the same publications for which he won the Walkley Award for Most Outstanding Contribution to Journalism and the Sydney Peace Prize. Now, after the WikiLeaks disclosures, we saw Edward Snowden, come out and make his disclosures saying that he was inspired by Julian Assange and by Chelsea Manning. We've seen other whistleblowers since come out and say the same. And so the actions that are being taken by government is that they want to control information, because by controlling information, they hold the power. And by prosecuting and punishing whistleblowers and publishers who have the courage and the bravery to provide us the information we need to make democratic decisions, informed decisions in our democracies, that they will be punished to stop others from doing it the same. And I think we all need to be asking serious questions about this and the precedent that it's set, and we need only look to the other brilliant people on this panel to see the impact that it can have on our democracy.
Thanks, Jennifer. Now, Bernard Collaery, it wasn't a hit squad coming for you and Witness K, but ASIO certainly set out to damage your case before Witness K could go to The Hague to give evidence about Australia's wrongdoing. His passport was confiscated, preventing him from travelling. He subsequently pleaded guilty to breaching national security. Now, you are not pleading guilty. Witness K received 3 months suspended sentence. You described Australia's national security powers as authoritarian. In your opinion, how has Witness K been treated, and why are you fighting on?
Well, thank you, Andrew. Witness K is a distinguished senior Australian with a distinguished record of service to our country, and in many respects, he was not a whistleblower per se. He went through the correct procedures. He was given an approved lawyer, who then, of course, had a security clearance, and he advanced his case, a case I'm now forbidden from expanding on. But Andrew, Witness K has a family. My memory and experience goes back to the Soviet years. That's how old I am. And I recall that when we had defectors from the Soviet Union, if they left their family behind, they were of limited use to our services because of the hold and the worry and the fear that held over them. Any leaking of Witness K's name, given the times we lived in at that time, in the centre of the terrorist scare in 2013 and in subsequent years, would place Witness K in great jeopardy and family. And I think that's a relevant factor. I can't expand on it as to why Witness K elected to enter a guilty plea. Given the circumstances, I thought the learned magistrate was quite compassionate, tolerant and understanding, referring to good faith and motivated by a sense of justice. I'm really hopeful that when we pass these difficult times, there'll be a submission made to our Governor-General to give Witness K a pardon. He should be pardoned because of many factors I'm silenced on, but because a good, honest man has been dreadfully maltreated.
Bernard, how is he faring at the moment, as far as you know?
Well, if I told you how often I deal with him, I'd be followed, and perhaps by unfriendly powers, bearing in mind what I've said. So it's a very difficult process, but yes, I'm in constant caring contact. I came back from Cambridge really to assist Witness K to get his passport back. little did I know what they had in store for me as well. But of course, he still doesn't have his passport. His life is held up. He lives under constant fear of a malicious leaking of the identity of himself, family, children, grandchildren, and so forth. It's a rotten life, and he is showing the wear and tear of those stresses.
I'd just like to stay with your case just a little bit longer. In your case, you won an appeal which allowed some matters to be heard in public. The appeal court ruled that although some of the evidence might damage national security, I'll say it again. The appeal court ruled that although some of the evidence might damage national security, it was a price worth paying if people were to have faith in the principle of open justice. Yet that decision is now under threat again, isn't it?
Well, yes, they didn't appeal that decision, the decision that I should get a public trial. There's a clause in this 2004 terrorist law, anti-terrorist law, that allows a judgment to be rewritten or redacted. And so the government has sought a redaction of the judgment that we won. The Chief Judge, President of the Court of Appeal, has declined to give that redaction, and they've applied to the High Court for special leave to appeal her refusal to redact that passage in the judgment. They want it rewritten.
You said in a speech that the national security laws used against you had never been used against terrorists. Your view was that they were being used, quote, to cover Downer's dirty linen. You're referring to Alexander Downer, who was Foreign Minister at the time of the bugging. As Foreign Minister, Downer was responsible for sending in the SIS team to spy on East Timor. When he went to work for Woodside Petroleum, beneficiaries of the Timor Treaty, afterwards, can you talk about that?
No. I should say one thing. We need anti-terrorist laws. We just need to read them more carefully before they are passed into law, and we really should have known what was happening in 2004, where there was a potential for the misuse of necessary anti-terrorist powers. What I did say was that the full extent of those laws are being used on me at the moment, when I can't find any. There is among this audience here a very distinguished judge who's done some of the most important terrorist trials in this country. I won't even look in the direction, but I'm sure you'll agree that we need laws that can protect informants, that can protect sources of information, particularly information that leads us to terror cells. But in my case, there's absolutely no character of any of that involved. I think we're both honest people, witness Kay and I. My friends are mostly all, I should say, decent people. And the national security aspect is not, I want to stress to you, some James Bond secret about Chinese or Soviet espionage. It's nothing to do with that. As Jenny will agree, it's about this holy grail of the intelligence services in the Western world. It's the neither confirm nor deny. They want to put me to trial over something that they want to publicly deny and are publicly denying. They want a secret trial, so because to trial me, they have to admit what was done, but they won't admit it in public. And that's, Andrew, the most pernicious thing that strikes me, which is, you all recall how we've reacted to the Holocaust deniers. This issue, what's happening to my friend David here and what's happening to Julian, is an attempt to change history. It's an attempt to change the history, in my case, of our relationship to the East Timorese. It's a much broader, more serious thing. It's a government that holds itself unaccountable, invulnerable, wanting to change history and to make sure that Assange can't properly write some history. McBride can't do the same. And that Kay and I somehow talked about something that actually didn't happen. It's an attempt to change history.
A part of the problem that you point to in your book here, Oil Under Troubled Water by Bernard Collaery, he points to the necessity of separating ACIS from the Department of Foreign Affairs. I understand they're in the same building. They certainly share the same government minister. Can you explain why you think it's so important that they should be separated?
The lessons learnt during the Cold War were that MI6, all of you who visit London, live there, can see MI6 sitting there, and certainly properly depicted in one of the Bond films at Vauxhall on the River Thames. They've got their own building. They are separate from Whitehall, separate from the Foreign Ministry. When our diplomatic service had the trade service integrated into it, in my time, many of the career diplomats were apprehensive that trade would surmount the moral imperative of good democracy. Well, it has. You can see that. I think that the trade function, put it this way, I don't think we can now separate trade and diplomacy, but we should separate our secret intelligence service, our espionage service, from the trade function. Because, and I'm tethering on the edge of being arrested again, because our secret espionage service is not dedicated for the use of foreign shareholder boardrooms. Alexander Downer said on Four Corners, well, of course we have to help our Australian company, Woodside. It's never been Australian. It was registered here in Australia, but it's never been less than 70 to 80% foreign owned. And it's predominantly foreign shareholder owned. And should our intelligence services do that? One of the protocols in the Five Eyes Agreement, which I've seen, is that no member of the Five Eyes can use the resources of the Five Eyes network for national corporate support. That is, they can't dedicate the resources to support their company, Holden against Ford, say. And that's a living instrument, and generally speaking, I believe it's been observed. We don't have ACIS to support Woodside. We shouldn't have it there. There may be times, for example, when there is monopoly conduct and collusive trading, say in China, in terms of iron ore sales and that, when our foreign service could be properly deployed to find out what a foreign country is doing to limit a fair and free setting of iron ore prices, for example. But with Timor, the moral imperative is clear to us all. I don't have to argue that. That's an improper use of the service, very improper. Can I correct one thing, Andrew? Of course, it was ASIO that raided my chambers and seized our brief for The Hague, but ASIO were carrying out executive work from across the lake, as the parlance goes in Canberra, at the request of ACIS and the Department of Foreign Affairs. Quite promptly afterwards, fairly promptly afterwards, the Director General of ASIO said that Witness K was no threat to national security and could have his passport back. Julie Bishop, as Foreign Minister, had her officers write back to the Director General of ASIO to ask him to review it. And great credit to Duncan Lewis, then Director General of ASIO, he said no. He refused. So I've got to make clear there's a declension here between the two services. ACIS should be removed forthwith from the Foreign Affairs building, and the culture and nature of how it operates. It should be given statutory independence. It's now headed by a very decent Major General. This is a departure from former diplomats and trade type people being in charge of it, and I think the management of it to a great deal has been attended to, the good proper management of it. But it should be, and this government, or this incoming government, I'm being presumptive here, perhaps, it should move early to have a genuine review of ACES.
Thanks, Bernard. David McBride, when you gave the ABC's 7:30 report the documents which revealed evidence of war crimes committed by Australian soldiers in Afghanistan, what did you hope to achieve?
I wanted to be stand up and counted. That's all.
Good on you, mate.
Well,
it would have been nice had there been some sort of Bernstein and Woodward investigation and the government had collapsed. It would have been nice if there'd even been a shake-up of defence and we actually started to defend the country, not the government. But you don't become a whistleblower for success. You become a whistleblower because you are so angry with what you are seeing. And for me, it was the profession of arms. And I wanted to be on my deathbed and I wanted to think, when you were called upon by your country to step up to the plate, you didn't fail your country, you did it, and you went out there to face what may.
David, we hear a lot about how troops were involved in these killings, but very little about the senior commanders. How far up the chain of command did the knowledge of the Afghan atrocities go?
I believe it went to the very top, and I believe it went to the politicians as well. It's one of the areas of contention in my case. They are a slimy lot, but I'm going to subpoena them and see how they go answering some hard questions without the spin doctors, without the Murdoch newspaper, without all the things that stop them saying, did you know? And if the answer is no, why is that not incompetence?
You obviously thought long and hard about making that decision, because it wouldn't have been easy. You saw what was going on. You saw, I think you told me, the lying and the deception that was going on about the real state of the war. You've been exonerated in what you said because Afghanistan was the mess as you described it. Do you feel in any way exonerated? Do you think it's been worth it to have got this far?
Even before it started to go well, I was lying on my bed in Canberra with my wife and I was looking up at the house that we'd bought and we were soon about to lose, and my career was going south at a rate of knots, and I had this strange feeling, and it was, for the first time in my life, I really liked myself. And go figure, you know, I was 50, and so I don't have any regrets. Obviously, it comes with a cost. I've got 2 teenage children. It's very stressful for them. They don't let on. They first heard the magnitude of what I told them I was going to a holiday for Spain, and then in the way that happens to children, one of them said to the other on the playground, you know, your dad's wanted by the cops and can't come back to Australia. So they heard pretty darn, and they kind of understand it, but it's stressful for them. And it's been the end of my job, a job I loved. You know, I was a lawyer from Oxford University. I was in the British Army as an officer, and being a legal officer for the Army was a job. It was the perfect job for me. It was paid well, 160 grand a year or something. I gave that up because at the end of the day, and everybody here would be the same, you don't work for the government, you don't work for the pay rise, you work for the principle. I work for the law, I work for the idea of Australia, not the government of Australia. And
now, talking of your work as a lawyer, how has this impacted your work as a lawyer? Are you still able to work as a lawyer?
funnily enough, I've just got my licence back, and I'm very happy about that. It was never taken away, but I didn't bother renewing my practising certificate because this has been hanging over me, you know, going to jail for 4 or 5 years now. So I didn't bother. But I have to give some praise to the Law Society of New South Wales. We applied, and they could have taken the political option, and I think this is an atmospheric that things are changing. They didn't. They even did some research of their own, and they quoted something which I didn't even submit, and they said, "You have said that you believe what you were doing is right. We can't see any reason why you can't practice as a lawyer, and we welcome you back in." And that was pretty incredible. So I'm grateful. There is some good news, and there are some great people out there doing great things, and I'm grateful to them. And I love being back in court.
Great. Sometimes information about allegations of war crimes leaks out into the newspapers, but no action is taken by the government against, 1, those who speak out, and 2, the journalists who write the stories. In the case of the defamation hearing involving VC winner Ben Roberts-Smith, much of the information about killings in Afghanistan is being heard in open court. So the government is allowing those soldiers to speak quite candidly. Why do you think the laws appear to be applied differently to different people? Well, maybe I should ask Bernard that and then come to you.
Well, what you're not hearing in the Ben Roberts-Smith case is, and David knows, that there is voice and imagery instantly broadcast back to base. So we're not hearing anything from the commanders who would have had access to that voice imagery. So it's only a sort of half hearing, Andrew, as far as I'm concerned, that we're hearing so far. But I don't think I could go further. I don't know if Andrew can either.
Well, I mean, it would be seen, I would have thought, that against Australia's national security interests, if you like, to have the holder of the highest honour of military success, a VC, being shown allegedly to be a mass murderer. And why the government allowed this to move forward is, I think, an interesting question to put forward, whereas it knocks down the doors and runs into the ABC looking for the source of information, and they know the source already. It seems to me to be a partial way of behaving. What do you think?
Yes, it's much worse than that. The situation, and everybody here should be alarmed. You probably are, that's why you're here. But the situation in Australia is a bit like you're standing on a glacier in a group and you've heard a crack, but the glacier only moves an inch. And someone says, "Don't worry, it hasn't moved much, yet." There is no such thing as law as far as the government is concerned. You're right. Peter Dutton releases secret reports to the press, and he would laugh heartily if he thought that he was going to get in trouble. the government use law as an excuse to put their enemies in jail. They don't really care about the law. The law is just something you say when you've got that naughty child, naughty kid in school. You make something up because it's not applied consistently. And of course, if it's not applied consistently, it's not the law. It's just a government weapon.
Jen, what's your response to that?
Well, I agree with what's been said. I do not want to live in a democracy where good men like Bernard and David are on trial and prosecuted for doing what was right and what was in the public interest. I don't want to live in a democracy where a lawyer doing his job is prosecuted. That is a terrifying precedent, and for me, for obvious reasons. We should not be hearing evidence of Australian war crimes in a private matter, in a defamation case in Sydney, and not in a war crimes court. I mean, this is the world in which we live. We have governments who choose to leak information when it serves their political purposes. I don't think anyone missed the fact that we suddenly learnt about China using a laser in Australian planes' faces just when the government wanted to make the point about the opposition, about being a national security risk, a point which nobody believes, a point which ASIO has even said is politicising national security in an inappropriate way. And suddenly we had what would otherwise be classified information in the public domain. Now, of course, governments leak when it suits them, and they prosecute people who give information in the public interest when it doesn't. And if you look at Julian Assange's case, if you look at Bernard's case, if you look at David's case, we are looking at three important examples of it. And all three of those prosecutions should be put to an end.
Now, Bernard, it probably doesn't come as a surprise to you that the legal fraternity is very much on your side. All the major legal organisations I've looked at in Australia have called for the prosecution to be dropped. Even the government appears to be split. George Brandis, who was the Attorney General when your office was raided in 2013 by ASIO, decided not to prosecute you and Witness K. And it wasn't until another 5 years later when Christian Porter became AG that you and Witness K were charged. Why the decision to prosecute you now? Why did it take such a long time?
I think they wanted to get their way with the East Timorese government. They needed to secure a further treaty for, principally for ConocoPhillips and Woodside at the time. And once they'd got over that hump, the prosecutions were quickly issued. But I think you've got to recall, George Brandis disagreed during the Children Overboard affair. He disagreed publicly with John Howard. I must say, when I was standing with Chinana Guzmao at a mass grave years after that in Timor, I felt when the forensic UN investigators were turning over the bodies, the women who'd obviously been holding children because they had children's shawls in their hands, they'd been shot from the back. They turned their backs. I felt if John had really thought women would throw their children overboard to get a visa, he should have been at that mass grave to see that women wouldn't do that. That is, throw a child overboard, and those mute victims in Timor had been, with the women holding children, had been shot in the back. John should have been there to see that and to apologise, not just for a bit of a political fib, but for a huge insult to womanhood. And, you know, there are some anecdotes that really worry me. You know, I'd known Witness K for many, many, many years for reasons I can't go into. But so I knew I couldn't understand how someone like witness K, who'd served somewhere I can't mention, would be approved to see me, Chinana Guzmau's legal advisor. And my first thought was entrapment, but then it wasn't. It wasn't. And that's something to be explained. Why did that happen? Perhaps it's just normal government incompetence, or did they truly believe that as an ethical lawyer, the lawyer, as David so poignantly stated, and as Jenny with her battles with Julian in Belmarsh experiences all the time, did they really think that I would show him the door? Did they really think that I would keep that secret and keep meeting Chinana Guzmau in the same room? Oops, I went a bit far there. But, I mean, what does government think of our legal profession? What do they think of us? We're not cowards. And what had to be done has been done. And, of course, it's been awful for me and my family. But I think David's got the line today. He sleeps better. I don't know if I could say the same thing, but, you know, you can't live with yourself sometimes. The lawyers have lots of ethical decisions to make, but that was one of the worst of my life. I worked on it for more than 2 years before something had to be done. It was a very difficult, the most difficult ethical decision of my life, Andrew, as to what should be done, what had to be done. And, you know, our theme of whistleblowers, it applies right across the board. We're talking about an endemic issue in society when government is unaccountable and secret. And are they continuing the prosecution of myself to just ensure that when some of the 22,000 people classed as intelligence officials in Canberra these days come to see a lawyer, that no lawyer will speak up again, or you'll get what Collaery's got? I think there's an element of that in the continuing prosecution. And they're cowards, they're bullies, and they should be gone. They should be gone from us.
Now, Bernard, that was a perfect segue for the next question. Labor is promising a full inquiry into the Timor bugging. Is it your hope they'll also, if I get this right, legally, no-bill your prosecution? And will that clear up the matter as far as you're concerned? I take it not.
No. Look, when I was Attorney General, I was pressed by my colleagues to no-bill one of our fraternity who'd been charged with attempting to pervert the course of justice. I couldn't do that, and I'd be a hypocrite to say that Mark Dreyfus should no-bill my matter. I think once an Attorney General starts, while we've got an Office of Director of Public Prosecutions, allegedly independent, but while we've got an Office of Independent Prosecution, where will it stop if an attorney starts no-billing cases? So I'm hoist on my own over this issue. I wouldn't no-bill that solicitor for what he'd done, and you've not heard me call on Mark Dreyfus or Labor to no-bill my prosecution. I'd be a hypocrite.
Yeah, David, what do you see as the best outcome for you?
Well, I'm with Bernard. I don't want them to drop the charges. It's a bit great. I mean, I think that would be the worst thing for me. As Bernard said, that leaves you in this no man's land. It's always been my game plan that when I'm on trial, I will be able to put them on trial by saying I was justified in doing what I did because of X, Y, and Z. And I want the scalp. I mean, Bernard's right. They want to scare us, and Jennifer said it as well. They want to scare us. I want to get a scalp. We only need to put one general in jail, one politician to be stripped. They don't have to be in jail. They just have to be embarrassed because they're not brave people. You embarrass one and you will scare about 10,000. And that's what I'm going to do.
Jennifer, what is the most effective form of representation which might put an end to what I can safely call, and we've called before, both of us, Assange's persecution? I mean, his case has cross-party political support, huge support from what I can see in the Australian community. The crowd here today, the people I speak to on a daily basis, and not all progressives, very often members of the Liberal Party, and they don't like it. Look at the cross-party support here. We've got, Anthony Albanese, of course, Andrew Wilkie, George Christensen, and even the Deputy Prime Minister, Barnaby Joyce, calling for the prosecution of Assange to end. So, the major point to look at here is there must be votes in it. If those politicians are calling for his prosecution to end, as a politician, you do things because the community wants it, usually. I think in this case, from what I've seen, that appears to be the case. What's your view?
Well, I agree with you, Andrew. That's why I've spent so much time over the past decade spending time in Canberra in Parliament talking to our politicians about the position that Julian's in and why this is in principle wrong. So we now have, as you said, cross-party support. Anthony Albanese has come out saying that he will take action on this, but unfortunately the Morrison government has not. And we have been asking for a very long time for the Australian government to pick up the phone and call the United States about this issue. Julian is a publisher. If he goes to face prosecution in the United States, unlike David, he won't be able to argue any public interest justification for his publications. It won't matter. There is no public interest defence in the Espionage Act. We've also got a position where the United States government is saying that they may well argue that he doesn't get free speech protection at all because he's an Australian citizen. Now, in these circumstances, to me, it is absolutely outrageous that we haven't had an Australian government speaking out on behalf of an Australian citizen. We have the Australian government saying that it will impose sanctions against governments abroad as part of this new media freedom initiative against other countries who prosecute and take unlawful action against journalists, and yet we are unwilling as a government, our government is unwilling to speak out on behalf of this Australian citizen, and it's wrong. And I think there is a huge amount of support. Wherever I go in Australia, and it's not just in this audience, people approach me all the time saying, thank you for doing what you're doing. Please tell Julian we support him. We don't understand why he's still in prison. And when I have to go and see him in Belmarsh, let me tell you, this is an Australian citizen who is sitting there in one of the worst prisons in England, among people who have been accused of serious violent crimes. And every time I go in there to see him, I have to maintain the rage and the injustice that I feel about how he's being treated. And our government could put it to a stop.
Now, we haven't got an awful lot of time, but I do want to ask you, Jennifer, how is Julian Assange when you go to see him in his cell? Tell me how you go in there and what happens and what he's like, his spirit, his health.
Well, I mean, the first thing to say is that having spent the last 12 years working with him, the impact upon his health is devastating. The impact upon, what he could have been doing for our society in the meantime while he's been locked up, for giving us information that has changed the face of journalism, for implementing a Dropbox system that has changed the way journalism is done, for being a leading light in journalism. He is in prison and he is suffering. And it is not, the evidence speaks for itself. He is a suicide risk. And for someone who is so strong and so principled, it's amazing that he has been able to continue for as long as he has. But, the medical evidence is irrefutable. This is a humanitarian case. This is his life. When he speaks to me on the phone, he talks about his life being stolen from him. And it's heartbreaking. So as a lawyer, I find it so difficult, but as Bernard and David said, when people ask me, why do you keep representing him? And I say, always, because of the principle of it, because he's a fellow Australian, and because I know I'm on the right side of history, and Julian is on the right side of history. And the question is, how long will it take for the UK government, for the Australian government, for the United States government to do the right thing? This is a terrible precedent. If Julian can be prosecuted and sent to prison like this, then so too can any journalist or editor anywhere in the world who publishes truthful information in the public interest about the United States. And we should not allow that principle to be set as a precedent.
Thanks very much, Jim. Thank you. So we're almost out of time, but I left some minutes for some questions. If anybody would like to ask a question, please talk to, I think, the people somewhere in the middle, waving their hands. There they are.
Look, this is a question for each of the panellists. What are the lessons for junior legal practitioners from your courage and of the necessity to maintain the rule of law?
Well, there's one great lesson, and the lesson is to be yourself. You bring to the law from your parentage, from your family, from your value system, you bring to the law and you contribute to the law, and it's a living thing. You can't have exceptions. There's no exceptions for a favourite client, favourite corporate client. You are required to remain ethical, balanced, informative and fair. And young lawyers are probably learning something from this. I think there's only one law society in Australia that is dominated by government lawyers. Guess where that is? And when the last president of the ACT Law Society moved that local society to support a call by my bar, the barristers in Canberra, to support me, most of the room walked out. And when I was Attorney General, I did not want government lawyers who were not practising to get practising certificates. That was altered, and now in Canberra, standards need to be set and a bar needs to be set. I am so upset with the role of senior government lawyers in my prosecution. I'm so upset about that. Some of them I know, some of them I admired, some of them I still admire because they've stood aside and said they can't do it. But you should never be a hireling as a government lawyer. And so that's my message to young government lawyers in employ. You're not, I think David said this, you're not a hireling. You owe a higher duty to the rule of law. You're not hired to do the bidding that is unconscionable, unethical, immoral, and frankly unlawful.
Yeah, no, it's a great question, and I was thinking about it just today when I saw something from a guy called Kieran Pender, who runs something called the Human Rights Law Centre, who's been tirelessly agitating for Bernard and I. And I started to think of all the lawyers. When I was growing up, lawyer was a byword for everything bad. And it's a great time to be a law student because I think that is changing. And I think people like Jennifer, people like Bernard, people like Kieran, Stephen Charles, Anthony Wheely, these people are revolutionaries, you know. They are not
Wheely's
the
an old man.
Well, he's a revolutionary as far as I'm concerned. And it's fantastic. I don't put myself, I see myself more as a soldier, but lawyers are doing great things. And I think if you're a junior lawyer, be happy and get out there and join them.
Right,
yeah.
thanks. Okay, next question.
Good afternoon. I am taking a liberty this afternoon because I'm not talking about Julian Assange and the other whistleblowers that you're referring to. I'm talking to my son, about my son. He worked for, hang on, I better read this. My son committed suicide 2 weeks after he left his employment and the night after Labor's defeat in May 2019. He was working for a private company that had been outsourced by the government to manage and deliver social security payments to students. He would not follow their decisions, which he thought they were wrong, questionable or unethical. He, of course, this was not accepted, and he was challenged and bullied and spoken to. It affected his health enormously, and finally he left. His teammates were all reminded when they came to his funeral of their confidential agreements and the consequences of speaking out. After his death, I found many articles, individual articles about issues in call centres and the secrecy around them. Everyone was incredibly sympathetic, but nobody was able to offer any ideas about how this situation could be challenged. Just a comment from any of you, if you may.
Well, I think that's a very, very moving sharing that you've given us. The circumstances of your son's death are very relevant. You haven't mentioned a coronial inquest. We haven't time to go into that, but these instances of victimisation in the workplace and the non-disclosure agreements were discussed just on this stage this morning in relation to sexual assault survivors. There is in our community a great unfairness in these times we live in, and the unfairness that's occurred to you and your family and your loved ones adds to the imperative we have to have fair government, responsive government, and people who govern us who will listen and develop reforms. And one of the reforms needed greatly is this non-disclosure agreement that young people particularly are signing, confidentially, employment agreements. That needs to be subjected to a review, a Law Reform Commission review, and there was a similar comment this morning said in relation to other survivors. So I believe the way forward is to get better governance and more law reform reports on this very important issue.
Thank you for your question. I'm afraid we are out of time. We were getting the wind up several minutes ago, but I'd like to thank you all for coming here this afternoon for what I think has been a very illuminating and interesting discussion. I hope you agree. I'd like to thank David McBride, Bernard Collaery and Jennifer Robinson for their contribution.
Hello again, ladies and gentlemen. Getting close to the end of the day. Just a few bits of housekeeping again. As you're probably aware, we'd like you all to try and maintain COVID awareness, which means when you're moving around or even when you're sitting down, if you could wear a mask, that obviously would be beneficial. Try to avoid touching people you don't know or even breathing on them. If you could not move any of the chairs, that would be most appreciated. They've been placed where they are for a reason. Also, if you are in need of assisted listening and you have the style of hearing aid that can work with a hearing loop, we have a loop in front of the mix stand which runs for about 3 rows. So there's plenty of seats there if you need that. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Goldstein. I'd like to welcome you to this session dedicated to the poetry of Les Murray. We acknowledge the Kaurna people, the traditional custodians of the Adelaide Plains, and we pay respects to elders past and present. We recognise and respect their cultural heritage, beliefs and relationships with the land, and we acknowledge that they have an ongoing relationship of continuing importance to this land. There's a COVID message also just to reinforce. Please maintain social distancing. This is your doctor speaking. Wherever possible. We strongly encourage the wearing of masks and ask you to follow directions given by the COVID marshals, venue staff and volunteers. I was going to say we ask you to support our authors by purchasing books at the book tent, and there'll be a signing session over there where the ghost of the big bloke may or may not be present. But if anyone wants to ask Peter any particular questions, I think we'll be milling around over there. So look, my brief though is to talk for 8 or 9 minutes first about Les Murray, about his writing, a little about his life, about the Les I knew, a good friend for 40 years, and then to introduce this other living national treasure, Peter Carroll, and I'll do that later. Look, I'm aware I'm preaching to the converted, and so we're all here because his work touched us in some way, but maybe there's a few here who detested it and are wondering if they were wrong after all. Look, for anyone who is wondering what the fuss was about, especially anyone wondering why a celebrated late SBS soccer commentator came to write such brilliant poetry. Actually, Les wrote a terrific poem about the other Les Murray. The answer is here, in this Bible-thick book. It's, in my opinion, it's the single most original book ever written in this country, the most important, and every home should have one. Televangelists have a technique called bibliomancy, where they open the Bible and drop in there at a random page, drop in their finger, and God guides their finger to a text for the day. It kind of works for Les Murray's book too, I've found. It is, as Clive James says, one of the great books of the modern world. And I can't praise the publisher Black Ink enough for their support of Les. They're a great publishing house. But they also happen to be my daughter Anna's publisher, so perhaps I would say that anyway. The beautifully produced new book, Continuous Creation, and Peter will be reading some poems for that also. It's full of surprises and quirks and of course, originality. That's what he did. And I'm going to let it speak for itself through Peter's book. When Les died in April 2019, there was a great outpouring of homage and thanks and grief in the press, radio and TV. It was, I guess we'd seen it before, maybe with Judith Wright, but I think it showed how much he had touched us all and how special he was on a very broad sense. Of course, he should have won the Nobel Prize, as poets who did, like Seamus Heaney, Derek Walcott and Joseph Brodsky all said. Peter Porter often said the same. I found when poets visit from overseas, and I think of two superb and very different American poets in recent years, Jane Hirschfield and Sharon Olds, they would always want to meet Les Murray as part of their trip down under. I mean, what's on your bucket list when you arrive? Uluru, the Reef, and Les Murray, not necessarily in that order of monuments. Look, he might not have won the Nobel, but he won more prizes than you could throw a crumpled poem at. He knew his own powers and he remained laconically ironic about the accumulating laurels. But I have one great story to tell you. Andrew Motion, who was Poet Laureate at the time and therefore present at the ceremony, told me this about the presentation of the Queen's Medal for Poetry to Les by, the Queen. Her Majesty seemed a bit startled, he said, as the winner approached at speed, a bit like a bowling ball lining up an ageing skittle. And she managed to drop the medal on the floor. So a frozen moment of royal protocol. Who picks it up? Not the Queen, obviously. The nearest equerry, the Poet Laureate. Les, of course, bent and retrieved the medal and handed it back. Here you are, Your Majesty. And that was Les, always himself, a natural, a maverick, a semi-autistic savant, a rare fluke. in a baggy wool jumper who was as original in his life as in his work. It always fascinated me that he shared his name with our biggest river. Many of his finest poems have a sort of torrential flow to them. The Powerline Incarnation, Bent Water in the Tasmanian Highlands. But, you know, a really good place to start if you aren't familiar with Les's work is, of course, the Buladila Taree Holiday Song Cycle, a headlong, teeming celebration of holiday life in his part of the country. Any of you who read Nam Lee's stunning poem Abbotsford in the December issue of the Monthly should go to its source. It's very much a homage and a Melbourne reworking of Les's poem, which is, of course, a homage in itself to the Moonbone cycle of the Wangari Mandjigai people of Arnhem Land. Australia was ruled by poetry for tens of thousands of years, he once wrote. Prose only became its ruling principle after settlement in 1788. He was fond of the notion, before he had a DNA test, that he had some Indigenous DNA himself, which was not uncommon in that neck of the woods. But the Murray flood was only one of his voices. There are at least 4 or 5, maybe 6 different poets jostling around, as you'll see in that big book. The floodplain of poems like A Portrait of the Autist as a New World Driver, the stilled, steady state billabong of Equanimity, one of his greatest poems, the quick, hilarious cascade of poems like Shower, even the dry, ironic creek bed of a minimal poem like The Mitchells, a poem which made the hair stand up on the back of my neck the first time I ever read it. There's also the confessional side, the dark underground river, to flog that metaphor a bit further, of the confessional poems in subhuman redneck poems. I once suggested to him he should have written under several pseudonyms, like the Portuguese poet Fernando Pessoa, and like Pessoa, probably ended up with different schools of followers and imitators. They would have been at war with each other, he said. They didn't seem to be at war inside that big, strange connecting machine, half potato head, half egg head, just jostling for space from time to time. There's never been a poet's mind quite like it. Les, his wife, Valerie, and their children returned to live in a small farmhouse nearby, up in that area, the Taree Buladila area, in the 1980s after many years in Sydney. His father, Cecil, subject to the moving elegy The Last Hellos, was still alive then. And Peter will be reading that poem, I think. Whenever I visited, I would take a bottle of single malt, and the poet and his dad would drink me under the table, although not before I heard any number of sometimes hair-raising stories from the clan elder. I remember one morning about 2 a.m, Cess offering me a treasure map, the first time that ever happened to me. He'd found a vein of gold in them there hills before the war, he said, but by the time it was over, the whole area was overgrown. If I could hire a bulldozer for $1,000 a week, he was pretty sure he could find it, and we'd split the nuggets 50-50. I think he thought he had this sicker slicker, me drunk enough to agree. As Les put it in the Last Hellos, good boy Cecil, no more bluey dog, no more cow time, no more stories. We're still using your imagination. It was stronger than ours. The early loss of his mother was less life-changing than life-shattering. His grief was later poured into the magnificent 3 poems in memory of my mother. Despite the consolations of reading exhaustively, life became feral. Clothes were worn for a month, then tossed in the copper. According to his later flatmate Bob Ellis, until he arrived in Sydney years later, he wasn't even aware of the existence of underpants. The tin wash dish is, being reared by a father who was lost in grief and, severely depressed. The tin wash dish, a wonderful poem, traces the complex emotional politics that came out of this poverty and hardship. His university years were punctuated by depression, compere of the pre-dawn show, and periods of living rough, although he made good friends such as Bob Ellis and Jeff Lehman, who helped make his life tolerable. But I hate to think what his life would have been without Valerie. She was his rock, both as a young man and through the months of coma and slow recovery decades later when he was severely ill, of which he would write extensively. He was in some senses Australia's Walt Whitman, engaged in a vast project, a naming project, a vast show and tell. The big bloke contained multitudes, but he's a much more diverse and manifold poet, as I've indicated, than Whitman. I think we see more things for the first time and see more familiar things renewed in his poetry than in the work of any other poet or painter I can think of. I think poetry is a special kind of thinking, a bridge, if you like, across that small space between the thought and the word, It makes us realise I knew that, or I didn't quite know that, or I knew it but hadn't got around to putting it into words myself. We recognise stuff previously unrecognised. Coming from a farm background and parented as much by the black dog as by his dad, he was never one to turn his gaze from the dark side. The Cows on Killing Day is one of the greatest, most original poems in the English language, and I would commend it too if you're not acquainted with it. Look, I owe my dead friend an unpayable debt. He published my first poems nationally when he was editor of Poetry Australia. He published my first collection when he was poetry editor at Angus and Robertson. I was so lucky to know him, to be in the right place at the right time, I think. Anyway, we've come today to hear someone else, not me. So I'm also lucky to say I got to co-star with the legendary actor Peter Carroll. We're in the same cast today, even if it's only a cast of sort of 1 1/4. Anyway, it would look good on the CV. I mean, CVs are 90% bullshit, as we all know. Look, he is a living legend. In music and music theatre, he's played so many of the great roles. He's won Helpman's Green Room Awards, Penguin. Perhaps he's most widely known for television, where it'd probably be quicker to mention the television shows he hasn't been in. He's been in films from the legendary Newsfront a long time ago to the non-legendary Crazy Rich Asians. He recently played what is described as an old gent in The Power of the Dog, and he's quite brilliant in it. Without mentioning how old the old gent is, he had to go to Montana or Wyoming for a while to learn perfect his... without mentioning how old the gent is, I'll just say he's a little bit younger than Les Murray. So Peter Carroll.
Good afternoon to you. Impossible, isn't it, having the size of this book, to know how to select poem for today. So, but I've tried to sort it into 3 phrases. First, just a couple of poems about the nature of poetry itself, of Les. Then a series of poems about his family, about the country life, Bunya, and his emotional development. And then the last phase, I'll just be drawing heavily on this wonderful new book that has come out with this. I'll just relate some of the poems that are there. They are, well, they're also individual, it's not all that representative. Enough of that, let's get going. Continuous Creation is the name of the book, and that is the first poem. We bring nothing to this world except our gradual ability to create it out of all that vanishes and all that will outlast us. The meaning of existence. Everything except language knows the meaning of existence. Trees, planets, rivers, time know nothing else. They express it moment by moment as the universe. Even this fool of a body lives it in part and would have full dignity within it, but for the ignorant freedom of my talking mind. The instrument. Who reads poetry? Not the intellectuals. They want to control it. Not lovers, not the combative, not examinees. They too skim it for bouquets and magic trump cards. Not poor school kids furtively farting as they get immunized against it. Poetry is read by the lovers of poetry and heard by some more they coax to the cafe or a district library for a bifocal reading. Lovers of poetry may total 1 million people on the whole planet, fewer than the players of scat. What gives them delight is a never murderous skim distilled to verse mainly and suspended in rapt calm on the surface of paper. The rest of poetry to which this was once integral, still rules the continents as it always did, but on condition now that its true name is never spoken. Constructs, feral poetry, the opposite but also the secret of the rational. And who reads that? Ah, the lovers, the school kids, debaters, generals, crime lords, everybody reads it. Porsche, Liftoff, Gaia, Cool, Patriarchy. Among the feral standards are many that demand our flesh to embody themselves. Only completed art, free of obedience to its time, can pirouette you through and athwart the larger poems you are in. Being outside all poetry is an unreachable void. Why write poetry? For the weird unemployment, for the painless headaches that must be tapped to strike down your writing arm at the accumulated moment, for the adjustments after, aligning facets in a verb before the trance leaves you, for working always beyond your own intelligence, for not needing to rise and betray the poor to do it, for a non-devouring fame. Here's one from the Newies. Half-price hardback. As the bookshops die in country towns, it's department stores that stock reader shelves, with detective fiction, with bisex romance, with veterans and war, with cookery and garden, and heaped gifts for children. This is the culture, no history but the Allied. Nothing strange, no poetry. All's preserved slow TV, selling no local memoirs, no spirit, no religion, no theory, little foreign except tourist guides, no languages at all, only ever middlebrow, the culture of habitual. So poor cultures can afford poetry, wealthy cultures can't. An absolutely ordinary rainbow. The word goes round Reppin's, the murmur goes round Lorenzini's. At Tattersalls, men look up from sheets of numbers. The stock exchange scribblers forget the chalk in their hands, and men with bread in their pockets leave the Greek club. There's a fellow crying in Martin Place. They can't stop him. The traffic in George Street is banked up for half a mile and drained of motion. The crowds are edgy with talk, and more crowds come hurrying. Many run in the back streets, which minutes ago were busy main streets, pointing, "There's a fellow weeping down there. No one can stop him." The man we surround, the man no one approaches, simply weeps and does not cover it, weeps, not like a child, not like the wind, like a man, and does not declaim it, nor beat his breast, nor even sob very loudly. Yet the dignity of his weeping holds us back from this space, the hollow he makes about him in the midday light, in his pentagram of sorrow. And uniforms back in the crowd who tried to seize him stare out at him and feel with amazement, their minds longing for tears as children for a rainbow. Some will say in the years to come, a halo or force stood around him. There's no such thing. Some will say they were shocked and would have stopped him, but they will not have been there. The fiercest manhood, the toughest reserve, the slickest wit amongst us trembles with silence and burns with unexpected judgments of peace. Some in the concourse scream who thought themselves happy. Only the smallest children and such as look out of paradise come near him and sit at his feet with dogs and dusty pigeons. "Ridiculous," says a man near me, and stops his mouth with his hands as if it uttered vomit. And I see a woman, shining, stretch her hand and shake as she receives the gift of weeping. As many as follow her also receive it, and many weep for sheer acceptance, and more refuse to weep for fear of all acceptance. But the weeping man, like the earth, requires nothing. The man who weeps ignores us and cries out of his writhen face and ordinary body, not words, but grief, not messages, but sorrow, hard as the earth, sheer, present as the sea. And when he stops, he simply walks between us, mopping his face with the dignity of one man who has wept and now has finished weeping. Evading believers, he hurries off down Pitt Street. Yes. Isn't it wonderful? It's the most wonderful poem. I love it. Okay, so now we're into Bunya territory eventually. Driving through sawmill towns. In the high, cool country, having come from the clouds down a tilting road into a distant valley, you drive without haste. Your windscreen parts the forest, swaying and glancing, and jammed midday brilliance crouches in clearings. Then you come across them, the sawmill towns, bare hamlets built of boards, with perhaps a store, perhaps a bridge beyond, and a little sidelong creek alive with pebbles. The mills are roofed with iron, have no walls. You look straight in as you pass, see lithe men working. The swerve of a winch, dim dazzling blades advancing through a trolley-borne trunk till it sags apart in a manifold sprawl of weatherboards and battens. The men watch you pass. When you stop your car and ask them for directions, tall youths look away. It is the older men who come out in blue singlets and talk softly to you. Beside each mill, smoke trickles out of mounds of ash and sawdust. You glide on through town, your mudguards damp with cloud. The houses there wear verandas out of shyness. All day in calendared kitchens, women listen for cars on the road, lost children in the bush, a cry from the mill, footstep. Nothing happens. The half-heard radio sings its song of sidewalks. Sometimes a woman sweeping her front step, or a plain young wife at a tank stand fetching water in a metal bucket will turn round and gaze at the mountains in wonderment, looking for a city. Evenings are very quiet. All around, the forest is there. As night comes down, the houses watch each other. A light going out in a window here has meaning. You speed away through the upland, glare through towns, and are gone in the forest, glowing on far hills. On summer nights, ground crickets sing and pause. In the dark of winter, tin roofs sour with rain, downpipes chafe in the wind, agog with water. Men sit after tea by the stove while their wives talk, rolling a dead match between their fingers, thinking of the future. Frederick Arnell, another one. Son of a fugitive alderman from Cornwall, my grandfather Fred took up the shovel in his early teens to extract khaki allanite from an upside-down mine tunneled inside a mountain and sent it cascading down into commerce as alum, the medicine that fixed colours in cloth. Marrying, he moved south to dig refractive coal, tarry fossil rock that still powers half our world and wrecks lung tissue. Did his, dead at 50. Wish we'd met. Irony of coal, how it synthesized nature's hues. Irony of his tallness that left him and me ancestrally Spanish. by the DNA I'd had checked out in racial times, not curry as half hoped, but sherry Castellano, job hunted long ago across the Biscayan Sea. 2 poems in memory of my mother, Miriam Murray née Arnall, born 23rd of May 1915, died the 19th of April 1951, Waits and Midsummer Ice. Not owning a cart, my father in the drought years was a bowing green hut of cattle feed, moving or gasping under cream cans. No weight would he let my mother carry. Instead, she wielded handles in the kitchen and dairy, singing often, gave saucepan-boiled injections with her ward sister skill, nursed neighbours, scorned gossips, ran committees. She gave me her factual tone, her facial bones, her will, not her beautiful voice, but her straightness and her clarity. I did not know back then, nor for many years what it was after me she could not carry. Remember how I used to carry ice in from the road for the ice chest, half running, the white rectangle clamped in bare hands, the only utter cold in all those summer paddocks? How swaying, I'd hurry it inside en bloc and watering, with the butter and wrapped bread precarious on top of it? Poor Leslie, you would say, your hands are cold as charity. You made me take the barrow, but uphill it was heavy. We'd no tongs, and the bag would have soaked and bumped off balance. I loved to eat the ice, chip it out with the butcher knife's grey steel. It stopped good things rotting, and it had a strange comb at its heart, a splintered horizon rife with 0 pearls. But you don't remember. A doorstep of numbed creek water the colour of tears. But you don't remember. I will have to die before you remember. The Mystery, which is a reworking of an earlier poem called The Grief. A black hearse of Howards, undertakers of Taree, leads a long procession towards Cramback's Paddock Cemetery. As it passes Purfleet, the Aboriginal mission, old Mr. Lobban, Uncle Eddie, last initiated man of the Katang, stands beside the then gravel road with hat doffed, as no one ever sees it. Many mourners of the dead woman will long remember, name names, and speculate. Lobban, Worth, Siron, names likely to signal intermarriage mostly live east of Bunya, but are subtly scattered, not always known, even to women. The boy the dead woman has commanded to be well schooled crouches under the grief that has wrecked his father's dignity. He resolves never to cry. Years till he will fathom the blame that screams between his parent and grandfather. It is understood, not named. His father is disinherited for a brother's death. Years till the boy grasps that the older man will accept no land ever, except on Bunya. School bus home, another reworking from an earlier poem. Little kids and bigger kids get trizzed up by their mother and ride the mountain bus each day, chucking boredom at each other. Poddy Foster goes to Gloucester for his education. He's learned to write and learned to fight in the smell of menstruation. Where he and his seniors used to quaff the roadside liquor orders, now he's sent to ride the bus each way, and the mail protects booze hoarders. A rare word comes from Germany, How is that tall, sweet girl? They mean you, Tanya, they met you. Eyes down, she smiles a growl. And the bus sets down parallel with the fused, lily-pilly shaded course of the Wangwok River, webbing east to salt and the sea. Burning want. From just on puberty, I lived in funeral. Mother dead of miscarriage, father trying to be dead. We'd boil sweat-brown cloth. Cows repossessed the garden. Love-making brought death, was the unuttered principle. I met a tall adopted girl some kids thought aloof, but she was intelligent. Her poise of white blonde hair proved her no kin to the squat, tanned couple who loved her. Only now do I realize she was my first love. But all my names were fat names at my new town school. Between classes, kids did erricide, destruction of sexual morale, mass refusal of unasked love. That works. Boys cheered as 17-year-old girls came onto me, then ran back whinnying ridicule. The slender girl came up on holidays from the city to my cousin's farm. She was friendly and sane. Whispers giggled round us. A letter was written as from me, and she was there in mid-term, instantly. But I called people the humans, not knowing it was rage. I learned things sidelong, taking my rifle for walks, recited every scene of From Here to Eternity, burned paddocks, and soldiered back each Monday to that dawning teen age. She I admired and almost relaxed from placating, was gnawed by knowing what she came from, not who. Showing off was my one social skill, oddly never with her, but I dissembled feelings till mine were unknown to me too, and I couldn't add my want to her shortfall of wantedness. I had 40 more years with one dear remission of a white paralysis. She's attracted. It's not real. Nothing is enough. She's mistaken. She'll die. Go now. She'll tell any minute. She'll laugh. Whether other hands reached out to Marion or didn't, at 19 in her training ward, she had a fatal accident alone at night, they said, with a lethal injection, and was spared from seeing what my school did to the world. The tin wash dish. Lank poverty, dank poverty. Its pants wear through at fork and knee. It warms its hands over burning shames, refers to its fate as them and he, and delights in things by their hard name. Rag and toe jam, feed and paw. Don't gutch that down. There ain't no more. Dank poverty, rank poverty, it hums with a grim fidelity, like wood rot with a hint of orifice, wet newspaper jammed in the gaps of artifice, and disgusts us into fierce loyalty. It's never the fault of those you love. Poverty comes down from above. Let it dance chairs and smash the door. It arises from all that went before, and every outsider's the enemy. Jesus Christ turned this over with his stick, and knights and philosophers turned it back. Rank poverty, lank poverty, chafe in its crutch and sores in its hair. Still a window's clean that is made of air, not webby silver like a sleeve. Watch out if this does well at school and has to leave and longs to leave. Someone sometime will have to pay. Shave with toilet soap, run to flesh, astound the nation, rule the army. Still you wait for the day you'll see bent back, where books or toys on the floor are rubbish and no one's allowed to come and play because home calls itself a shack and hot water crinkles in the tin wash dish. The widower in the country. I'll get up soon and leave my bed unmade. I'll go outside and split off kindling wood from the yellow box log that lies beside the gate. And the sun will be high before I get up late now. I'll drive my axe in the log and come back in with my arm full of wood and pause to look across the Christmas paddocks aching in the heat, the windless trees, the nettles in the yard. And then I'll go in, boil water and make tea. This afternoon, I'll stand out on the hill and watch my house away below, and how the roof reflects the sun and makes my eyes water and close on bright web visions smeared on the dark of my thoughts to dance and fade away. And then the sun will move on, and I will simply watch or work or sleep. An evening will come on. Getting near dark, I'll go home, light the lamp, and eat my corned beef supper, sitting there at the head of the table, and then I'll go to bed. Last night I thought I'd dreamed, but when I woke, the screaming was only a possum skiing down the iron roof on little moonlit claws. Cowyard gates. I saw from the road last time. Our house is all down now. I didn't go to look. My cousin had prized the last sheet off the rafters of our sleep and winced the wall studs down. He didn't want an untidy widower ageing on his new farm. "I'll want the timber for cowyard gates," he said. The floor joists will persist a while, and the fireplace, that pack ice of concrete stained with the last spilt fat. I didn't go to look. I had said goodbye to that house many times and so helped it fall. I had even ransacked it, carried off slants of sunlight and of wind that used to strike through the bedroom planking blades against the upstart. Many feelings are suspended. The front veranda feeling, looking away at the west. The back veranda feeling, wet boards, towel on its nail, all widowed in the air. But half demolished, it was almost an eddy standing there on the ridge. Memory and loss in a grove of upright boards. Now time's free to dissipate all the days trapped there. Books in the sleep out, green walling of branches round our Christmas table, my mother placing a tin ring on scone dough, telling me about French, the first weeks of her death. Supper time lamp, full moon through the lounge room door. I did not go to look. Now, the last hellos. Don't die, Dad, but they die. Last year he was wandering, took off a new chainsaw blade and cobble to spare from bits. Perhaps if I lay down, my head will come better again. His left shoulder kept rising higher in his cardigan. He could see death in her face. Family used to call him in to look at sick ones and say. At his own time, he was told. The knob found in his head was duck egg size, never hurt. 2 to 6 months, that's all. I'll be right, he boomed to his poor sister on the phone. I'll do that when I finish dying. Don't die, Cecil. But they do. Going for last drives in the bush. Odd, massive, board-slotted stumps, bony white, in whipstick second growth. I could chop all day. I could always cash a cheque in Sydney or anywhere, any of the shops. Eating, stood at the head of the table, he now missed food on his knife side. Sorry, Dad, but have you forgiven your enemies, your father and all them? All his lifetime of hurt. I must have. Grin. I don't think about that now. People can't say goodbye anymore. They say last hellos. Going fast, over Christmas, he'd still stumble out of his room where his photos hang over the other furniture and play host to his mourners. The courage of his bluster, firm big voice of his confusion. 2 last days in the hospital, his long forearms were still red mahogany, his hands gripped steel frame. I'm dying. On the second day, you're busting to talk, but I'm too busy dying. Grief ended when he died. The widower, like soldiers who won't live life their mates missed. Good boy, Cecil. No more bluey dog. No more cow time. No more stories. We're still using your imagination. We're stronger than all ours. Your grave's got littler somehow in the 3 months, more pointy as the clay's shrivelled, like a stuck zip in a coat. Your cricket boots are in the State Museum. Odd letters still come. 2 more's died since you, Annie and Stuart, old Stuart. On your day, there's a good crowd, family and people from away. But of course, a lot had gone to their own funerals first. Snobs mind us off religion nowadays, if they can. Fuck them. I wish you God. Okay, so now we're into some of the real new stuff. Metal birth. Big man leaving a small car, turns over, lies across his seat, grips the steering wheel and throws out a pair of trampling feet which bend sleekly to the asphalt. He then dips his face from under the dash, up into view, grinning at the end of an eclipse, and writhes upright, balancing, complete. The scores, 20th century. 1901, when we were all servants fending off madam's slurs. The white girl ditched her baby, and the black girl kept hers, and a boy on his pony taught it all about spurs, and the flowers were all golden wattle. 1921, that weak word, the battlers. I saw from the train families punch hoods from wheat bags to keep out the rain. Tom said a seller's market made Australian girls vain, and for Tom the flowers were poppies. 1941, are there ginger megs? Was it Sussoti and Suet put those calipers on your legs? If Sister Kenny could do it, you'd walk again like a trooper, left, right, and the wreaths would be Singapore orchids. 1961. We came because here were no politics, said your in-laws. Sweet monotonous languor. And a pill was a sexless bore at school, but one brought bassinets under control. You were young and free for longer. Somehow this caused great anger, and its songs came by disc from North America. 1981, you rose dressing up and you praised putting down, especially the cultures of TV and bush down, the white-booted chucker and the wet-lipped seersucker, and the flowers were flung gladioli. 2001, fashion ruled while the old queen still reigned. Some flickers of nonsense remained. One last war and none of ours killed. Cuisine grew less shamed and more skilled. Entertainment grew more forms of media, some dearer, some seedier, yet the flowers were Olympic gold roses. Husbandry. You cannot drink bread, you cannot butter beer, and it takes at least 2 men to plough with a spear. Yet, here we are. Yet, we've got here. On Bushfire Warming Day, what would we take? Fridge stuff, money cards, clothing, Claire's albums, my Jenny Compton sweater. Where would the cat go? Bush. Where would we go? Newcastle at best, or else as roads were open. Would we come back? If the house survived, yes, even if all remaining were tiles and fuselage metal. Erasure might be a sort of rebirthing, a new tune, higher strung, new ceilings for new clouds. If we stayed gone, we'd be pestilent law, present in our past, crowding the new people, waiting for the past. Waiting for the past, you were unrehearsed, and the moment passed. Flesh tells what mind forgets. You turn your mind to it, waiting for the past. The tortured never trust again, waiting for the past. All the strappy wars you aren't forgiven for, return your mind to it, waiting for the past. And the receding star burns through flesh afresh. The estuary walk. Lightning up above the rain knocks out the television, channel after channel, every spill of lurid Lego colour, till only a golf match in Hawaii and its burnished cup remain coherent. I turn it off and tread boards and long carpet to bed, hoist up the top sheet under quilt so that if my bared feet escape, they'll flinch me back to an S shape, coiled in the Genghis yurt I've built. After some non-existence, I emerge on estuarine distance that I have somehow fled into and am compelled to cross, stepping on buoying crates, running and dipping, as these kick and bound on panes of water. Whatever follows quickly fades ashore, but the skidding boxes remain in memory as a fast dance on a crumbling paddle wheel, like an episode from way back when I still had my roll rock spryness, my agility. Is that gone forever? Or retrievable? After night pearlers, when there's no horizon, for me, a comeback's not believable. But not every letter of the dream shelf is addressed to oneself. Oh, I lurch down 2 steps on a grab bar, as I do every day, retrieve my balance in the car, and drive off to hospital to see one with a needle's eye design on each long lifeline. My dear one, with her 3rd right knee. Lightning strike by phone. Storm coming now, I must hang up, she said, and was painfully slapped. Indeed, if the junction box outside hadn't blown apart, she would have died of the lightning that fused condensers and blew them all over the paddock, and as her face burned and rang, a ball of lightning formed and along the veranda came snorting and strumming to the door and sucked inside straight into the video, which came on and displayed all it knew, its numbers, all its glittering, pathetic, ruined numbers that would never sing again or tell a story. A black cloud imprinted round the phone marked it too as instant archaeology. Dateline. Like old-time washerwomen, floodwater is sousing trees and shrubs down in the gully. Floating wrack dribbles seawood from their labour. Last time rain poured day and night like this, it was refilling the land after months of desert. The deluge spreads mirror over roads. Human effort gets its pages turned, and the media display towns blanked under wind-ribby parchment. We are hearing tornado and tsunami at home, words unknown in teapot times. Downpour and inferno are states that people drive between pensioning their senators and white goods. Global warming's chiller winters rule both hemispheres. Arizona's snow gulf, Siberian wheat, English vineyards stricken by blizzard in their Chardonnay. Sports folk misusing pharmacy face ruin. Arts folk taking drugs boast of it. Slapped mud makes Saharan cities cool, but this week HIV spared an infant. Asteroids sped along the fried milk of Canton. But this very week, HIV quit an infant. Continuous creation. We bring nothing to this world except our gradual ability to create it out of all that vanishes and all that will outlast us. Okay. Thank you. I've got one more. Could you bear one more? Just one more? Okay. Okay. Time all right? Okay. Here we go. The dream of wearing shorts forever. To go home and wear shorts forever in the enormous paddocks in that warm climate, adding a sweater when winter soaks the grass. To camp out along the riverbeds for good, wearing shorts with a pocket knife, a fishing line and matches. Or there where the hills are all down below the plain, to sit around in shorts at evening on the plank veranda. If the cardinal points of costume are robes, tat, rig and scunge, where are shorts in this compass? They are never robes, as other bare leg outfits have been, the toga, the kilt, the lava, and Mahatma's cotton dhoti. Archbishops and field marshals at their ceremonies never wear shorts. The very word means underpants in North America. Shorts can be tat, Land Rovering bush environmental tat, socio-political ripped and metal stapled tat, solidarity with the third world tat, farm RC, Likewise, track and field shorts worn to parties, and the further humoured modelling negligee of the kingdom of flaunt, that unchallenged aristocracy. More plainly climatic, shorts are farmers' rig, leathery with salt and bone meal are sailors' and branchbackers' rig, the crisp golfing style of our youngest male national costume. Mostly loosely, they are scunge, ancient Bengal bloomers or moth-eaten hot pants, worn with a former shirt, feet, beach sand, hair, and a paucity of signals. Scunge, which is real negligee, housework in a swimsuit, pyjamas worn all day, is holiday, is freedom from ambition. Scunge makes you invisible to the world and yourself. The entropy of costume, scunge can get you conquered by more vigorous cultures and help you notice it less. Satisfied ambition, defeat, true unconcern, the wish and the knack of self-forgetfulness all fall within the scunge ambit, wearing board shorts or similar. It is a kind of weightlessness. Unlike public nakedness, which in Westerners is deeply circumstantial, relaxed as exam time, artless and equal as the corsetry of a hussar regiment, shorts and their plain like are an angelic nudity, spirituality with pockets. A double updraft as you drop from branch to pool. Ideal for getting served last in shops of the temperate zone. They are also ideal for going home into space, into time, to farm the mind's sabine acres for product and subsistence. Now that everyone who yearned to wear long pants has essentially achieved them, long pants which have themselves been underwear repeatedly and underground more than once, it is time perhaps to cherish the culture of shorts, to moderate grim vigour with the nobble of bare knees, to cool bare-knuckle feet in inland water, slapping flies with a book on solar wind or a patient bare hand beneath the Cajabet trees, to be walking meditatively among green timber, through the grassy forest, towards a calm sea, and looking across to more of that great island and the further topics. Thank you. Thank you. Good. Yes.
You could probably do another one. One more.
I think that's it.
Oh, no, you can have one. No, surely. I was going to suggest you read the ice again, since I somewhat ruined it by stupidly clapping prematurely. I was tearing up. That's my excuse. Look, I will say one thing. Peter's just in and out for the day because he's in Sydney in the production of The Girl from the North Country, which is coming to Adelaide in 2 weeks. So, if you haven't got your tickets, get them now because he'll be back. Peter, one more, one or not? Yeah. Requests? No, you won't do requests. We all have our favourites, don't we?
What about the broad bean?
Yeah, the broad bean sermon.
Broad bean sermon. God help me. Okay. At your peril, here we go. The broad bean sermon. Beanstalks in any breeze are a slack church parade without belief saying trespass against us in unison. Recruits in mint Air Force Dacron with unbuttoned leaves. Upright with water like men, square in stem section, they grow to great lengths, drink rain, keel over always, kick down and grow up afresh with proffered new green stuff. Above the cat and mouse floor of a thin bean forest, snails hang wrapped in their food, ants hurry through several dimensions, spiders tense and sag like little black flags in their cordage. Going out to pick beans with the sun high as fence tops, you find plenty and fetch them. An hour or a cloud later, you find shirtfuls more. At every hour of daylight appear more that you missed. Ripe, knobbly ones, fleshily sided, thin straight, thin crescent, frown-shaped, bird-shouldered, boat-keeled ones, beans knuckled and single-bulged, minute green dolphins that suck, beans upright like lecturing, outstretched like blessing fingers in the incident light, and more still, oblique to your notice that the noon glare or cloud light or afternoon slants will uncover till you ask yourself, could I have overlooked so many? Or do they form in an hour, unfolding into reality like templates for subtly broad grins, like unique court expressions, like edible meanings, each sealed around with a string and affixed to its moment, an unceasing colloquial assembly, the portly, the stiff, and those lolling in pointed green slippers. Wondering who'll take the spare bagfuls, you grin with happiness. It is your health. You vow to pick them all, even the last few, weeks off yet, misshapen as toes. And that's it for today. Thank you. So that's it. We will loiter over there if any of you have some questions about Mr. Murray or his poetry. Thank you.
Hello once again, ladies and gentlemen. Announcement time. Just reminding you to stay COVID aware. Please wear a mask when you're moving around. It's not compulsory, but it is recommended. It'll protect you. It'll protect other people. Try to avoid getting involved with strangers because you may pick up something you don't want. Please do not move any of the chairs from the position that we have placed them in. Please do not sit in any of the aisles. And also, if you have a hearing aid and need assisted listening, there is an assisted listening area or voice coil area just in front of the sound booth with 3 rows inside a loop. So that will be of help to you. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
microphones are live, ready to go when you are.
All right. Hello, hello. Welcome. How are we all today? So good to be here at Adelaide Writers Week. My name is Natasha Mitchell. I'm from the ABC at Radio National. I'm a science journalist. I host Science Friction these days. And I'm really delighted to be and want to acknowledge that I am on Kaurna country, that we are gathering here today for a session called Bet the Farm. And of course, traditional owners, the Kaurna people, have been farming this land for millennia before this moment. They have been living alongside this land, on this land, with this land. They have co-evolved with this land. And isn't it funny that it's taken us so many, many years, this new mob that have arrived, to learn from that ancient knowledge. So thank you for having us on your country. Food. We'd die without it, wouldn't we? But the question that we're posing on Bet the Farm this session today is the way we eat food, grow food, consume food, think about food, is it harming our planet? And we have two incredible people to talk about what the state of farming is today in Australia and beyond, why it is so vital to all of our needs, to the future of our planet, why it might be actually a path to solving climate change, for example, but also why it's part of the problem of climate change. We've got Anita Molesworth with us. Welcome.
Thank you.
The wonderful Anita grew up on a sheep station near Broken Hill, then studied science, sustainable agriculture, agricultural science. She did a master's, PhD. She's probably the most overqualified person in this crowd, and isn't it wonderful that she is? She works in international agriculture development. She is a co-founder of Farmers for Climate Action. She has written a new book, which I commend to you enormously, called Our Sunburnt Country. It is a soulful book. It is a book full of intense hope. I loved it. We are also joined by Gabrielle Chan. She's been a journalist for 30 years, currently writes for The Guardian Australia. She delivers the best book titles by far. The last one, and some of you might have seen her speak here at the Adelaide Writers Festival, Rusted Off, Why Country Australia is Fed Up. Her new book is Why You Should Give It an FUCK About Farming. And she's emphatically a journalist, not a farmer, but we'll hear a little bit more about that because she has spent the last 25 years living on a farm. Please welcome Anita and Gabrielle. I also actually have to let you know that there is a COVID management plan, and that wear a mask, ideally, keep socially distanced, ideally, and follow any instructions from the COVID marshals and venue staff and volunteers. Thank you to them for their hard work. We also have a book tent, so we will strongly encourage you to buy books and join the book signing right at the end of the session. I think book signings are over there by the front gate. So, and we're going to come to you for questions as well. There's a microphone there. Somewhere in the last third, I'll be opening that up. And we're also recording today for the ABC. I want to start by acknowledging the past week. We have seen the most horrific floods. Lismore is in dire straits. Queensland, northern New South Wales, we are seeing a horrific disaster unfolding. We've been living through an international disaster of COVID, and just before COVID landed, we were dealing with the worst bushfires we've pretty much ever seen on this continent. And I'm interested in your initial reflections about the kind of convergence of all of those three things, bringing into stark relief both climate change but also our food, the security of our food supply. Anita.
Yeah, it's been an incredibly challenging week, month, years, And as you mentioned, acknowledging what's happening up, in the flood-affected regions. I woke up the other morning and was reading about a farmer watching his cattle float away, and I had tears in my eyes, thinking, how could someone, witness that, that kind of devastation? And this is sort of the reason that I get up and sit on a stage and talk about climate change, how it's impacting farmers and the food system, because it is personal to me. It is something that, grips my heart like you wouldn't believe and keeps me awake at night. And, climate change, it is increasing the frequency and intensity of extreme weather events like floods, like the bushfires, like the droughts that still continue in many parts of the country, including, where I live in far western New South Wales and beautiful Willikali country. And this is why it is so important that we not only talk about these issues, but actually do something about it, because climate change doesn't just impact the farmer, it impacts every single person, every meal on every plate. And it's not an issue for someone in a far-off country or for the next generation. It's impacting farmers today here.
And so impacting all of us, because and food is an interesting. We're talking here about food today, and food is the ultimate sort of portal for all of us into this bigger question of climate change and what we're going to do about it. Gabrielle, what are you feeling at this present moment?
I am just remembering, I guess, covering politics over the last couple of decades and watching what's unfolding this week in Lismore, thinking about the bushfires 2 years ago, watching the recurring floods, and thinking about reports that have been written over the years that I've covered, like Stephen Bartos's report that was written after the Grantham floods, that absolutely predicted the problem will be in this whole supply chain, in this whole food production caper, that it would be multiple disasters that would cause the problem. I think the thing about food is, since the Green Revolution on, where we learnt to grow lots and lots of food, learnt to ramp up our production, I think we kidded ourselves into believing that we'd solved the food problem, that we'd solved this issue, that we could get food from all around the world, and if you wanted to let go of a particular foodstuff and industry, say milk, you'd buy it from New Zealand because maybe they could make it cheaper, or you'd buy salmon from Norway because they do that best. The whole kind of, I guess, that for want of a better word, neoliberalism that said, it's just cheapest possible production and forget everything else.
In order to feed the masses.
In order to feed the masses was the only answer. And I think what we've discovered since the pandemic, not just with food, but with PPE, with all the masks that you're wearing today, actually we need to do some things that are critical to our survival. And obviously food is the biggie.
You both in these books point to a profound disconnect between most of us, and here we're sitting in leafy central Adelaide, so actually I'll do a straw poll. Who is a farmer? That's good turnout. Who grew up on a farm? Lots of you,
Wow.
Fantastic. Who's a retired farmer? Great. Who wants to be a farmer?
The soundy.
Really interesting. Thank you for that. That's really helpful for us to know. You both talk about this powerful disconnect that many of us, not necessarily those in this audience, but many of us in cities have from where our food comes from. With what consequences? Anika?
Yeah, with pretty big consequences. So farmers make up less than 1% of the population here in Australia. You don't meet many of them down the street if you live in Adelaide or Sydney or Melbourne. But they're doing an incredible job of actually feeding and clothing us here. But if we are disconnected from the farmer, if we feel disconnected from the food system, if we don't actually appreciate what goes into producing food and fibres, you know, the importance of soil fertility, of rivers running clear and to full health, the biodiversity that, you know, is the foundation for any farming business. If we're disconnected from that, then we don't actually respect that food and farmer. We don't love it and cherish it and celebrate it. And so we're inclined to, you know, scrape half the meal into a bin at the end of the night.
And the scale of food waste in the world is, what, a third of the world food produced is wasted.
It's horrific.
That just blows my mind
Yeah,
every
when
time
you
I see
think
that
of
figure.
the water that went into actually growing that food, the nutrients, the time, the labour, the resources, the finances, everything that went into producing that meal on that plate in front of you, and then to throw it in the bin, what a waste. And also, you know, the contribution to greenhouse gas emissions it's incredible. And I think, you know, we'll probably talk later about, you know, the responsibility of all of us as individuals to do something. It's actually quite humbling to think, well, I can actually do a lot to fix these broken things in the food system as an individual, because I do have an incredible amount of power to do that.
You reflect on your grandmother's life and the profound respect that her generation had at times of food shortage, at times of war, this sort of idea of a deeply conscious consumption.
Yeah, so I grew up with my grandmother living in a very small granny flat next to our house, so I had a very close relationship with her, but she was quite an old grandmother. You know, I knew her in her 90s, and she would make me sit at the table and finish, you know, the meal no matter what. You know, she would slice up black brown bananas for fruit salad, and I would protest to my parents going like, I don't want to eat the black bananas. But she had this respect for food that was incredible, and it was only later in life when I actually went, oh my gosh, like food is just so valuable, important, like it needs to be respected, that I think back to my grandmother and go, yeah, I'm really pleased she actually instilled those values in me at an early age, that food waste isn't acceptable.
So both of you, though, have got skin in the game. So you're not a farmer, but tell us about the last 25 years of your life. Gabrielle Chan.
Well, I, you know, happened to fall in love with a farmer, so I never expected to end up in the country, and moving there from the press gallery in Canberra, but maintaining that job in the press gallery, I think, was really instructive for me, because I had a foot in the policy camp and a foot on the main street of my small town, which is Harden, which is about 2,000 people. And so I was really seeing the disconnection between those two worlds and between the policy debates. And I think the thing about farming now, that I just reflect on your question before about, you know, how few farmers there are, a lot of the research now is showing how many links in the chain there are in farming, and actually a lot of the agriculture workforce might be actually based in cities providing ancillary services, because farming is now becoming so complex. You know, you have to be a futures trader, you have to be aware of, you know, the environmental services that you're providing. You're juggling all these inputs that are now stuck on the edges of borders in pandemics. And I think that complexity, I guess, is really the thing that first struck me in moving to a farm and understanding how modern farming worked. I really thought, you know, I need to look at this in a closer way, because before I was connected to farming, I'd you know, you get a million press releases from a million ministerial offices and people that want to get your attention. And the agribusiness, agriculture, food stuff was always, oh, that's not the sexy bit of politics. The sexy bit of politics is leadership spills and, you know, all the factional warfare that we see.
The soap opera.
Or the, you know, one versus the other. Whereas actually what I should be giving an F about is the stuff that I'm living next to. And it took me a long time to get into the swing of that life, because I kept looking east. I live west of Canberra. I kept looking east to the press gallery and going, I'm missing all the good bits, all the exciting bits.
So what shifted in you to write why you should give an F about farming?
I think land and landscape and the people that work on landscape, the trees, you know, you have favourite trees on the place. Land writes a story on your family. So I can picture right now where my son broke his arm trying to jump a bike on a piece of land, like, and that understanding of the way landscape seeps into your bones. The first time I sort of really puzzled about it was in the Mabo debates. When I first went back to the farm, that was really when Keating was trying to navigate the Mabo debates of the 90s, the early 90s. And here I was talking to these farmers who were talking about how much they love their land, and yet a lot of them were disregarding Indigenous connection to country when they had been there for thousands and thousands of years. And it was really that kind of cultural contradictions that I really wanted to interrogate. And I think it happened for me slowly. Like, I'm a slow learner. It takes a while to get my head around things. But, you know, 10, 15, 20 years, the penny slowly starts to drop, and you think, hang on a minute, this is going to have material impacts on our global stability, this industry. It's going to have material impacts on our response to climate change, material impacts on zoonotic diseases that cause pandemics, trade disruptions, the economy, like all of these things. And yet farming's seen as this funny little cottage industry that, you know, we used to ride on the sheep's back, but it's no biggie anymore. It's not a big deal. It is central to so many things in our lives.
To everything and to our future, and not just to our stomachs. It's absolutely it's a juxtaposition kind of everything, isn't it? Critical that we need to consider now. Anita, when you were 12, your parents moved to a farm and create a farm from scratch, a sheep farm, and little did they know that they were also landing in a long drought.
Yeah, that's right. So up until that point, we had just been living in Melbourne, so I had very much a normal urban upbringing. And then when I was 12 years old, we drove those, 11, 12 hours north of Melbourne towards Broken Hill and landed on a place that I fell in love with very quickly. And listening to what Gabrielle was saying then, like, you really do put down roots in a place in the incredible Australian landscape that we are so lucky to live alongside of.
And you can feel that in your words in your book, this beautiful lyricism to your writing about place and landscape.
Yeah, thank you. And I feel that connection and that sense of belonging every single day. Like, every morning when I get up at sunrise and I see, the fairy floss pink clouds and this expansive horizon that just goes on forever, and I see the corellas flying over or the ducks landing on the dam, and I think, gosh, I'm so lucky. Like, this is a place that I want to be forever, and this is a place that I will fight for if I think it is hurting and it is suffering. And that's what I see now, that this is a place that its future depends on me actually standing up and speaking for it. And I've totally forgotten your question because I was just, envisioning the farm then.
I wanted you to take us there. But when so you were kind of born into farming in your teens, but into a drought. And so
Yes.
I'm interested to understand what that experience, how that was defining for you.
Yeah.
And your climate activism now.
Yeah, so I think when I was 12 years old, and the place, it was in good condition when we purchased the land there, and it was over like the seasons and the years, watching it get drier, the vegetation disappearing, the dust storms becoming more frequent, the dams not refilling, just mud cracks at the bottom of the dam. And compared to like when I first stepped onto that property and like my heart going, oh my gosh, there's horses in the paddock, there's canoes on the dam, that excitement that, my horizons, my possibilities are endless here. To sort of slowly watching the land and the landscape and the community, become quieter, the birds disappearing from the trees.
That's so true. That silence in a drought is just palpable, isn't it?
And you don't often realise it until the rains do come back and you go, oh my gosh,
noise.
I missed hearing those bird sounds. And it's incredible. So it was that decade-long millennium drought, so 10 years of little to no rainfall, that really got me engaged in the topic of climate change and opened my eyes to what that actually meant. I watched Al Gore's movie, An Inconvenient Truth, during those years, and it was sort of like, okay, I can see the dots connecting here, and I'm walking out into the land and like seeing the horizon turn orange from another dust storm rolling in and going, the way we people are living on this planet, it's not right. Like, we are not ensuring a healthy planet. My dream is to take over and be a farmer. I would love to do that, but how am I going to do that if it's going to become hotter, if it's going to become drier, which is what the science is telling me? And so I found my voice, gradually as I was learning about the science. So I did my homework. I went to university, did a bachelor in agriculture, then a master's in sustainable agriculture, and then being a sucker for punishment, I did a PhD in agriculture and environment.
Suffering.
Much
Straight
suffering.
out of a drought into all of that. But you learnt deeply, didn't you?
Exactly. I'm constantly asking questions and leaning in close to the science, to the land, and going, is this really the best way possible? And then I became increasingly frustrated that there is such a wealth of evidence and published literature out there, and has been for decades, which is constantly dismissed and downplayed and not actually acted upon. And it was from that place of frustration, of grief, living through the drought, of fear of what that actually meant, very much at a selfish personal level, like what does that actually mean for my future, that I thought, well, I can't just be a silent witness in this. I can't just, watch people leave my community. I can't watch, my parents become increasingly agitated over finances. I can't lie awake staring at the ceiling going, am I actually going to have a future on this farm or not? And so I found my own voice and started speaking about climate change, writing about climate change, just being a broken record on climate change, really. And finding people who actually shared that concern.
Other farmers,
but not only that concern and that frustration and grief, but that optimism that there is actually a better path we can take, and it is right there within our grasp if we actually wanted to reach out and do something different.
For you, our response to climate change is broken, but this is a book full of hope. But also our food system is broken. What for you is most broken about our food system?
Well, the planet is not in a healthy state at the moment. There are people who are eating too much, getting too many nutrients, and there's a lot of people out there who are not getting well fed. There's farmers who do not have the financial backing or stability to destock during a drought because their back is pressed against the wall, because we're not actually fairly compensating farmers for what they produce. And then we expect them to, innovate, to do something new, to change their ways. It's difficult. There is a lot of culture in agriculture. We want to attract young people to this sector, and there's an amazing array of things that young people can do in this sector, which is super exciting. But we're also at a point where there are a lot of challenges, and we do really need to front up to those challenges now and put in place, better strategies to get ourselves out of this mess too.
And we'll come to some of the wonderful examples of people that you talk to for the book, of people doing fantastic things, really breaking new boundaries and taking us somewhere exciting. Gabrielle, your book is also full of intense frustration and a whole lot of very interesting information about how farming has changed in Australia over recent decades, and also how policies have changed, or not, as the case may be, over those decades as well. So paint a picture for us, and Anita touched on it there, of how farming life has changed in this country.
Well, I mean, White Australia was founded on this idea of, trading, sending food back to the motherland, England. And so for a long time, for the longest time really, under colonialisation, farming was a protected industry. There were protections, there were tariffs. The idea was that to develop this yeomanry, but also to develop this big export industry. And I guess from the 80s onwards, which happened to be when I started my career as a journalist, that began to change. And so there was this push towards scale. Didn't just happen here, happened in America, happened in the UK, happened around the world, to get big or get out was the phrase. And so this idea of scale, increased specialisation, so taking away some of the diversity of older style farms, making them more efficient, making them more business focused. It used to be that a farmer felt guilty to be in the office. Well, now, a farmer has to be in the office to do all of those jobs, do the management, turn a business into a lean, mean fighting machine.
And a big machine. And big agribusiness, the big conglomerates moved in.
Yeah, and to the point where now the way that a farmer can get a pay rise is to increase their yield. And that often has a short-term effect of increasing the pay packet, but it doesn't take into account longer-term effects. Somewhere, something has to pay along the line, in farming, and that is either the farmer, the farm worker, the environment, or the consumer. And at the moment, we're expecting this equation to happen without the true cost of the food being priced into the food. The true cost of the production of that food needs to be priced into there, because otherwise, one of those elements, the farmer, the worker, the environment, or the consumer has to pay.
And the consumer, us, has got used to buying cheap food out of season, whatever food we want, whenever we want it, It's an extraordinary indulgence, actually, isn't it? That isn't realistic at all. But we've got used to that. So what would it take to factor in the true cost of making food, growing food, so that farming could be done differently?
I think part of the story is government signals. So at the moment, the signal is, you want to increase your production, increase your yield massively. I think there needs to be signals around the farmer that also cares for their environment. They don't get paid for that care. If a farmer wants to, say, plant out a lot of trees, often they don't get paid for it. Sometimes they get little grants here and there. So that's one of the elements of the story. The consumer, the eater, as I call them in the book, is a big part of the story. What you choose. You might choose the cheapest oranges from Brazil, but if that means down the track that Australia doesn't have an orange industry, are you happy with that? Are you happy if sometimes that tap will be turned off and you will not be able to get oranges in winter in Australia? So all of those equations. Now, a lot of these questions, I think, are, they're very vexed questions. So when I talk to the policy experts in this realm, they will say, well, you know, if you're a single mother in Western Sydney, you want the dollar milk, you want the cheapest possible milk because you can't afford it. And who are we to say that that person shouldn't be able to feed their kids? But it comes at another cost. So someone will subsidise that. So I think we need a really big look at the at government policy. Now there are, I guess, threads coming together now, and ecosystem services, as they call them, is where you get paid for an environmental service, and I think that's starting to come in, and that's already happening.
Paint that picture for us.
So that is where you might get paid. So science already measures landscape in terms of quality and value. So, you know, scientists have a value for the quality of the water in the creek, the quality of the ground cover, the biodiversity on the land. In other countries, they're starting to pay for some of those services now. So the UK, having come out of Brexit, coming out of the Common Agricultural Policy, where they were heavily subsidised for food production, they've now flipped and they're talking about paying farmers for environmental services, so that they will be paid for improvements in their land. It's starting to happen here, but they're very fledgling programs.
And it's all over the shop. I mean, you point to a sort of policy vacuum or bits and pieces of policy in Australia, but really there's not a national food policy, there's not a lot of cohesive thinking. And everything's siloed.
Yeah.
There's climate over there and there's food over there and farming and ag, and, you know, it's not integrated. There's no big vision in Australia.
I would have a Minister for Ag and Food that has the same status as a Defence Minister, because it's that important.
What do we think of that?
I mean, you can't run a country unless you've got food. And increasingly, the way that food interaction interacts with climate policy is so important. You know, this is going to govern how we respond to climate. So these are big issues. The other thing Australia does really badly is we've got really innovative policy brains, and they come up with really fantastic policies. There were organisations like Land and Water Australia, the National Climate Change Research Facility. All of these organisations were thinking about how to integrate these policy areas so you weren't thinking about things in a siloed way. They all get chucked out. You know,
the expediency of the political cycle doesn't serve us.
A new government comes in and they throw them out. And a senior public servant who is really in the middle of all of this said to me, it's like we're trying to build higher stories on a building by using the bricks and timber from the lower floors. So we're just rolling it, you know, and we keep falling down on our asses and no one can understand why. So, you know, there is a real need for some integrated long-term thinking past the next election cycle.
A national food policy, as you suggest. Anita, for you, there are solutions everywhere you look. And you've had many conversations with many young farmers, young and old farmers, young, old and middling farmers around the world who are really responding to the challenges of our time, particularly climate change. Where are the stories of hope for you? What are you seeing that makes you go, yeah, we can do this. We can do this differently.
Well, I think the story of hope is in actually the abundance of solutions that are actually out there. And too often, you know, we have a simple line of, you know, whatever it is, this is the solution. And we've got to get a lot more sophisticated with our conversations, with our messaging, actually understand the interconnections of these issues, as you say. Like, too often there's climate, there's food, there's farming, and it's like, you know, these topics are not even connected. Like, they are one and the same system. And if there are strands breaking apart in any part of the system, like, it has a flow-on effect.
And Australia has a very particular habit of saying, well, any mitigation of climate change is going to come at the cost of agribusiness, for example. There seems to be this dichotomy, this battleground that's constantly set up, rather than acknowledging that there are opportunities for both to thrive if we think differently.
Yeah, and that particular narrative really irritates me, that we can't do more about climate change because it will hurt the farmers or the rural communities. I think that's a particularly dangerous and toxic narrative to have, and to have it spoken at a federal level in this country, because those who are feeling the impacts very really today are the farmers, are the rural communities, are the ones who are witnessing and experiencing those droughts, those floods, those heat waves, those bushfires, the changes in pest and disease distribution and prevalence. It's impacting their hip pocket, it's impacting the mental health, the community stability, all of these things.
As Gabrielle describes it, farmers marinate in climate change. I love that line.
But I mean, I think we also have to acknowledge that the political debate hasn't helped that thing, because from 2011, when Tony Abbott weaponised climate change as a political opportunity, you got this polarisation. I saw it around home, where if you were a Conservative voter, then you couldn't vote for any climate change policy. You had to be a Labor voter if you wanted to vote for climate change. This is in people's minds. Climate change was so connected with Labor that if you're in a Conservative seat, as I am, I'm in Michael McCormack's seat, there was a period where we went from 2007 and everyone was talking about climate change, and John Howard himself was talking about putting a carbon price in. The National Farmers Federation by 2008-9 is saying it is the biggest issue farmers are dealing with, to 2011, when Tony Abbott wrests the leadership from Malcolm Turnbull, goes into the 2013 election with an axe the carbon tax objective. And so suddenly all talk of climate change shuts down around.
The untouchable.
In farming communities, all talk shuts down. And you start to get people quoting, you know, the likes of Ian Plimer and various other people.
The geologist turned climate skeptic,
climate denier. Muddies the waters around, you know, how much will it cost? It'll cost us too much. We're only a little peg in the, you know, cog in the wheel. That changes the whole nature of the debate. So farmers are now saying, you know, they're really questioning the science of climate change.
So, Anita, is that something that you've observed, that political lens shifts everything? It disengages people?
Yeah, it does. But I think it also does real reputational damage to farmers too, like making us seem like we are very out on the science and climate deniers, where we have actually come a long way in the last 5 years, I would say. And, you know, an organisation like Farmers for Climate Action shows that, I guess, because we've got 8,000 farmers in Farmers for Climate Action, and we only established, 5-6 years ago. And, the overwhelming support, pouring out of rural places now, and it's obviously growing, and people are raising their voices as they're becoming increasingly aware and alarmed of the changes that are occurring, because, these extreme weather events are not obviously 1 in 100-year events anymore. It's, every season it's, we're the hottest, we're the driest, we're all of this, we're seeing new pests, whatever. So, yes, I think a lot more farmers are aware of what is occurring and are feeling more confident to speak out about climate change is an issue, and it is an issue for me, and are gathering information, looking at the science and going, okay, well, this is what it actually means for my region, and I better be changing practices. But because of the rate and the scale of climate change, we need to be accelerating, both climate literacy and what we're doing to prevent, the climate destabilising.
As Gabrielle described, farmers are under intense pressure to be highly productive in output, maintain, that we're paying less and less for food. it's causing real problems for what they can do creatively, how they can innovate, how they can experiment, how they can try new systems, new ways of thinking, new ways of acting. So is that something you've observed? Or for those who have broken through and tried new things, what are they doing and how are they managing to do it, given all the pressures that they're dealing with in the modern food marketplace?
Yeah, I think it takes a lot of courage, and to have the courage to change practices, to break the mold of thinking, to step outside, the safety of the culture of the region, or, what has been farmed in this place for the last generation or two generation, if it's a, multi-generational farm. Like, it does take a lot of courage, and you need good, social, support networks around you, and you need, family members to go, yeah, I'll back you and I'll stand.
Give it a go.
Yeah, give it a go. You need the finances to do that. You need the resources on the ground to do that, as well as the resources in your pocket to be able to do that. So you need a few stars to align to actually change your practices to something quite different. And we need to do something quite different in this day and age.
So what are you seeing that is quite different?
Well, I mean, in terms of how we can be better looking after soil, biodiversity, water resources, and producing healthier food and reducing emissions, there are a suite of things that we can do, but they will be quite nuanced, and local. Because the way that my family farm runs and what we can do on our family farm is actually quite different from what our neighbour can do, because we actually have different resources at our disposal that we can call upon. And this is where the sophistication in what strategies there are needs to be spoken about. So yes, there are ways that we can reduce methane emissions from ruminant animals, from sheep, cattle, goats, whether it's through feed additives or genetics. Yes, there are ways that we can reduce nitrous oxide emissions from fertilizers, from nitrogen fertilizers, from urea, which is to do with, the placement, the rate, the timing, the equipment. Some farmers will be able to, install solar panels and battery storage and purchase an EV. And I'm a very proud EV owner, but I know that's a luxury that we were able to purchase an EV. So it will look different.
An electric vehicle.
Yeah, an electric vehicle. So it will look different for every farmer, what options are out there. But the story of hope is that there are options out there for everyone, I think.
I'll give you one example. Claire Booth and her husband Brendan, young farmers up near Dubbo, very clever farmers. Brendan's a mechanic as well as a farmer, and they're preparing for. They actually feel that the machinery market is just not going to be viable. So they said to me they spent their first 10 years securing water, and they secured water through a system. They don't use their full allocation, and that was their way, because they knew they could see climate change changing the way that farming would occur, and so they secured the water in the first 10 years. The second 10 years has been about machinery and battery storage, because they don't see a machinery market that is going to be have farmers anymore paying $500,000 sometimes for a header. So they're considering they'll have a suite of good second-hand workable machinery powered probably by hydrogen. They see themselves as producing energy for a decentralised grid as well as food production. They're one of the biggest sweet corn growers. So
and that's where large-scale agribusiness. Yeah. I mean, you're pretty down on.
They're kind of medium.
You're pretty down on large-scale agribusiness. I went into
maybe
this book. Things could happen at scale.
Totally, but they're medium. They're medium in terms of size. When I think of big, so if you look at the Weekly Times list of value by companies, it's companies like PSP, which is the Canadian pension fund that does the Mounties, among other things, Macquarie Bank, TIA CREF, which is another super fund that does the New York teachers amongst other occupations. So that's the scale I'm thinking of, like that's massive scale. And I acknowledge even then a big business on a massive scale
could make changes that are revolutionary.
Could make massive changes.
But
But you're
very
actually impactful, but you will change the structure of Australian landscape and the structure of those towns. And they are trade-offs, as I keep saying through the book. All these policies are value judgments. There's no right or wrong answer. You could say we would return to a corporate squattocracy effectively, like what we had at the beginning of white settlement. You could absolutely return to that and have big impact if they were all of good intentions and with the right policy regulation around them. But is that what you want? Do you want to drive out in the middle of a pandemic and do a trip around Australia and not see many towns at all? I mean, is that what people want? These are all value judgments.
That is the question for the moment. Just before I come to Anita, we've got 15 minutes for questions. There's a microphone right there. And we'd love to hear from you, but you need to just queue up to the mic. Please do. If you're sitting there going, oh, I'd love to ask a question, but I just can't be bothered walking half a K to the microphone, walk that half a K because we'd really love to hear from you. And I know that the audience would love to as well. And if you can focus your questions as a question, that would be great, with a question mark on the end. Shorter rather than longer would be awesome. Thank you. Look, we've already got questions, so shall I just go straight to it?
Sure.
Great. First question, thank you.
Hi. I have a small farm and have left it in the will to the kids and realise as we get closer to when that will's going to be enacted that they're going to sell it to another farmer. Recently we've been thinking about returning it to Scrub and have talked about that, but can't find anywhere that an organisation that could do that effectively. And a couple of days ago, somebody said to us, why don't you turn it into a demonstration farm for sustainable agriculture? So my question is, are there organisations that would benefit from that kind of gift and then have the funds to set up such a farm? Is that a fruitful search that I could make?
Thank you for such an interesting question. Any thoughts?
The kids will get by without it, okay? The kids will be fine. They just let it go.
I hope the kids aren't listening.
So we'll keep our responses fairly focused because we'll try and get through as many questions as we can.
There are organisations, there are private organisations. I think from memory, there is some movement in this area in South Australia, if I'm not wrong, around heritage organisations that I think National Bush Heritage was one of them.
The Bush Heritage Fund.
So there are organisations you would have to... I don't know any particular ones off the top of my head, and I'm a bit sort of loath to endorse, but...
Anika, any thoughts?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, otherwise possibly an academic institute like a university.
Or an ACR,
You've got some homework ahead of you. And perhaps someone could come to you sitting there if they've got some ideas in the audience at the end. That'd be great. Thank you. Next question.
Carbon sequestration, increasing soil carbon. Is there much talk about that in your neck of the woods with regard to climate change as a solution?
Great question. Soil is very sexy in many circles right now.
Yeah.
Anika?
Yeah, there is a lot of talk in my neck of the woods about soil carbon, as I think, all around Australia. And it is increasingly difficult in a climate-disrupted world to sequester carbon because obviously as temperatures increase, it's more difficult to capture carbon and put it back in the soils and vegetation or retain it. So it's something that needs to be expanded quickly as well as reducing those emissions that are causing our temperatures to increase.
In a policy sense, it's one of the priority areas that Angus Taylor released probably a year ago. The vexed question is how it's going to be measured and verified. There's talk now of estimating soil carbon via geosatellites, but it is a vexed question because it's an estimate only, and soil measurement is notoriously difficult. You know, you can take a soil sample in one part of the paddock, it'll be totally different down the bottom boggy corner to the top of the hill. And I think that all the science that I've seen on this says that in farming terms, because carbon in soil needs water, like you can build carbon much easily when there's moisture in the ground and we head into a roaring drought every 10 years or so, if not more, it can be small inches forward and steps backwards. So in a farming system, as I understand it, the production capacity that you can improve in your overall business in terms of carbon gives you maybe much longer lasting values than soil, because soil goes up and down depending, it's so seasonal.
Thank you. I'm deeply concerned that we are not talking about joined up government. I've worked across country, South Australia and at the NT, and I'm looking at food miles, I'm looking at access to food, I'm looking at healthy lifestyles, and I know in our countries healthy lifestyles is a bit of a misnomer. So why aren't we talking about public health joined with food, with economics, with social policy, and the whole gamut, rather than chunking them into silos?
And we talked about that, didn't we? That kind of more integrated view. The earth is one system. Why can't we treat it that way in our policies?
That's why I wrote the book. Yeah, because it was driving me crazy that we were having those siloed discussions, and I've written about, you know, food from the food angle, health angle, food tribes, you know, the way people choose food, right over to the agriculture end. I don't know how you make people think about it and talk about it more. I mean, that's why I wrote the book, so I'm hoping someone will read it.
Have you sent it to every politician?
No, I haven't. But I do know the Ag Minister got a copy, so...
Has he read it?
Hopefully. I think he has.
You hope so.
Yeah.
Next question, thanks.
Thank you. You both have given me some hope about the farming community. However, my experience in South Australia is with the farming community, they're largely blockheads when it comes to discussing climate change. They will happily accept the view of the Weather Bureau with respect to whether it's going to rain tomorrow or not, but when they talk about climate change, they turn off. Secondly, how can farmers regularly support political parties like the National Party and put them in charge of our water, the River Murray in particular, here in South Australia, and what it's the environmental detriment that occurs because of what happens further upstream, and where the National Party are really just a product and a subsidiary of the fossil fuel industry. So I, unfortunately, am somewhat despondent about what our farming community will get up to because of their continued support for people such as Barnaby Joyce and your own local member, Michael McCormick. God save us.
Thanks for your question or comment. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I think we have to look at why there are people in rural communities who still, you know, actively deny the science, you know, the evidence that is actually out there, and ask these questions like why? Like, is it because that there are really toxic narratives in that community, in the press? Is there a lot of misinformation? Are they listening to their local, federal political member who is spewing out something that is completely wrong and they actually need to be pulled up on it? So why is someone, holding that perspective or that viewpoint on the world?
And then we've also increasingly lost our rural press.
Yeah.
So you've lost that vital kind of space for debating and democracy and analysis and reporting and interrogation.
Exactly. And then, okay, well, what role do I play as an individual? So am I actually communicating credible, current information? Am I actually listening to the fears that that person holds about this space, about the change, about what they're going to lose in their community from the transition that we need to go through? Am I actually sitting down and having, you know, honest and hard conversations with people? And how can I assist them, you know, hear better information and feel confidence that the future isn't, you know, going to tear away everything that they love and hold dear, but something that they too can look forward to?
I mean, for me, voting is a very emotional / cultural act.
And farming is too.
And you know, I think if you find it difficult to understand support for a political party, if you're a progressive voter and you've voted Labor all your life, ask what it would take for you to vote for Scott Morrison. You know, it's just like voting is very gut instinct. It comes from your family, it comes from your background, and you know, sometimes you take in more information and change, but a lot of people don't. A lot of people are rusted on to their favourite political party, and so that is a very hard ask. And when you're getting these messages in public from people, in some cases that you've grown up with, it's very hard to step away for any of us. It's very hard to step away and be objective. I mean, how many people look down the policy list and tick, you know, people vote in all sorts of ways for all sorts of reasons. And I think, you know, this is an identity question, a cultural question, and I don't think it's easily changed.
So we've got 5 minutes, and I'm going to take these 3 questions in a row. So I'll take some notes so in case you forget. But if you could keep them brief, thank you.
One of you, I think it was Anita, used the phrase that there's a lot of culture in agriculture. Just wondering if you could expand on that idea, please.
Thank you. And the next question, thank you.
Hi, I'm from Central Australia, where the NT government has currently given away a free water licence to Singleton Station, some 360 k's up the track, for 40 megalitres of water for 30 years, which is
40,000, isn't it?
40,000, which is going to drop the water table 50 metres and affect, you know, sacred sites and a lot of other things. We're trying to figure out how do you connect enough of the dots to get the rest of Australia behind this. Do you think it's worth reaching out to the farmers for climate change? And have you got any other ideas of places we might be able to reach out to support that?
Thank you very much for the question. Thank you.
Given the incredible importance of primary production in Australia and food production and the significant competitive advantages that we have internationally, why aren't we having a further discussion about subsidies in farming, which has come off the radar since globalisation and yet is fervent in Europe, UK and the US?
Thank you very much. Our first question, the culture in agriculture. Expand on that, Anita.
Well, I guess there's a lot of culture in food, what we eat, why we eat it, how we eat it, and agriculture is obviously part of that food story. And so I think when we're talking about how do we improve the food system, make those tweaks that are necessary to feed a rapidly growing global population and feed them well with reduced environmental footprint, we need to be considering the humanity, the people caught in these systems, the people who make up these systems. And so that's what I was referring to in the culture of agriculture, just to recognise that this isn't, you know, abstract academic talk of food systems and climate change. This is about people and the way that we're interacting with the food system and the flow on to, you know, community, the water resources, the land, and everything that is connected and touched by it.
Do you have a thought about the question on subsidies?
I'll pass that one to Gabrielle.
I would connect those two questions culture and subsidies. And, you know, it's clear that after 30 years of deregulation in the sector and 30 years of Australia berating the rest of the world about how you should, you know, get rid of your tariffs, get rid of your subsidies, the rest of the world, many of those countries have starved, and they're just not up for that. They're not prepared to take away the safety net in those agricultural industries. And, you know, putting the culture back into agriculture, you only have to go to France to see the way that those subsidies work to create those little townships and villages which draw so many people to come and see the way the cheese has been made for hundreds of years, or the way, you know, the duck is raised. All of those things are intangible benefits separate to filling up a stomach. There is something cultural that they have acknowledged there that they're not prepared to give up. And I think, you know, in terms of environmental services, that's why we're seeing this push towards diversifying income towards environmental services, because while we're not going to reinvent the wheel in terms of agricultural production, that might be another way into the argument that places that safety net underneath.
It's almost too big an issue, the Northern Territory question, but do you have a brief comment on that?
I do. I'm looking at that strangely as we speak.
Read her output. You're going to report on it for The Guardian?
I will report on it for The Guardian, but I would just say that there is a lot of science. There's so much that we don't know about underground aquifers. The thought that you could give away 40,000 megs of water on a promise of hopefully, you know, creating this system, creating production in the middle of the desert, I think is a very short-sighted policy.
A final comment from both of you on what role the eaters have. Who's an eater? All of us. What role do we have in this conversation about farming and food and the future?
I think our role is, you know, clear every time we go into a shop to buy food. The way we make our choices, the way we express our priorities to our local MPs, the way we underline that importance, I think, has to be a part of our everyday, you know, interactions. And it matters to you, to us as eaters, as much as it does to a farmer. And I think we have to start acknowledging that it's not farming policy, agricultural questions are not just for farmers, but
Anita.
for eaters.
Yeah, what role do eaters play? A very big role. I mean, we are choosing the food system by every time we sit down, you know, what we eat, how we waste it, what price we pay for it, where that food has come from. All of these things flow on right back to the farmer out there in the field. And so we have to be very conscious about how we're interacting with the food system and choosing as individuals to create the food system that we want, one that is actually healthier for both people and the planet.
Hear, hear. Anika Molesworth, Gabrielle Chan, please thank them for us.
Thank you.
Fantastically interesting thoughts, and you can buy their books, very important at writers' festivals. And remember, the COVID pandemic has writers have suffered along with everyone. So head over to the quick sales counter at the bookshop if you haven't bought their books or you're interested to do so. There's a book signing right now over there. I think they are, aren't they? Over near the gate, is that right? Yeah. Book signing over there? Yeah, over near the gate. You probably all know that already. So thank you so much for being part of the festival, and it's been wonderful to have you here at this session. See you.
I'm going to get a contact from that.